You ready? Hello and welcome to this week 5. It's a super week of the OPL, baby. Hello, I'm your host, Michael Hingers-Hing. Hang on a second. No, I'm not. Matt, can we take that again? What, we're live? It's Friday, Matt. Matt, I haven't even got my pants on. What's up, OPL fans? Welcome to week 5. It is the super week of the OPL in Split 2. I'm your host, Jake Spawn Tiberian. Joining me on the desk is the handsome Matthew Fish-Stewart. And, of course, a guest from the LPL, Zach Rusty Pie. Thanks for being here, guys. Super week. Day 1 of Super Week, we have 3 big days of OPL coming up. What are you looking forward to the most?
I mean, I'm looking forward to this day. Of course, I get to be here for this day, so that's why I'm looking forward to it. But even the matches today are fantastic. And one thing I will add is I could promise you at least 2 of us have pants on right now behind this desk.
Yeah, that's a given. That was a bit scary, Jay. Come on, you need to wear pants. I know Pantless Friday is a thing, but we're on broadcast.
Yeah, it certainly is. Stealing a little bit of the Hamish and Andy theme going on here. But, of course, let's have a look at the standings because, of course, everything is subject to change this Super Week. But at the start of it, Direwolves is currently sitting undefeated on top of the table. Of course, Chiefs lost their best of 3 against them. So whilst they're on the same amount of points, they are officially second. Legacy rounds out our top 3. And Avant and Sin have, at the moment, stayed in the running for that gauntlet spot. Of course, Abyss, TM Gaming, as well as Regicide are currently 6th, 7th, and 8th, respectively, meaning they're on their way towards promo relegation. But of course, all of that is subject to change, guys. Let's have a look at this week's games. It is going to be Super Week, and we have so many games to bring you. And as Rusty was saying, today is actually a little bit of a cracker. It kicks off with Sin versus Direwolves, and this is turning into a little bit of a grudge match between these 2 junglers. Chiefs will then take on Legacy for what is the El Clasico OPL, I think Hingers calls it, so I'll fill in there. Tomorrow, of course, Abyss versus Avant will kick us off, and then Regicide will take on Sin Gaming. Sunday, once again at 3 p.m, we'll see Team Regicide take back to Summoner's Rift to go up against TM Gaming. And then we have, of course, Legacy versus Abyss Esports to round out Super Week. Of course, next week we have another Super Week, but that's a lot of games for this week. And it is certainly going to be interesting to see all these teams come together. However, I don't want to talk about that for the moment. I want to talk about an actual in-game change. Let's talk about patch 7.14 because it's a contentious patch. What are your thoughts, gentlemen?
It's contentious, I think, to say the least. There's 2 places that you could direct your attention towards. One of them, I don't even really need to explain it to everyone. It's Duskblade of Drakthar, which is just kind of nutty. The second one is tank items and where tanks are going, because those 2 things to me are the standouts.
All right, so let's start with the tank changes. We've got Cinderhulk and the changes that have come through there. Of course, the Barmy Cinder. What that's done to junglers. We've got Warmog's Rush. We've got Thornmail. I mean, what is it about tanks right now? Is it just those 3 things? Were they always coming back and this pushed them over the edge?
I mean, I guess so. I think this pushed tanks over the edge. We see Gragas coming back. We saw Rek'Sai come back, and both of them moved away from both the AP jungle items as well as warrior item on Rek'Sai, and they built Cinderhulk. Cinderhulk changes came through, now more damage to monsters, cheaper to build as well, and that brought back more junglers as well. We see Cho'Gath coming in and a lot more tanky junglers.
Yeah, we saw a couple of those in the EULCS last night, of course, starting to see all these tanks crop up. I think Barmy Cinder in 7.13 was the start of the tanks coming in, and then we buffed the tank items just that little bit more, so 7.14. All we're seeing really is those tanks.
And we saw Ambition, I believe, over in the LCS start this craze of Warmog's Rush after his Cinderhulk. So he was going for Cinderhulk straight away into Warmogs. It gives you cooldown reduction, keeps you topped up, which means that you can, always look for those engages. What do we think about Warmogs? Is it good? Is it bad?
Fish?
I don't like it. I much prefer the Knight's Veil Rush, which we see used in the LPL very commonly. We saw Schoenfire pick it up as well as Juves during Rift Rivals. I think it gives the utility for your AD carry or your AP damage dealer in the mid lane to be a little bit more defensive and heal up your jungler. And it gives you that resistance stat that you quite need at the moment. Because a lot of mid laners, they're rushing Landries, they're getting a lot of penetration, lethality's back. You need some resistances against them.
Yeah, I mean, I would say if the idea is to heal up your jungler, Knight's Vow is less efficient than a Warmog's, right? It's about the stylistic difference between the 2 choices. Knight's Vow's protect your AD carry. Warmog's is I'm going to frontline, I'm going to get to half health, then I'm just going to back away, and in 20 seconds, I'm going to frontline again.
But what's better for team fights? Because, there are some teams out there that they rely on their junglers to start up these fights. I'm looking at teams like Legacy who will get to see to play. Then we have teams like, Sin and Direwolves that rely on their jungler to protect their AD carry a little bit more. So is that the stylistic difference we're going to see? Both of them are very fight-heavy, in my opinion.
I mean, especially for Direwolves and Sin, they have fantastic mid laners, fantastic AD carries. I believe the Night Spell Rush, we've both shown
You
fire.
saying Claire and Lost, just slipping behind a little bit there, Fish?
Lost maybe not so much. Claire, a little bit. He's a little bit of a solo hero in the mid lane there. Doesn't get too much help from good old Timmy Wendell, but at the same time, I believe the Night Spell helps out teams that have these hyper carries in the mid lane and the AD carry position, which they very often rely upon.
Yeah, and it's also contextual on the team comps firstly, and yes, when you look at the styles of the players, if I would say like Direwolves maybe would be more towards the Warmogs now, maybe even then the Night's Vow, even though Shern has got support tendencies, he still wants to be the engage of the team. His Gragas play, Sejuani is one of the few champions who will always go Warmogs for, just because she has a passive that gives the resistances, so you only really need the health.
All right, enough on the tanks. That's the boring side of League of Legends. Let's move towards the lethality changes. Of course, lethality now scales with your level, not your opponent's level, as it did in the past. It also has a cool indicator now that actually shows you how much lethality you have. I like that quality of life changes. And Duskblade has once again burst onto Summoner's Rift. Great vision control, no internal cooldown. What more can I say about this item? We are playing on hot fixed 7.14, so it has been nerfed slightly, but is that enough?
Yeah, it's been nerfed until about level 9, and for a 2,900 gold item, it doesn't do a whole lot in the way of the nerf. You'd be looking, you mentioned Zed earlier, that's probably the one champion that can't just pick up a Duskblade at level 5 and one-hit people now. You're still waiting for level 9, which is nice at the breakpoint. But yeah, look, Duskblade, it's kind of nuts.
I mean, I like it because it's going to bring back more picks. We're going to see Talon come back again, we're going to see Zed come back again. I'm really excited for those, but it also buffs up picks that we've already seen cropped up. Varus now has the option to go back towards lethality builds. Jace has been popping up time and time again. Maybe he can go back towards lethality again. So it's going to make this a very interesting meta.
I mean, the thing that gets me though, right, is it's designed now, we changed lethality so that it's based off your level, yet Misfortune exists and can still first item get a Duskblade as a duo laner, so your level's like really, really low. That's my concern with the item's strength. It's meant to be solo laners that get it, but AD carries are.
All right, last thing I want to hit on, my man, Kane in the jungle, blue Kane, red Kane, Cinderhulk Warrior. How are you playing it, Rusty? I mean, I'm feeding in solo queue. Maybe you've had some more success.
I think I've got like a 40% win rate.
I think I'm like 26, so don't worry about it.
But I primarily go red Kane. I know you're primarily the blue Kane. I have tried both. I do think that red is better just for like a competitive sense, where blue is much more about being the assassin, will be more successful potentially in solo queue.
All right, let's take a look at today's first matches as we bring it up onto your screen. It is going to be Sin Gaming taking on the Direwolves. And these two teams went to Rift Rivals together. Juice has been very outspoken that Shern is helping him. How do you think they stack up, and what are we looking for out of this matchup?
Direwolves are definitely the favorites coming into this one, but as you mentioned, I'm really excited to see this pseudo-apprentice against master matchup between Juice and Shernfire, because, as you mentioned, very vocal during not only this split, but also during the Gauntlet last split about how he's getting a lot of help. I want to see if that's enough to take down the master of Shernfire. Yeah,
and I think that whilst both of them are very big leaders on their team, they're kind of leaders in different ways, Rusty. Very vocal Juice, he likes to pump the boys up, but Shern, a little bit more of the on-Summoner's Rift leader.
Yeah, less vocal, more makes the plays that get his team the victories, and that's the difference between them, though. And you look at this, it's a super week. Juve's Sin, they're always going to be pumped up for this moment, so he will be the in-game leader, and he will be fiery, and that's when Sin usually look their best. When you look towards Shernfire, like, well, he's going to be consistently good. It's about who he's playing against on that day.
And I really want to see if Juice can be consistently good as well, because that's the biggest criticism we've had for him this entire year, that he has had up and down performances on opposite end of this spectrum. So we need him to be consistent.
But I want to add a contentious opinion in here, because I think that Direwolves kind of perform well regardless of what Shern does in the game, whereas Sin only play well when Juice fired. I mean, we saw Direwolves, Shernfire, nearly Flame Horizon Sybil last week, and they still dropped that game, Fish. Is that, lack of support from the rest of the members? What is it exactly that lost them that game, and where can Sin look to replicate the feats that AV were able to pull off?
Well, again, that match that Direwolves dropped, they relied on King to try and hypercarry on the Kog'Maw. They had no other threats, and this is the team that relies so much on their solo lane threats of Fantix, of Chippies. Whereas for Sin, we've seen it before. They're a big ARAM heavy team. They like to run it straight down mid lane, they like to run straight towards the opposition. They need to work as 5.
Is that a deficiency in team, or is that a bad comp right now? The LPL currently plays a lot of Protect the AD Carry, Rusty. They play a lot of Kog'Maw, they play a lot of Twitch. Do you think it's a meta for Protect the AD Carry, or do you think, swinging back the other way?
It's kind of on the swing back towards maybe the tank type of meta, and then your AD carries are going to be more the Jhin and Misfortunes. Now Kog'Maw will start to drop off all over again. Compliments of lethality and the fact that tanks are now unbearable again. Kog'Maw can still hard carry. You need something that can take apart tanks, especially if they're running rampant with Cinderhulks again. But going for a Kog'Maw, protecting the Kog'Maw comp. It's just really risky.
Yeah, it certainly is, and we've seen that time and time again. The other thing we've seen is maybe Schön's early game being phenomenal fish, and something we've talked about a lot on the desk, but his late game decision making sometimes questionable.
Yeah, we saw it from the start when he first joined the OPL. His pathing was great. It was very reminiscent of SOFM from the LPL, how he had these very strange, unorthodox pathing, and he does very well early. He sets up his lanes for success, which is great to see because Chippies and Fantics are really big carries for the team. But late game decision making coming out from Schönfire has been very questionable, especially during Rift Rivals, where in fact I believe he costed them quite a few games there.
When you're a pathing jungler, you run out of paths to take when it hits late game, right?
Certainly does. And maybe the two people that benefit from their jungler's attention the most when we have a look at this are their mid laners. We've got Ryoma going up against Fantix. And this is kind of the battle of the old versus the new. Fantix has been around on the server for so long, Rusty. Big legacy player. At the same time, Ryoma's kind of come out of nowhere, competitively at least. He was on Legacy Genesis Chiefs B team and now seems to be taking over with Sin.
Yeah, it definitely does. Ryoma, he is an absolute gun when you watch him play League of Legends. He's very exciting to watch and does have these massive plays. His ability to team fight even as a new player has looked stellar because his awareness of where to be in those team fights is incredible. But up against someone like Fantix who can team fight, can split push, can do all of these extra things, you would say maybe the experience there can tide him over to have that slight edge in this matchup against the young gun.
A big scary thing about Ryoma as well is that his Talia is almost permanently banned out against him. So he does have a limited champion pool, almost can play quite a few, unlike Fantix who can play almost everything. But those few champions he can play, he's an absolute gun on.
Who did the lethality changes help the most? Is it Fantix being able to pull out the Talon and the Jace? Now, has Ryoma got something for us?
I think like it always favors whoever plays Jace right now because Jace is the strongest champion and should be in every single pick ban phase that we see for all of today. But I mean, it favors both of them in different ways. I think Ryoma may be more towards, like, he's got Zeds there that he can play in his arsenal. There are still things that we look towards with that, but I'd say maybe Fantix because he plays the Talon.
I actually really think it heavily favors Fantix because of that reason as well. He plays Talon, he plays Jace. Ryoma's more of a mage-based player, likes the Orianna, likes the Talia, likes the Victor. He can pull out Zed, but the question is Zed back because of Duskblade? Not quite sure if that's enough to bring him back in.
So TLDR, it's back because Sin Gaming's top laner Dockler. So he's a big beneficiary of that. They're going to put him on JC if he can carry. Let's have a look at Sin Gaming's lineup for you guys as we bring them up on your screen. This is a team that has been so hot lately since their gauntlet run. They do have a new top laner in Dockler. He now has had half a split to try and settle on this team behind his captain and jungler, Juice, who also needs to ramp up his play if they have a hope today. Ryoma is their mid laner. FBI is their young gun 80 carry. Rogue is their support. And of course, their coach, who they will be relying on heavily with such a quick turnaround on this patch, is going to be Benzel.
And from weeks 1 to 4, we kept questioning Dockler. Is he doing enough? Is he leading up to the hyper flares? I think now, or last week at least, is where we rest those questions. He did fantastic for Sin. It was crucial to their success, crucial to their victory. And I think he's settling quite well with the squad now.
Rumor has it he's still in the bottom lane, split pushing his way to victory, just banging on that Nexus.
Rumor has it so was Fantix when he teleported away from a pentakill at Rift Rivals. I remember that. No, I think that I would still look towards Dockler. I would say that, yes, maybe he silenced the critics and he's gone to an international event, so get some extra experience there, working with Sin under strict conditions, but I still worry for his ability to perform against Chippies.
Yeah, talking about another team that has some international events, let's bring up Direwolves roster. Of course, the roster that went to MSI Plains, the first seed that also went to Rift Rivals, and it is the Kiwi up in the top lane, Chippies, going to be looking to carry against Dockler in today's game. Schön is, of course, their superstar jungler. Fantix is the perfect mid laner. It's your boy King in 80 carry, and Destiny is their support. Of course, standing behind this squad is one of the most intelligent coaches in the league. Also has the benefit of being an ex-pro player in both mid lane and top lane himself. It is going to be Sharp. And this team adapts very, very quickly, patch to patch.
They certainly do, and it's a team that's full of superstars. Chippies and Fantix, very strong solo laners. You've got Schönfire, who is an up-and-coming jungler, now doing fantastically, as well as a bottom laner that has not only great talent in King, but great shot calling from Destiny as well.
Yeah, I look towards Direwolves, and it's a stacked roster, to be fair. You're right in saying they adjust to the patches, to the meta super quickly, and that's because they have been playing at least League of Legends for long enough that their champion pools are deep enough. They will be perfectly fine here, as long as Sharp gives them the right things.
And that's who I want to talk about. I actually want to take our attention towards two of the coaches because, you know, we talk about Jish a lot, we talk about Soul Strikes a lot, but two of the coaches that have been around for a very long time now, but don't generally fall to the wayside, is going to be Benzel and Sharp. And today, I mean, on such a quick turnaround from the patch, what do we expect out of these guys?
I mean, this is the moment where you look towards their ability to adapt quickly. Firstly, is Kane going to exist is my first question for them. It's been 4 days. There's a chance that your opponents haven't played against it or as it, and they don't know what it does. They don't know how to deal with it. And suddenly you've got this advantage because you've practiced with it. I mean, that's the first place I'd look. And the second part of it is, are they obsessed with the lethality meta because they've been playing solo queue, or will they actually bring those tanks in?
It's going to be really huge to see which coach reads the patch better. I'm going to really look towards Benzel as well, because Sin, they're currently in the middle of the ladder. They really need a victory here over Direwolves to propel them up closer to 3rd and 2nd place. If Benzel has read the patch better than Sharp here and sets Sin up for success, that might be enough to take them out.
And I know one player that thought he had done that was Rogue. He was very confident on Twitter earlier today. He tweeted out this was going to be the victory that catapults them towards that contention for first place, the ability to go back to the World's play-ins. I mean, Rogue is a very polarizing player, I would say that. He's very confident in himself. Is he as good as he is making out, Rusty? You play against him all the time?
I mean, on Thresh, he is definitely as good, but he also bans my Thresh away from him, is a little bit afraid, which is kind of funny. Rogue, he has the potential to be a superstar, but right now he's flanked by those who have maybe more potential in that exact vein. So now Rogue's job is to be less of the carry and more of the facilitator. And I wonder if that's where Rogue actually does start to fall down, because he's got that confidence, he's got that strong mentality, and maybe he has too much of it in a game where he should be letting his team carry.
But he has been synergizing really well with FBI, and he's been a super hard carry for Sin so far. In fact, a lot of the games where FBI makes the final mistake is where Sin lose. So if Rogue can keep him hold him back a little bit so he doesn't make these mistakes, that might be what Sin needs for success.
And does the Caitlyn change, less attack speed now as it ramps up throughout the levels? Does that push her a little bit out of favor? Is she still the best AD carry? Is FBI still going to be able to tear teams apart with it?
I mean, I think Caitlyn is still probably one of the best AD carries, but when you look at the lethality changes, I still think Jin's now probably the best, just because of what he's able to provide for the teams. Again, utility and a crazy amount of burst coming out of a similar range champion. Caitlyn, still very oppressive, still has a lot of push, can control Jin, but the concern is the first item spikes.
It almost feels like Caitlyn's now dedicated to basically different types of team compositions. So you can no longer pick her as a one-pick-fits-all type of situation. You have to pick her for these siege, you have to pick her for prolonged relating phases, make sure she's shoving out these waves. If someone takes a Lucian or a Misfortune into you with lots of lethality, she might just blow up.
All right, cool. So we've talked about this matchup a lot. I feel like we're going back and forth. No one's really committing. I'm going to make you commit now. Give me your predictions. Sin versus the Direwolves, game 1 of Super Week. Who wins it, Rusty, and why?
You want to give it to Sin because your heart says Sin every single time. They're super weak, so they're incredible, but you can't look past the Direwolves in any matchup right now. I think they'll be able to take it, and I don't think it will be that clean, though, so I'd say 2-1.
I completely agree, Rusty. I think it's going to be a 2-1 going to the Direwolves after the performance against
opinion.
AV last week. I don't think they have what it takes to get a perfect series here.
But Juve said if it goes to Messi, they beat every team in Messi. They're the most experienced Messi team in the world. I don't know what's going on here. Let's see what you guys think at home as we bring up your predictions as well. Of course, sponsored by Uber Eats there. It is going to be the Direwolves. 90% of people actually think they're going to win this game. However, it is nearly 50% thinking it will be a 2-1. So majority currently look like they are on the side of the analysts. However, I don't really care what Rusty and Fish think. I want to hear what you guys at home think. So join the conversation. Get involved on Twitter. Use that hashtag IamOPL. Tweet at OPL. And we've actually got a subject for you guys. Ask our analysts what they currently think about any of the 7.14 changes. If you've got a question about Duskblade, Warmogs, anything between, tweet at us, ask. Rusty's a very smart guy. I'm sure he'll be able to help you out there. However, guys, I think we are actually nearly ready to get into game 1 as we get into this. Actually, we're still a couple of minutes away. So, we'll just continue to have a chat about this game. Let's talk about top laners. Last area I want to talk about. Chippies has, at the moment, he had a rough Rift Rivals, I think it's fair to say. Archie actually pulled him apart in that last game. Beat him in a counter pick that Chippies actually surfaced throughout that tournament. Has he still got the mentality to be able to go up against Doppler? Because in the past, Rusty, a long time ago, Chippy's mentality was questioned a lot.
Yeah, when he was on Sin, his mentality was questioned, and he had a very poor playoffs run when he was with Sin, came to Direwolves, and it looked like the mentality had shifted, and then went to MSI, it kind of shattered again, goes to Rift Rivals, and it started strong and then started to shatter again, and you really do bring that into question here. I feel like he'll be okay here, though.
Yeah. I certainly hope he is. I'm going to hold that thought, Fish. We are actually into Champion Select, so I'm going to relinquish my microphone. I'm going to give it back to my play-by-play caster.
Oh, finally something I can do with confidence here, Spawn. There's a reason why I'm not usually an analyst on these desks, but we are into Champion Select for game number 1 between Sin and Smalls. The Direwolves and bans have come through already.
There's those mouse pad.
I believe it was.
Everyone holding up the Gigabyte Marines mousepad?
Yeah, I've seen quite a few of the Sin players pick that up. Saw them in the lobby earlier, but seems like there's been a lot of reads on the lethality changes because Karthik's Talon banned out here, as well as Jace from the Direwolves. Braum and Caitlyn will still hit the bench with Zac as the final ban.
Yeah, Zach's a very good respect ban. When you look at the Kha'Zix ban as well, I think he's now cropped up to be an S-tier jungler.
Yep.
Has the utility and the damage, but I'd also say the second S-tier jungler is the current one that has just been locked in fished by Sin.
And that's going to be Gragas. It's curious that Sin banned out the Kha'Zix though, because Juice is one of the few OPL players that has been picking up Kha'Zix, back and back, week to week, I should say. Even though other picks like the Rek'Sai are left open. Now we have to see what Direwolves respond with. Rek'Sai is still open, Elise is still up, but they pick up Thresh first.
Yeah, and I think that's a big respect pick away. You can't allow, you can't not ban Thresh and then allow it to go through second rotation. So Sin has taken the best jungler in their opinion. Direwolves have to be able to snap up the Thresh. Destiny think it's one of his best champions. I'm of a contentious opinion on this. He has good and bad games on it.
Yeah, definitely. It'll still be good for Destiny. He's played it a lot, and he's got a new AD carry that's going to be coming down there with him. I know that I've seen a little bit of this spawn. You were watching that game. He's a pretty good Tristana king.
That's locked in for King here. I have to see how that goes. There was a champion that rose in popularity, go up against Kalista. We saw Gigabyte Marines use it very unorthodoxly in Rift Rivals Purple. Direwolves seem to like to pick up the champion as soon as they possibly can. However, Sin, they're going to pick up Xayah as well as Rakan. No Tahm Kench into this Thresh lane.
Yeah, that's really strange. I like the Rakan. He can match aggression, and he's got the same kind of playmaking style that Thresh is going to bring to Summoner's Rift. However, I will question not picking up Kalista if you want to go with the Rakan, because Kalista Rakan seems to be the best playmaking bottom lane. When you have a look at FBI and Rogue, that seems to fit them to a T. So now, all of a sudden, this Xayah has to do very well fish.
And Direwolves are going to pick up Elise as their final pick in the first draft phase. Now they get the first ban as well, and they will have the last pick on the red side.
You have to start hitting Ryoma here. I feel that if Fantix wants to be able to free up his champion pool at all, unless he wants to play something like a Corki, then you really have to start attacking Ryoma. You're not really scared of any other of Dockla's champions.
Yeah, you're not afraid, and if you are Sin on the opposite side, though, you've acknowledged that's a pick composition coming through from the Thresh and the Elise already, so maybe there are other champions you want to get rid of to alleviate what complements the pick. Champions like Corki as well for Fantix, who can then get the package and force you to be picked off by slowing areas down and choke pointing you alongside things like a Rumble as an example.
I mean, Rek'Sai still left them available if Sin wants to flex Gragas in the top lane. That's a pick that rose in popularity, go up against the Elise, and Cinderhawk has been buffed as well.
So Fantix wants to blind pick Corki because he's just banned away Cassin and Zed. They're the two counter picks left available at the moment, so I expect we're going to see a blind Corki out of Fantix right now. They're going to leave counter pick for Chippies, which is something that Direwolves often like to do. They have been punished in the past, but I just feel that Corki right now is going to be the unpunishable answer.
And just to quickly bring it back to your point, as you've already said what's probably going to happen here, the reason that they may have gone for Xayah that you mentioned before is because it's a Tristana opposing them already locked in, and Kalista loses to that Tristana, and maybe they just want to have more pressure and control in that 2v2 lane, not outright losing.
Well, Sin's final bans were Renekton and Jax. This kind of seems that they might want to play Camille, but don't think Dockline has played that champion yet in the OPL.
Or they want
the final pick is
Chippies to pick Camille into something they have prepared, because that does kind of force him. No, it was exactly as you said. They want to play Camille themselves. They get rid of the two counters.
Yeah, that's locked in. They get Cassiopeia as well for Ryoma to go up against the Corki. Now we have to see what Chippies decides to throw into his signature pick in the top lane.
So when Chippies came back from Korea, I said, what counters Camille? And he gave me a list. And I'm legit. The list was going and going and going.
Yeah.
So don't be fooled. If he has, only 2 bans against him, he still has things. I was going to say that he goes towards the Olaf a lot, though we haven't seen it lately. I think the Jarvan is going to do absolutely fine in the matchup as well. So I would not be surprised to see Chippy still be able to take it to this point.
I guess your concern there, though, is that you're looking at a Camille against the Jarvan and say one of these in split pushing will definitely outscale the other, and so Sin have got that option for Dockler. They love a good 1-4.
And are we going to see the same build on Jarvan? Black Cleaver, Titanic Hydra, with the lethality changes? Has that brought him back into the assassin-ish top lane that we saw before?
Ray. He's not Ray. So let's dispel the assassin top lane coming there. Ray, of course, now on C9, was a big proponent of that assassin Jarvan. It's fun to play. I don't think it's very good. In a 1v1 split push, Camille would absolutely tear it apart.
Yeah, because you've got outplayers Camille, and there's a way to deny damage from the Jarvan, and he's all about the one hit. So you'd still be looking at Chippies and saying maybe not the lethality, a bit more of an option here for just your standard maybe Titanic Hydra Black Cleaver.
So it does seem like, Duskblade Draktar is very popular in the current meta. Lethality has been buffed quite a bit. So many bans towards it. Both coaches don't want their teams to deal with any of these big champions, like the Talon, like the Zed.
Yeah, exactly right. We're not going to see a single Duskblade. I'd be surprised if we saw any lethality at all. So this is going to be an interesting game. I think we're going to have a pretty standard game of League of Legends. And I respect that out of the coaches. If you haven't had enough practice on it, ban it away, play comfortable League of Legends.
And I thought if any team was going to bring out something wild, it might have been Sin, and maybe only with the one game advantage, they'll try and push it home and secure a 2-0. So there was a very high chance that this set was just standard League of Legends, where it's almost like an unwritten rule between the teams that we're just going to play what we know is good and ban away what is broken.
And who knows, game 2 between these two teams could change absolutely everything. We know after those bans that lethality is very popular, but none being picked here, going back to stock standard. As you mentioned, the Xayah pick coming out a little bit unorthodox. Haven't seen her for quite a long time. Smash me over Kalista, but we'll have to see how she does on the Rift as we are into game number 1 between Sin and Direwolves.
And you can see straight away, everyone going into a little bit of a fan out. So whilst a pick comp is available for the Direwolves lineup, they're not going for anything cheesy. They are a team that enjoys playing some standard League of Legends fish. They think that they can beat you through raw power. And certainly have to look to see where Juve starts. Is this going to be a Raptors? Is there anything cheesy? You know, maybe blue buff into top lane gang to try and get the Camille ahead. Very interested to track the jungler of Sin Gaming at this stage.
Whereas Sin, they know they're a scrappy team. They like to play scrappy. We'll have to see what they're going to be doing in this match. I'm curious to see if any jungler decides not to start at their Raptor camp, because quite a few teams internationally have been punishing junglers for not doing that by taking away all these small chickens at level 1. Just from their top laner as well as mid laner.
And this is very respectful from, again, both teams going for your standard 5-point. If you're usually playing against the Jarvan, one of the cheesy ways to win the lane early with a potion advantage, you get a free level 2 mark, is to sit in the tri-bush and wait for him to go from the leash back towards you. But because Sin didn't get knowledge, they got no information about where Schoenfire is going to be starting, besides the one ward at the Raptors. There was no real opportunity to go and take that, push that advantage and win the 1v1 trade.
I didn't actually quite catch it. If Shern got spotted out and he has a Hunter's Machete, I think they know he's starting on a buff, because on Elise,
you have to with Machete.
You have to start on a buff with Machete, otherwise you get too low. It's also a much quicker way to jungle at the moment, so I like this. You can see straight away, Sin's bottom lane pushes up with their duo. They're going to look to deny as much CS and get an earlier level 2.
So they will be able to spot out Juve's, Schoenfire as soon as he moves back towards his Raptor camp.
Yeah, but it's also just the fact that they know, right? So your only concern here, if your Sin is a level 3 experience, Quint gank into the bottom lane from Elise. It's possible, it's not ideal, but it's definitely a possibility, and that's the only thing you'd be scared for.
And Elise is one of those champions that does like to run the experienced Quint, but it doesn't seem like that's the case in this game, as Schoenfire does make his way over towards the Raptor camp. Meanwhile, mid lane, Ryoma did take a huge chunk of damage from Fantix, forced to pop a health potion very early on.
And watch where Fantix stands on his creep wave as Corki. He's up right next to his melees a lot of the time. Doesn't utilize that range because he likes to be able to train with the Phosphorus Bombs. He generally goes Phosphorus Bomb, Valk, Phosphorus Bomb again to really be able to start getting that poke down.
And a lot of that is because you no longer run Thunderlords on Corki, where before you would start Gatling Gun, auto attack and proc Thunderlords immediately before backing away. Against a champion like Cassiopeia, it's more important to dodge the Qs as well and not get within the W range. So you're trying to maximize your trade output by going into Q.
Of course, you still go deep into the first tree, but a lot of Corki players right now, as they should be, are going to be taking, you know, that magic penetration. Stay away from the attack damage penetration. I know he's an 80 carry, 80% magic damage at the moment, so make sure you're picking up the right side of the tree, going towards that Warlord steal for the heals. And this should be quite an easy lane now for Fantix. He's got through, you know, the level 1, 2, and 3 that gets scary for Cassiopeia. Now he can sit back, he can start to scale, and unless Ryoma really forces the issue, nothing much should really happen.
He's doing a great job in the mid lane so far. Meanwhile, bottom side of the map, FPI has a sizable CS lead, but Big Wave is pushing in towards the Direwolves turret. King and Destiny sitting back, waiting to farm this up as soon as it crashes in.
And this is that point in the game where Juice is also on the bottom side, so a good ward from Direwolves will prevent any kind of dive, but the respect paid by Direwolves is again why that CS advantage starts to crop up. Tristana is super reliant on trading, but reasonably committal with the type of trading, having to get the 4 auto attacks up, where Xayah and Rakan can just back away.
And that's the biggest weakness of Triss that we just saw there. Very hard to last hit under turret, especially on those ranged minions. One little explosion is going to muck up the rest of the wave, and you really need to work with your support there. So you can see 10 CS is the lead right now. Junglers splitting the halves of the map, and quite a respectful early game overall.
Yeah, very even match to kick things off. We finally get to check him with the top lane. Doppler going up against Chippies.
Ooh, Commando Jarvan.
And he's doing very well in this lane so far.
It's like the bottom half of you under the desk. Wait, what?
But Commando, I haven't seen a Commando Jarvan in a very long time.
Really? I think that has to be one of his most popular skins.
Really?
I believe so.
feel
I don't
like
remember the last time I've
Lubu
seen it.
Jarvan is like the best Jarvan, right?
Well, I mean, Lubu's the best, so.
But Doppler not doing too well in this lane to kick things off, and Jarvan is usually not very strong until he gets his first item, which is Tiamat.
He still has a Q poke that he goes for, and I didn't see whether actually they both started Corrupting Potion. They didn't. So he's also got the sustain advantage. So I think a little bit of this is a little bit of a misread coming out of Doppler, looking for some extended trades. Now that all of the potion charges are gone from Chippies, he should struggle a little bit more.
And this is something I was trying to talk about earlier, which is Doppler's weakness is Chippy's strength, the laning phase. We see Doppler fall behind so much in just one-on-one matchups.
Yep.
Chippies loves to stay in this lane all by himself.
Chippies wanted to kill him.
I just want to quickly mention as well, you saw the Zaya Rakan over Tristana tweet that came up. It is curious that they both went for that over the Jhin. We mentioned at the top of the show that Jin's probably the strongest champion of choice with the lethality changes, but Tristana and Zaya are both super hard carries. They're hyper carries that scale well into the late game, and that's where both of these teams are looking. Jhin a bit more of a liability and can be played around.
And Zaya and Trist are kind of the opposite in that Zaya does a fantastic job when teams are trying to dive on top of you.
Trist goes
very,
forwards.
very good. Trist, on the other hand, wants to go forward. She wants to get the first jump out, satchel, and then the kills start leading to resets, and she's able to bunny hop all over Summoner's Rift.
I mean, kind of makes sense. They've got a Cassiopeia on their team, another champion that likes to let teams dive in towards them, whereas Direwolves, you've got a Corki, Jarvan, as well as Elise. Everyone on their team wants to go forward. So a clash of styles here. We'll have to see which one comes out on top. But still very even game between the two teams. Direwolves have a small advantage, though, about 600 gold up.
Yeah, and I don't even know if it's a small advantage. I mean, 6 minutes in to be down just passively off lane, and a lot of that being in the top lane, 600 gold. I mean, that's a pretty big deal, and Doppler needs to be careful that he doesn't, you know, auto-lose top lane and just set up gank after gank for Shermfire.
And the difference between top is close to unacceptable for a Camille, especially going for Doran's Shield into Blade, into a Ruby Crystal. You're designed to not die in this lane, yet you were just that far behind by choosing to not die. That this is a big problem.
And Chippies has picked up the item where Jarvan starts to become strong, the Tiamat. And before that, he was already doing fantastically. Have to see how this lane continues. Mid lane, though, fairly even between Fnatic and Roma, but Roma is down in CS by about a wave.
Yeah, and this is kind of expected as Corki. Unless you're playing something that's an assassin, or, you know, that Kassadin that denies a lot of the magic damage, he's just so damn safe. Chippies over the wall.
Yeah, doesn't get too much. Just some auto attack harass. Shermfire was waiting just behind him in case anything went south, and they'll use that time to try and take away blue buff.
Yeah, I mean, we say it's not that much, but they get access to the top side blue buff. And when bottom lane was going so poorly, I mean, a recall had to come out of King and Destiny. That is actually a massive deal for Fnatic continually being able to shove out this way.
Yeah, still a very much conscious trade, however, from Sin. They know their top lane's losing, and it's good that Direwolves are playing towards that spawn, but at the same time, Sin's bottom lane has control, and they're playing towards that. So this is very much just trade.
Still, Direwolves are the ones with the slight goal lead at the moment. Let's see if they can turn it into anything. But at the moment, still exactly where we left it off. Bottom lane going in favor of Sin. Mid lane fairly even, slightly in Fnatic's favor, and top lane massively Chipper's favor to kick things off. Shermfire and Juve, though, they're just farming side by side. No early aggression from either jungler.
You could see that Ryoma wanted to recall that fish. She's out of potions, has got the Dark Seal, and with that should have a little bit of a sustain advantage over Corki. However, Corki's still sitting on a potion, shield, as well as that Warlord's Bloodlust. Actually can start HP trading quite effectively against a Cassiopeia, as long as he avoids the all-in.
It's very hard to get all in with a Hex Drinker there to deny it. And you also look towards Ryoma and say, does he know? Because a lot of players don't realize when a QSS or a Hex Drinker has been purchased and all in at the wrong time.
Yeah, spam the tab key, guys. As soon as you're running back to lane, just keep spamming tab. Look at everyone's items, make sure you know what's up. Goes back, actually gets a Blasting Rod. So we're going to see double mana item coming out. This is most likely going to be the roller build. So Ryoma just happy to scale as the game progresses.
Cassiopeia is one of those champions you can afford to do just that. Top side of the map, Doppler training a little bit better against Chippies, but the damage from Jarvan incredibly strong at the moment.
I mean, when you're 20 CS down, Fish, the damage kind of already done. Even if you force him out of lane once, you might lose like a 6 CS wave. You're probably not going to be able to make up that gap without help from a jungler, without really a hard shot.
And this isn't like a Jace Poppy matchup that we saw at Worlds, where 20 CS is expected and you're still going to be a Poppy at the end of the day. Anyway, you're a Camille, you need to carry, you need to kill people, and you need to be able to, at the very least, control a Jarvan as the game goes on, but Chippies is pretty far ahead.
Meanwhile, Shermfire makes his way down into the bottom lane, gets spotted out by a nice ward placed down by Rogue, despite the fact there was a pink ward in that brush. So denies the gank from the Wolves jungler.
And I'm really curious where this game is heading because you can see it's pretty slow, methodical pace right now. Junglers are trying to trade vision. You can see that ward on top side of river, mirrored by the ward right there that you can see on the top of your screen. A lot of effort being, I guess, put into sweeping out any kind of offensive vision. And with the package now, maybe a play goes towards bottom lane. He just used it. Yeah, not at all.
First package of the game just because expanded to go back to the mid lane.
Not a very big package.
You always have to use it, though. Don't let it expire, guys. If you don't press your W button, something went wrong. You can see FBI and Rogue playing up pretty far. Want to get Juves into this bottom lane gank.
Yeah, so they've got the safety of their jungler behind them. Shonefire's not close by. There's the engage going in. They get the charm as well as a knockup. Flash forward for Juves, and first blood's picked up by Rogue. Great synergy.
That's actually really good play coming out of both of them because they burn their summoner spells instantly. And what we've learned out of King is he will not flash unless he absolutely has to. He will look for the window to be able to survive, and that cost him his life right there.
It certainly did. Shonefire a little bit late to respond, so Sin makes the first play. They get in early. That's a minion, so they get out unimpeded.
And it's so hard playing against Rakan because when he steps out of the brush like that, he can be feigning, he can be baiting, you know, you don't know whether Juves is there. But if you don't flash instantly, he's like Alistar. He's on you in a heartbeat.
It's actually harder than Alistar, though, because he can W or he can Alt W. One of them you can dodge, the other one you absolutely cannot and will die on. But you don't know which one he's going to do until he's jumping at you from the brush. It's almost impossible to dodge.
On the mid lane, Roma and Fnatic's going at it. Good trade coming out from Cassiopeia, holding on to the ultimate. Fnatic's is trying to keep looking away from Snake, make sure he didn't get petrified. But doing a good job so far in this mid lane. That kill in the bottom lane, however, does set up Sin to have an advantage lane, which is in the bottom lane, kind of matching what's happened at the top side of the map.
And realistically, kind of already had that advantage, at least to a degree. The big concern that you'd be happy about if you were Direwolves is that the kill went to Rogue. If that went to the Xayah, then you were in big trouble.
And still, top side of the map is going heavily in favor of Chippy.
Thank you, Twitter analyst. Really discussing the important part. He's dead.
Yeah, that's going to be Petrifying Gaze getting thrown towards Fantix. He's able to flash away. Roma wants to chase further forward, but no poison on Fantix. One more auto attack. He gets it. They're going to try and run away. Shonefire flashing forward after the auto, making sure he secured that kill. Rogue's forced to dash away as well. Good return kill, but top side of the map, Chippy's wants a one-on-one solo kill. Dockler will finally get back into the safety of his turret.
Doesn't flash, so good on Dockler for knowing that he'll be able to survive.
That's a dive though. Chippy's is underneath the turret, just out of turret aggro, and will be traded upon here, finding quite a few minions as well.
Both junglers now pathing topside. You can see Dockler's actually just going to let him go. Ward's very deep, and Shern, he's done the right thing. He's mirrored very well. Now we'll run into Juves.
Get some good damage and kick things off. Juves will drink some of his ale and he'll be just fine, but there's a flash forward from Chippy's. Good body slam for Juves, gets him out of safety, but that Scuttle Crab blocked him there, and a fantastic ultimate. Knocks them both back.
That's a huge cast. I mean, you could see how much... Oh, again.
Yeah, to engage bottom lane. There is a Dark Passage there. King will get back to safety, but takes a lot of damage.
I mean, he has a refillable potion, but that's just not going to be enough for sustain at the moment. I want to go back to what Juves was able to do topside. You saw how badly Dockler lost that trade. And with how Chippy's was, healing up, it was going to be a turret dive coming in from Shernfire once the wave was instantly cleared. So Juves, even though he gets chunked out himself, actually saves the life of his top laner.
Yeah, he was at the right place, just a little bit late, but still there in time. You'd still look towards Chippy's and say, okay, you can push the wave, you can wait for minions, and then you can dive. But he went early. He definitely went early, and he is lucky that the Camille ultimate didn't trap him in turret range where he would have died. He was very close to that.
So he was. Meanwhile, Destiny flashing forward. He put a Dark Passage back to bring Shernfire into the fight, who repels immediately away from the Xayah ultimate. Teleport bottom lane. They lock down Shernfire. He's in trouble. He'll get taken down here, leaving the kill over, but Rogue still gets it with Ignite. So that cocoon from Shernfire denies some gold.
That should have been a cancelled TP, however. He was already 100% dead because of a bad hook that came out.
And that means, meanwhile, mid.
Yeah, Petrifying Gaze locking down Fantix. He's forced to Valk away. Roma can't chase any further forward for it.
And at this stage, if you were Sin, which is I think they're making a mistake in doing this, is you bring Gragas down, you 4 men for the turret. You know there's no response from Shernfire. You force yourself to the turret because Chippy's is going to smack it. At the very least, you get his teleport and equalize what happened.
Let's see if they can still take this one down. Rogue will get hooked here by Destiny, but this turret will fall. First brick falls to Sin. Knockup doesn't connect from Rogue, and FBI can't follow up.
And you can see that actually is just advantages mirrored across Summoner's Rift. Chippy's, he's 40 CS up. He's going to get solo turret gold on the bottom lane. The exact same thing can be said for FBI right now. The problem is that Tristana You know, she's pretty much guaranteed farm with how this current meta works. She's going to be able to pick up big side lanes. Dockler, however, if he cannot win the 1v1, will be forced after so much CS.
And this is, again, why I say you bring down Juves, you have 4 there, because you can continue to make a play and push that tempo for even a second turret if it comes to it. At least get that teleport from Chippies, because you are losing the 1v1. You're going to have a really bad time up there now.
So they're going to make the next proactive play, which is sending the AD carry and support towards top side of the map. Destiny is already up here, but King is still pushing out the bottom lane wave.
And as long as it hits the turret, that's absolutely fine for King to do, because that means there's going to be no freeze, and the wave is going to bounce back into Chippy's Waiting's arms. At the same time, top lane, sure, that can turn into a freeze, but if you bring up Shern, it's a little bit easier to push out. Actually, it's not going to become a freeze, it's Cannon Creep Wave.
Disaster.
FPI's going to eventually push this one out. Divers will have some time to react, but instead they send Destiny back down to the bottom side of the map. Fantix as well, Fire are collapsing.
So they actually don't think they can 2v2, so instead they're just going to hard push for this turret, and no one really outpushes Tristana at the moment, Fish.
Yeah, and they've got the package on Fantix. They've also got Schönfire here. Remember, Jarvan already rotated to mid to cover that wave, and it takes 30 seconds for Xayah to push up towards the turret in the top lane. So Direwolves, with that teleport advantage, have the ability to make the first play.
And Juice is going back to base with Rakan. Camille is still down here.
I mean, this still could potentially fall down. They've got Sheen, they've got the satchel that can go into the turret.
And there's a cannon. This is probably gone.
Very curious to see what Sin's response is, because they had top side of the map. They're going to get top lane outed for a 2-for-1 trade. Rift Herald was there as well, but Juice and Rogue coming back might have been a big mistake.
I mean, if they don't come back at the same time, that's probably going to be an inhibitor at this stage of the game. They just push so much faster. At the same time, they're still giving solo gold over to FBI, so there's a win condition. Good.
Lockdown mid lane. He gets stunned as well. He can't get out of this one, and Chippy's will fall right and gets another kill.
It's great rotation. Rogue's actually keeping Sin gaming in this game right now. He's absolutely been everywhere.
He's a one-man wrecking crew, and he's setting up Big Tommy in the mid lane as well with 2 kills on the Cassiopeia, ramping up on that Rod of Ages Cass. The big thing about what they're doing right now, Sin, is that whilst they lost that push, they lost the turret, this almost guarantees one. And so you can set that up, and that's in mid lane, which is the hardest to break out of if they're looking towards which lane to place it.
So Rift Herald will get taken down, and if Dockler can scale up, get to his next couple of items, he should be just fine in a long extended side lane, but still has quite a few, quite a bit of gold
Teleport coming into bottom lane, and they've already got Schönfire there. Dockler needs to start running, and not that direction, Fish.
He's going to get locked down here by Schönfire. Hits the Cocoon at max range, might almost solo kill him, but Dockler turns around, forces the repel. Let's see if he can get back out of this one. Trying to lock him down with the ultimate, can't quite get there. Will be shut down by Chippies.
Yeah, that's actually a really nice game coming out of Chippies and Shern. It's impossible to know that you have to run up back towards mid lane if you're Dockler there. He was trying to do the right thing. But just a good read. They expend a lot for it. They get the teleport out of Chippies finally, but still more effort going to shut down this split pushing Camille.
Still, the gold is slightly in favor of the Direwolves despite all the proactive efforts coming up from Sin. They still have Rift Herald in their back pocket. We'll have to see how Juice decides to use this major objective.
Still consider this a very weird back and forth between the teams at the moment. The gold lead's not reflective of any real advantage, and with a turret lead to the Direwolves, that can be brought back quickly again by the Rift Herald to just break that middle lane, and that's the most important turret realistically. Camille has 2 turrets that are dead, so it can freeze for an extended amount of time, can catch up in farm slowly, and will have the teleport coming up very shortly compared to that of Chippies. So ultimately, whilst Direwolves are making these good plays, this is a window where Sin pull it back.
Big spike for Fantix though. He's picked up his Trinity Force. King has completed his Infinity Edge, but still 40 CS behind FBI, who has Essence Fever and a single Seal picked up, just components.
Both teams actually posturing to fight here. You can see that they bring up the Camille, see if they can get a flank. They're trying to deny Vision back into that mid lane. I mean, turret with a Rift Herald drop right here. They're actually going top. This is really smart. They're going to be able to take tier 2 top turret, and it's a very long way to run if you are the Direwolves right
great
now.
vision control coming up from Sin so far.
And you watch
the entire top side of the map.
Direwolves now. Do they immediately recall? They know it's summoned, or do they push mid instead?
They go straight towards mid. They good petrifying gaze from Roma will knock back multiple members of the Direwolves. They're going to continue pushing for this outer turret. Camille is still split pushing, and they're 2 members of Sin top side of the map. That Rift Pill will get a charge on towards the end here, but our Direwolves have to be careful.
How far do you keep going if you're the Direwolves? You broke a turret, sure, but you're about to lose 2 additional ones. Jubes is just going to flank them, look to try and stop the recalls, as Rusty said. And right now, Dockler's on a turret, as well as FBI.
Oh, that inhibitor taking quite a bit of damage.
Bit of vision, too. They know exactly where Direwolves are, even if they come up.
Schoenfire's pathing his way up. Fantix wants to follow too, but Jubes is going to be able to cut off their pass. Meanwhile, Dockler will get jumped on by King as well as Destiny, taking some turret aggro. Locks down Destiny. Good hook will bring him back in. He tries to fight King, taking so much damage. Forced to heal, flushes over the wall. Destiny goes over as well and brings back King. Good pick in the bottom lane, but they break inhibitor turret top side of the map and look for a fight. They lock down Jarman. He's going to be the first one to flash away. Flags and drags his way out. Jubes looking for the snipe. Not enough damage, buddy.
And that's a big cocoon from Schernfire, stopping FBI from doing the damage. That would have been the kill. That would have just been a trade in the end. And with an open inhibitor top lane, there was a chance that Sin come up big from that. But the star player of Direwolves is going pretty big in this one.
It certainly is. You can see he's up in CS. That's very hard to do against an AoE farmer. And he's been able to stay ahead of experience the whole game long. They're really picking on Dockler this game. I mean, he's only died twice, but in the manner that he's died, you know, willing to burn 3 summoner spells, get over the wall, really looking to shut him down. Chippies, because of that extra gold, he's able to survive the gank. And Dockler, unfortunately, a little bit further behind, he dies.
Yeah, he's 6,200 gold behind Chippies at the moment.
6,200?
1,200 gold.
Out. He only has 6,000 gold.
That's how far he's behind. No, he's only 1,200 gold behind. So that's an entire Tiamat.
Yep.
Which is a big lead from Chippies.
And that's probably the difference between his Trinity Force and not his Trinity Force right now. When you go back towards those items, he's close to a spike. If he had it, might have been able to kill King. At least the Sheen part.
Let's see what the next proactive move is, because it's still very even between the two teams. However, Sin have the gold lead now, a very small one at that. Package has been picked up by Fantix and can look for another major objective.
They're actually looking top lane. You can see they're pinging onto Tommy. We want to see if they can get into the Cassiopeia lane. Cannot right now. Ryan is actually at a very nice spot in the game. He's got 20% cooldown reduction as well as that that roller stacking up. And Dockler is getting some time to just sit in a side lane and try and scale a little bit.
And if he ever scales up, he's got an open inhibitor to take down the top side of the map. If Chippies ever can't one-on-one him.
Top lane is kind of hard to push though, because you need Baron off the map to be able to push it. So that's not going to be the real priority. Giving him access to that bottom lane turret certainly would be. Shern's here again, Fish.
I know he's there.
Wards too. Shernfire just shadowing him. Dockler's got to be careful. The Cocoon is going to mix, but that's a lot of damage coming out from Shern. Blast Cone's there. Shernfire flashes over to get over the other side as well. Destiny will get an assist for this one. Shernfire takes it away. Meanwhile, mid lane, Fantix in trouble. He's going to fall. FBI goes further forward to pick up that kill, and King in some trouble. Returning damage. He gets the kill, stands his ground, and delivers. Now Juves and Rogue forced to run away. Direwolves are looking for this team fight. Roma will get hooked up as well. He's going to be the next casualty here. Rocket jumps coming out from King. Roma's dead, and this should be Baron to the Wolves.
What an absolute disaster for Sin Gaming. They go for the aggressive play, but one more time they get caught out. King going forward actually mucks up the rocket jump flash. Normally you can get more range. Instead, he just cancels the animation. Rusty, you smile a little bit. Unlikely error out of King, but it's still a Baron buff.
Yeah, it's still just funny. It'll be they get the Baron buff because 4 already dead, only starting to respawn now. And all of this is the kill Dockler and just take apart the map of Sin game. And it's working because Sin's responses, their trades, have been nowhere near as well timed or as efficient in what they're doing.
And this is what happens when you decisively attack a 1-4 Fish. We saw last week, you know, hesitation to go towards Jax. It was allowing him to 1v1, then 1v1 the next person. When you attack with, you know, 2-3 people, when you burn summoner spells to shut him down, it means you can force the issue on the other side of the map before they really have a chance to set anything up.
Didn't make it any easier for Sin, the fact that Direwolves Chippy was able to dominate top side of the map very early on in the matchup where Camille should do all right. Now, with this Baron buff, with a 2,500 gold lead, Direwolves can look to try and increase their advantage.
Yeah, look, you get poked out, and a lot of people will think we're being harsh, but it's not a negative 20 CS game. That's all we're trying to say. I mean, sure, you can fall down a creep wave, you can play a little bit hesitantly. I mean, at least at that stage of the game is very scary. So pay respect, fall down, you know, your one creep wave, but make sure you're able to farm up. Unfortunately for Dockler, trading a little bit too aggressively, fell down that 20 CS, and when you do that in experience, there's no way really back in the game.
And some of this is easy fixes, which is why you bring it up in the first place, right? Having a Doran's shield and a Doran's blade with all your components for a Trinity Force and sit on that for 10 minutes, you're never going to have a control ward. And without that control ward, you're going to get ganked unless your laners ward for you, protect you. But they're not. They're trying to trade on the opposite side of the map. And whilst he's playing proactively, the rest of the team are playing reactively to what Direwolves are doing. And when they see the gank is only when they go. So there's two ways to fix this if you're Sin.
No corrupting potion aside either for Doc. We'll have to see how he changes things in game number 2. But Sin aren't out of this one just yet. They're only 2,000 gold behind, and Direwolves have not made any plays off the back of their Baron buff so far. Camille is still split pushing in the bottom side of the map, has her Trinity Force. However, Jarvan has both his team fighting items complete with the Titanic Hydra as well as the Black Cleaver.
And they're just ignoring Camille. I mean, she needs to scale up a little bit more to be relevant. And you can just close the size of the map right now by taking the Jarvan mid lane. He can traverse over walls, whilst Doctor has been able to pick up that Trinity Force, which is a big deal for turret pushing. Baron buff, Creeps are just going to do it way better.
Fantix as well as King is still top side of the map. This turret is taking an absolute beating. Sin going to sacrifice it and let it be taken down by the Direwolves who push in with their Baron buff. About a third of the buff is left. Let's see if they can get anything else off of it.
As long as there's a Camille bottom, there's an opportunity to push top.
Oh, that's an engage from Juice. They knock back Fantix. He's going to get charmed and knocked up, but still at half health. Valve's away. He's perfectly fine. Teleport is coming in from Chippies. He wants to get into the fight. Jumps in, taking a lot of damage. He's forced to take the Dark Passage out. Direwolves will retreat from this fight. Meanwhile, Camille's able to take down bottom lane out of turret, and Sin is still pushing to cancel recalls.
Exactly right. If they can continue to push up, if they can cancel any of the recalls, this becomes very dicey because Dockler, whilst he can't fight the Jarvan right now, can continue to push in the turret. Juves, you can't get too far ahead because they'll just turn and kill you, but they do trade rather well here, Sin Gaming.
Yeah, that's the second inhibitor turret that's been taken down by Sin.
And they haven't even broken the first turret in the mid lane, Fish.
What the heck? That was a really surprisingly well-engaged fight coming out from Juves there.
Certainly was, and I think it was a bad teleport from Chippies. I mean, he completed, then he dove the turret. If he had just stuck around full health, maybe they can pressure the dive, but when everyone else has used cooldowns, and then you go solo under the turret, Dockler doesn't have to respond.
No, and you couldn't be more happy for that if you were Dockler. He gets to catch up some CS difference, he gets his Trinity Force spike, and that's when the trade happens. Things go well for Sin, all things considered there.
And I really like that coming out from a lot of teams we see when they're behind, when they're up against the Baron buff, to say, okay, let's sit back, let's farm this one out. Sin, take the proactive approach, make a stand, and it makes a big difference.
And I think the big thing was that Chippies is a strong member of the Direwolves. He was joining lane versus the fact that Ryoma and FBI are the two very strong members right now of Sin. And they're always going to be at the fight. They are the four. They're the ones that are going to have to stand and deliver against this lineup.
Yeah.
Sure, you know, Fantix is at a power spike, but he's gone Maul, which is a little bit more of a defensive item. And King, he's getting towards his second Zeal item now, but wasn't at that stage when he was sieging up these turrets. So they have been trading power across the map.
I'm just going to say this as a support main. I look at Sin's items, and Ryoma just makes me happy. He has 3 control wards. That's 2 more than your average player on League of Legends, let alone mid laners.
That's 3 more than your average player.
Okay, yeah, look, I speak like a support player.
Hey, I played support this morning. I bought 0 control wards. I built a site.
You are not playing a support player. You're Smite Alistar.
I didn't play Smite. Played Ignite Alistar.
No, you played Alistar with a Trinity Force and a Static Shiv.
And nearly an Infinity Edge.
And nearly an Infinity Edge. Rusty, please stop this man.
And I had no control wards.
I agree with what Ejim said on Twitter about you. That's a reportable offense.
No, he said that's a bannable offense. He went one step further, Fish. He skipped the jury and just went straight to the executioner.
Oh boy, but no Infinity Edge Alistars in this match. As it stands, Cena only 2,000 gold behind the Direwolves, which is not that big.
Going aggressive. He's got Fantix behind him, but this is a bold move.
Direwolves are still pushing in towards the inside of the map. They do have the advantage, but as we mentioned, not a drastic one at the moment. Chippies is still working towards his Gargoyle's Stone Plate. No big spikes coming out from Dockler just yet. He really needs that Ravenous Hydra that he's looking to pick up.
Yeah, another game, another Ravenous Hydra coming out of Camille. That sustained 1v1 is really what they're going for, not at all looking for the team fight. Because she can team fight if she gets the correct items.
Yep, for sure.
I mean, as soon as Dockler picks that up, Chippies can no longer go one-on-one against him, just because it's the same that Camille will have, and a lack of that Chippies will not have. Meanwhile, mid lane inner turret is taken down.
I guess just at the rapid fire cannon point of King's item build on Tristana, there isn't really a team fight hope in the world for Sin Gaming against Direwolves without the flash engages coming out of them. Super flash reliant to get that going. Rogue is the only one that can really engage right now, and that's why turrets continue to drop, but they're getting King closer to those items, and even flash range is hard to get towards with Tristana then.
But at the same time, if you're FBI, you don't want to fight until you have that Infinity Edge power spike. You want to be able to go toe-to-toe with him, and if he ever comes into range, absolutely blow him up. King is known to jump forward on the Tristana.
Yep.
He's a dash-forward Lucian as well. He's just an in-your-face AD carry, and if you ever do that against a Xayah that has Infinity Edge, you generally die very quickly.
Well, there's a hook coming out towards Rogue, and that's a rocket jump forward. Rogue will dash out, takes quite a bit of damage from Tristana. Incredibly scary stuff coming out from
He jumped
King.
forward? I, for one, am shocked.
Never. He wouldn't. He did not jump forward in that whole game last night and destroy me. Not once.
Now let's see what Sin decided to do next, because Camille does have that Ravenous Hydra. He is split pushing against Jarvan. Fantix, however, is shadowing Chippies at the moment.
Essentially looking for the buff. You can see Ashley goes now.
That's going to be Flying Dragon missing. Here comes Fantix. No package available, so only has that Valkyrie, and Doppler just skips out of it. Chippy's going to flash further forward, looking to chase forward. Will dodge out the Flying Drag.
The problem is that right now Sin are getting nothing because they had sent FBI back from his Infinity Edge. So whilst that looked like a lot burned, Chippy uses the flash, so it is mirrored. Oh, that's a little bit strange.
Yeah, good damage on the Jews, but he just goes back. Body bop. Shermfire will dodge out the ultimate with his repel.
Here.
Dark Passage is there to bring it back to
teleport
safety. And that's
from Camille.
a teleport? You have to cancel that.
Right,
You know he does
down.
not.
I mean, he felt like he had to complete because Chippies had already made it there to the fight, even though he doesn't have ultimate. Goes
That's a flash
in.
engage. They're looking for Fantix. Going to get locked down by Doppler. He's stuck in the pit. We'll be able to knock both of them out by King, but he gets shut down because he moves forward. Double kill has been picked up by Ryoma, and that's 3 kills in a team fight by Sid. Chippies will get out with Destiny, but massive engage.
What an absolutely huge engage. Dockler and Rogue working together, but on the back end, Tommy hits a 2-man Cassia OPL. They're going to continue this one, Fish.
Doppler will get taken down by the Ignite, popped by Destiny. Sin, however, not deterred from taking down this Baron buff. They want this. Jubes is fairly low. Chippy's going to try and get in, but instead, Baron has been taken as Sin turned the game around.
Yeah, a little bit like the Kalista. The Xayah Feathers do a lot of damage, so no smite coming out of Jubes. There was a 47 HP Baron for a brief moment there.
And you'd be happy to trade Doppler for a Baron buff. Yes, the 1 kill goes down, but they still have to use things to kill him, and you get the Baron buff on 4 members. A little bit disappointed if you're Camille that you don't get it for your split pushing. That seems to be proven that by teleporting with his Ravenous Hydra, he's happy to teamfight.
Yeah, that was a strange one. But at the end of the day, all's well that ends okay. Let's take another look at this one. Jubes actually looks like he's getting caught, but we've said time and time again, you don't want to catch the Jubes, you don't want to go fishing for him.
And the big thing here is actually King dying. And the reason that King dies after the teleport comes through, you have to keep your eyes peeled on, is that he's trying to save Fantix by going forwards to ult Camille out of his own ultimate, and then gets hit by a Cassiopeia, and that's big.
Yeah, so here's the ult coming right there. Gets him out, but then Cassio nails him with the ult. And that means that Ryoma gets the instant double kill. They're able to speed it up here. I mean, on the back end of it, Doppler is a little bit greedy for the Honey Fruit, doesn't go with the team, and ultimately falls down. But still, we already mentioned it. That's a box, that's an Ignite. That's a lot expended to take down the low health top laner.
It's also FBI. They got the root onto King, allowing that petrifying gaze from Ryoma. So great play all around from Sin to kick off that engage. They're now back even in gold and still have half a Baron buff to work with.
You might be right, Spawn. The secret to beating Direwolves is to let them come to you with a comp that beats it. Cassiopeia, Xayah, Gragas, Rakan, all of these champions excel at that.
They've got double Knight's Vow as well. 1 on FBI, 1 on Ryoma.
And why would you not? When your carries are as good as FBI and Ryoma at the moment, why would you not play a 2-carry comp and try and protect them? And if you are Doppler, I think at this stage you're doing the right thing. You're trying to facilitate that team fight and trying to let, you know, the Cassiopeia and the Xayah actually put in the work that they need to do.
Sin able to break the mid lane out of turret finally. Gold still fairly even between the two squads. The Baron buff is still up for Sin. Fanta's going to use his time to go back to base. He's picked up his rapid fire cannon.
And now I've been questioning the late game decision making of the Direwolves a little bit lately. And this is an area where they need to excel. They're 1 mistake away from losing this game. They've got double open inhibitor.
Yeah.
You've got a Xayah at 3 items that's going to be able to push through turrets incredibly well. Not to mention the Camille. If you make a mistake here, if Shern goes in aggressively and dies, you will lose the game.
And they're afraid, Sin, of the engage from Direwolves. They've got everyone here. They're respecting that holy. There's no teleport, but there is an open inhibitor top. There is an open inhibitor bottom, and Sin are choosing to group as 5 mid. And yes, that is respect, but maybe you look at that and say that could be inhibitors.
Bottom lane is being pushed in by the Direwolves. Big creep wave there. Top lane will slowly be pushed back by Sin. Baron buff is about to expire. There's only about 1 or 2 more minion waves. And it's going to be Direwolves to move further forward. They try to lock down Rogue. They kill Doppler before he can do anything in this fight. A big cataclysm coming out from the Jarvan. FBI will flash away. Ryoma's trying to fight from the back lines of the jungle. King will take down Rogue. FBI still trying to keep his captain alive, but he will fall. King dashes forward. FBI looking for the kill. Will get knocked back by Tristana. Ryoma, however, able to take down Shermfire all by himself inside of the red jungle. Dives to Fantix. Big team fight from the Wolves.
Huge team fight out of the Direwolves. Schönfire actually makes the right call, flashes forward aggressively, nails the cocoon, and even though King goes toe-to-toe with FBI, he actually ults him away, pays a little bit of respect, and they're going to look to push down mid and bottom lane.
Yeah, teleporting bottom, so that's where Chippies is going to go. This could be the play that not quite ends the game, but opens the map up for Direwolves. And Sin, they fight back, they get the Baron, and it looks like they've fought all that they could, and it wasn't enough.
Direwolves will back off after taking down the inhibitor, and again, Direwolves, second time in this game, making the proactive attempt to fight a team that's pushing in that is ahead.
And I mean, it was a risky call because if Schön gets Cassia Opia altered straight away, immediately, I mean, this can go all kinds of pear shapes, but he has the Banshee Veil available. He actually didn't even flash. Someone just walked at him.
Yeah, he was trying to pop the Banshees.
And then, you know, big ultimate comes out of the Jarvan. And this just turns into a front-to-back team fight where you have a stone plate Jarvan versus only a jungler really frontlining.
Yeah, absolutely. FBI and Ryoma, they do their work as much as they can at the back end of this, but there's only so much that you can really achieve from this point. And it's good from Fantix and Chippies to secure that kill. But the timing of that kill could not have been better. You look at Sin, you say, set up your sideways, threaten the inhibitors, use the Baron buff, but they ran it down mid.
Yeah. Typical Sin style. However, it's 2,000 gold that separates these two teams. Direwolves looking very comfortable in this match still.
Just leaves you wondering, Fish. Their team fighting is so good, they could just do the step before the team fight.
Yeah, if they could actually make the team fight a hard decision for the Direwolves to make. Right now, Direwolves get to pick when they fight because they're the ones with all of that side wave control. Although, they do have the teleport advantage on Camille. While she's pushing into super creeps, Camille deals with super creeps quite easily, Fish.
Especially with Ravenous Hydra, Doppler will have the necessary lifesteal to continue in that lane. You just saw the gold advantage there. It's still the same top side of the map.
I just don't know how you win a 5v5 team fight now. You've got a Locket that's going to be across from Destiny. If Chippies pops Gargoyle, Stoneplate, Locket at the same time, that is so much extra health for everyone else on his team. And then you've got perfect mixed damage coming out of, you know, the magic damage on the Elise as well as the Corki, and then just the brute power that Tristana is going to be currently bringing to this fight. And as I said, there's no real tanks apart from Chippies running around this map.
Yeah, and you know, usually you'd look at the Locket and Gargoyle Stoneplate and say, well, it's for burst, because the Locket goes away very quickly, rapidly decays. However, there isn't that crazy amount of burst coming out of Sin. It's a lot of consistent damage, and so maybe it will be good, maybe it can outplay with timings, and the shield will be incredibly large. But there's also an opportunity for Sin to just let it happen, just let the shield subside, and just keep damaging through it.
Well, let's see if they can do that. Still a very even game, 36 minutes in. Direwolves do have, I should say, they have broken the inhibitor bottom side of the map. Camille is still dealing with super minions that are crashing and slowly. Fantix is the one that is currently split pushing top side of the map. No package available for the Corki, but does blue buff to clear out waves quite effectively.
I love Fantix, he's my boy, but no static Shiv to go with the exhaust fish makes me a little bit upset. And he's only got room for that Infinity Edge, so he's definitely going to be static Shiv less as the game goes on. Makes me worry about the success that this Corki's going to find.
I, however, very happy with Silent build. Love it a lot. Just the rapid fire cannon, you just need the range. More than Morty, it's lots of respect.
It's not a fun way to play Corki.
But it's the smart way. Meanwhile, Sin will try and contest this Baron that has been started by the Direwolves.
Teleport coming in nice and early. They want a 5v5.
Oh, but that's so quick. Already taken down, but they go for a big engage. Rogue locks down everyone. Juice body pops forward with the flash. This looks like a big team fight for Sin. FBI has killed Sin. They're taking down 3 members of the Direwolves after Baron's picked up.
What an absolute cracker of a team fight. Rogue is a man possessed today. He flies into the whole team, Rusty, and gets them all.
And that's what you can do is still Direwolves. They're trying to prevent this from happening. They're not going to get it, and they'll just push mid right now. Dockler's stopping recalls.
He's trying to. Oh, gets
them
again. He's probably going to die for this one, or does he? He gets out. He's going to load sweep, forces a flash. Meanwhile, the rest of Sin, they're pushing through. They're going to get 2 turrets for this.
Yeah, they certainly are going to look for the inhibitor as well. Still only 2 members available, although they do have Baron buff.
And open inhibitors top and bottom. If Sin decide to stay and commit to something extra, it's risky, but it's definitely possible.
They're doing it. 8 seconds on Destiny. Schönfire now. 11 seconds coming back up as well as King. 2 inhibitors for that.
So strange to go top lane, though. Elder Drake potentially is why they've gone for it. Normally, you would see a team take the bottom lane inhibitor. But at the same time, if they want to fight for this Elder Drake, they only have an air themselves. Certainly is possible.
Ooh. Rogue is just so good at League of Legends sometimes. It really is a pleasure to watch. Rakan, a playmaking champion. That's right in Rogue's wheelhouse in terms of what he wants to do. He's a Thresh player. but that was special.
And we talked about him. He's the big playmaker from Sin, and he's going to continue doing just that. 2-1 and 10 on the count at the
100%
moment.
kill participation. You just don't kill people unless they're ogres on the map right now. Unfortunately for Sin Gaming, however, they stayed too long. They weren't able to reset that map, and Elder Drake does fall down. So whilst they have the inhibitors, they really don't want to fight right now.
Yeah, now curious to see how long can Sin survive against this Baron buff. Sorry, Elder Dragon buff.
And Baron, yeah. So they're dealing with both. They've managed to reset, but the 2 inhibitors should slow down Direwolves by a substantial amount.
And surprisingly, for a team that just lost a big Baron buff fight and 2 inhibitors, life's quite good for the Direwolves right now, fellas.
Yep. It's a bit weird.
I'm in host mode, sorry. Sponsors are flashing everywhere, Fish. I'm having fun.
Yeah, I remember you at League of Origin. This game, however, still in favour of the Direwolves. 2,000 gold up.
Than a Sydney football player.
Shout out to Tony Lockett.
But again, very even game between Sin as well as the Direwolves. Direwolves definitely look like they have the upper hand at the moment. They've got the 2 major buffs of Baron as well as Elder Dragon. Continue to push for these objectives. They just have to be careful of the split push from Doppler, or do they? Because Teleport is down for Camille.
Oh,
They got Showfire though. There's a Dark Passage there, but he gets charged by Rogue. Stops him from taking the damn Dark Passage.
And somehow again, Journey's sitting mid lane, whilst the rest of his team is on the opposite side of the map. He dies, and this could cost them the game.
He gets trapped by FBI, followed up by everything else. Direwolves are making the play to force Sin back to base. Remember, they've got the Baron, they've got the Elder. This is the correct move from the Direwolves.
And they are going to be able to stop most of Sin here. Sorry, Direwolves are going to be able to push through this and take down one of the inhibitor turrets as well as the inhibitor. Now they're going back to base. Baron buffs only on Fantix and Chippy. Sin are trying to rush
pushing.
out.
I mean,
Camille,
I hope you can recall, guys,
Camille's
because if
gonna
you
end the
can't,
game.
she's going to end the game.
looking for it. Look at that. They locked down King. He's forced to use his QSS, trying to flash away, looking for the rocket jump as well. There's a Dark Passage, but is that a trap? Juice is not going to be able to knock them back in. Camille
And here
is
goes
hitting
Dockler.
it. Dockler's going to be able to get some damage
Chippies
here.
is
Chippies is back in base. Is that enough to stop him? Fantic's going to go back as well. He's got the Empower recall, so there should be 1 Nexus turret falling, I believe. Or they're going to go
Dockler.
5 for a Dockler. What are you doing? He's going to get taken down here. Fantix will Valk on his face. 1 more bomb should be enough. There is a range minion attacking him, but it will be King that picks up that kill.
And you can see both these teams, they're starting to get desperate. The game's getting a little bit sloppy. First, Shermfire makes a bold call, backfires in his face. Dockler sticks around when they lose sight of where the Baron-empowered recalls are. He dies as well. This game on a knife's edge, and neither team really executing crisply.
Half of it's reacting, half of it's proactive as well, and that's where this balance comes in. The set strategies have gone out the window, and it's all about what can I get right now in the next 10 seconds? What is the best play then? And that's where these trades start to come across.
And we're approaching late game here. It's 79,000 gold for the Direwolves, 76,000 for Sin. No inhibitors left for the Direwolves. 1 down for Sin. They still have mid lane inhibitor turret left up to defend against the Wolfpack.
Cassiopeia has gone back and picked up a death cap.
Ooh.
Tommy has probably, you know, approaching 900 AP at the moment.
We don't get to talk
And
about
he's still got a last item.
Yep, we don't get to talk about it too much. Cassiopeia does not need to buy boots thanks to her passive. He's waiting for that fun item. Fantix does have his package though.
I think we could make a Sidewinder Cassiopeia skin. Just a thought. That'd be pretty cool. She just slither sideways. That's little. It's not hard, Fish.
How much? He's got 900. He's got 892 AP.
Oh.
Go towards a second death cap. Give me the 1,000.
Luden's Echo might work as well.
And probably going to go to what?
Would he
Actually,
go
that could be a
Sonya?
Leandre.
Yeah, I was going to say, where's his Leandra? He's even Rylai's if you want to get some extra utility.
Dude, mate, you're talking about Ryoma. You do not want him to buy his Onyas.
Look,
He's in full hard carry mode.
look. I know he's a good player.
Onyas doesn't do maximum damage.
Oh, well, let's see what he decides to pick up. Doppler, they're looking for an engage. Will get locked down and hooked as well by Destiny.
Skill
Is he
shot,
okay?
locked in, just sending a message.
Sin marching it down mid lane.
Yeah, but look at where Direwolves were already. They're recalling from top and bottom. They've pushed out the side waves as best they can. Sin, they're making the play. It's towards the mid inhibitor, but remember with that Baron up soon, it's not necessarily just about this inhibitor. It'll be nice to have, but it's control of the Baron pit.
It's about keeping them here for the next 45 seconds. So they don't have vision over the Baron area. So then you can collapse into your Fog of War and look for your pick. Although he's being hooked.
They've caught FBI. He uses the cleanse, immediately throws out the ultimate very early on.
There's
that big Cataclysm. Locks down 4 members. Hedgefly engaged, so we'll get a couple as well. King, what are you doing? He's one-on-one-ing Dockler on the side. That's suicide, King. We'll get exhausted. Fancies will stop as well. And Sinner looking to try and continue this fight. Surefires being caught out, repels down, and will die.
Dockler's dead.
Does end up dying to King. Can he get onto the flanks of his back
Juice
line?
is caught.
Big hook coming out from Destiny. Locks down Juice for maximum range. It's a 1-for-1 trade. Jungler for top laner.
And this is so back and forward, but you can see this time around, big side lanes for the Sin Gaming lineup, which means Baron in 20 seconds is a huge possibility. They can get recalls off. They can then rush back towards that part of the map. With 35 seconds still on Shermfire, he will not be around to contest.
And now you look at the fight, you say Shermfire, he can't get in. If Direwolves go there are still a lot of summoner spells missing from both of these teams. It's dangerous, but Chippies, he's already teleported. They've committed to defending this Baron, and so now you look at the team fight. Will they take it? Or will Sin take the Baron because of the smite advantage?
Sin didn't rush it. They do go back to base. They pick up a couple of items.
They don't have to rush. They have the TP, and it is going to take Shern, that 20 seconds to walk towards the Baron. And there's super minions still streaming into the base. And Direwolves already used their TP. There is no way they can feasibly defend
They're
it.
doing this on Vision to taunt the Direwolves.
Nexus turret is on half health. That is an incredibly low Baron. Chippies tries to slide in. Will take some damage. Sin continue taking it. They get the Baron, but they lock down Fancy as well. He's grounded. Takes too much damage. He's
And
dead.
they're teleporting. That's going to be the game potentially.
Dockler, he's already in the base. Kills one Nexus turret. He's up against Shermfire though. Chippies is trying to stop minions mid lane, being a bit cheeky here. But this should be game for Sin. I don't see how Direwolves get out of this.
Yeah, I certainly don't. There's going to be a super weak Crave. Super minion.
Super weak.
Creep
wave coming
Gotcha.
in the bottom lane.
It definitely is a super weak, super minion creep wave here. Spawn game number 1 of Super Week. Already look like an absolute fantastic match. Direwolves trying to hold on to this one without their perfect mid laner. One Nexus turret left for the Wolves. Let's see if they can do it. Sid, march on forward. They're going to be able to take this one down. Hook goes wide from Destiny. It's now another Wolfpack. You've got to do something. Shermfire goes to the back lines. He gets destroyed. And FBI flashes on King's face. Almost takes him down instantly. Instead, they focus on Nexus and they take game 1 over the Direwolves.
And I don't know what it is, but there's something about Sin and Super Weeks because they've just done what everyone at home doubted they could. They pick up game number 1, and we are in for a cracker of a week. And what a great game to kick it off.
Yeah, you said what can they do to replicate what AV did against the Direwolves, maybe take out a victory against the Direwolves themselves. Well, just do it in your own way is Sin's answer to this one. And just have Rogue be an absolute monster.
Yeah, he was huge, but it was also kind of similar. 5v5 team fights right now do not seem to be the Direwolf style.
No, it does not. Again, late game decision making for the Direwolves. Early game looked good for them. Top side of the map was winning. Bottom lane, not so much, but it wasn't that drastic. And as soon as it hit late game, it just all fell apart.
And you can see Richard's face right now. That is the face of a guy that got caught 4v5 at a Baron pit and potentially cost his team the game. I mean, what is the mental reset now? What do Direwolves have to do?
I mean, to be honest with you, it's not just Fantix that you'd be feeling that for as well. You look towards Shermfire and you say he was also caught out of position. There was times where Dockler was 1v1ing King as a Camille and a Tristana. There's these moments where all of the Direwolves aren't playing around vision, aren't playing front to back. They're all being solo heroes.
And if you're the Direwolves now, the best reset for them is to go, okay, that was game 1. We still have 2 more games here. We can still pick up 2 points and the victory at least and stay undefeated. And that's what they have to focus towards now.
All right, cool. But let's pull this game apart a little bit. We were talking about it in such a Direwolves positive lens at the start of the game. Big advantage top side of the map going towards Chippies. He went the full tank build and tried to team fight. Do you think that was the right call?
I mean, I think it's the right call given how behind the Camille was that early into the game. You take the team fight decision, you build for the team fights, and you take those team fights, and it just seems to me like whilst that was the correct call, it wasn't executed on well enough to push them through anywhere.
Completely agree. We never actually saw Camille in a side lane against Jarvan. They're always across different sides of the map. If we saw them actually face off, then I agree. Maybe he should have gone towards something else. But in this situation, he just didn't execute on the team fights perfectly.
All right, cool. And on the flip side of it, we saw that Xayah picked up a huge advantage down there in the bottom lane. We didn't talk about it because King got a triple kill and it kind of boosted him back into the game. But FBI and Rogue, they kind of bodied King and Destiny in this game. I mean, they absolutely started on him, if I'm going to be honest.
It wasn't just in the laning phase either. We saw in the team fights, every single fight, Rogue looked fantastic, except for one team fight. FBI was never getting caught out, always positioning quite nicely and was dealing tremendous amounts of damage for
And
the
it's
team.
not that Destiny looked bad, it's not that King looked bad, it's just how well Sin's bottom lane 2v2 did play it out. And that really is the weird contrast we had in this game is the bottom lane of Sin was winning, the top lane was losing, and it's the converse for Direwolves. And ultimately, when you hit team fighting, you kind of want your bottom lane to be winning.
And we didn't see that big matchup between Juves and Shermfire. They did nothing during the early game. They were just pathing side by side, farming it up. A couple of ganks in the bottom lane being mirrored by one another, but there was no big match. Shermfire couldn't make that impact for his solo lanes.
Yeah, he certainly couldn't. And at the end of the day, Juves was on the Gragas, the better team fighting champion, and that showed.
Yeah, and he was able to make these proactive team fights. We saw the first one, top side of map, when Dire was pushing in, 4-on-5. He engaged, made sure that they did something instead of just losing turrets for free. And then again in the mid lane, taking down Shermfire through the rappel, starting a big team fight which got them Baron.
And it wasn't just that as well, right? He's also following Rogue's engages, using the flash cooldowns, and I feel like maybe that's where Direwolves can attack something quicker next time around. If Gragas has the flash, then he can engage on you. But what Sin did so well is when Gragas didn't have flash, Rogue was engaging.
Yeah, and I think they also were fighting very courageously. They were just throwing themselves at the Direwolves, and that means they pick up the first game victory. However, guys, we still want you to get involved. Use that hashtag. Tweet at us at OPL. Use the hashtag IamOPL. And make sure you're sending in your questions. Anything about 7.14. We saw a very standard game, but we saw Sim pick up the victory. We'll be back after a couple of quick highlights after this break.
Close by. There's the engage going in. They get the charm as well as a knockoff. Flash forward for Juice, and first blood's picked up by Rogue. Fantic's in trouble. He's going to fall. FBI goes further forward to pick up that kill, and King in some trouble. But returning damage, he gets the kill, stands his ground and delivers. Now Juice and Rogue forced to run away. Direwolves are looking for this team fight. Roma will get hooked up as well. He's going to be the next casualty here. Rocket jumps coming out from King. Roma's dead, and this should be Baron to the wall. What engage? They're looking for Fantic's going to get locked down by Doppler. He's stuck in the pit. We'll be able to knock both of them out by King, but he gets shut down because he moves forward. Double kill has been picked up by Roma, and that's 3 kills in a team fight by Sin. And that's going to be Direwolves to move further forward. They try to lock down Rogue. They kill Doppler before he can do anything in this fight. A big cataclysm coming out from the Jarvan. FBI will flash away. Roma's trying to fight from the back lines of the jungle. King will take down Rogue. FBI still trying to keep his captain alive, but he will fall. King dashes forward. FBI looking for the kill. Will get knocked back by Tristana. But that's so quick. Already taken down, but they go for a big engage. Rogue locks down everyone. Juice body pops forward with the flash. This looks like a big team fight for Sin. FBI has killed Sin. They've taken down 3 members of the Direwolves after Baron's picked up. It's now another Wolfpack. You've got to do something. Shermfire goes to the back lines. He gets destroyed, and FBI flashes on King's face. Almost takes him down instantly. Instead, they focus on Nexus, and they take game 1 over the Direwolves.
Welcome back to Week 5, Day 1, OPL Super Week. I am Spawn. Joining me is Fish, as well as Rusty down the end of the desk there. And we just saw Sin Gaming absolutely style on the Direwolves late game. Their bottom lane absolutely popping off. Guys, where do you want to start with that game, and what changes do you want to see going into the next game?
I think you should start on this one. Where the heck do we go?
I think for me, when I watched Direwolves play and lose that game, it was more fundamental than anything else to me. It was like a decision-making problem that I was highlighting from them. The best way to fix that, usually you'd say, is do what Sin do and just pick a simple composition. Don't make it difficult for yourselves and just have that one strategy and play it better.
Isn't that what Sim want you to do? You know, pick that one
Absolutely,
composition, go
but
scrappy.
if you do it better.
But that's kind of
Was their comp hard
yeah.
to execute? I mean, Thresh arguably has a higher degree of difficulty. You don't pick Elise for the team fighting, but you don't pick Camille for a team fighting either, although we saw both of them go into team fights. I mean, I think that they had a decent 5v5 comp.
I agree, and just like Rusty said, I believe it's just the execution coming out from Dials that was really lacking. They made the right decisions. Early game, we saw their macro play was great. They were trading 2-for-1 in turrets. They were up 2,000 gold, making sure they always took it to Sin, but the execution late game was just not there for Direwolves.
But the reason the execution was also off is because the decision-making to get to that point to execute was off as well. Getting caught to start every fight opposed to starting the fight. So when you are starting it against a composition that wants you to start it, is that not in Sin's favor?
And this is a recurring trend from the Direwolves. You saw this when they played against Gigabyte Marines. Until 20 minutes, they looked absolutely fine at the against the best team at Rift Rivals. And then 20 minutes
Best team at Rift Rivals that went 2-1. I have absolutely no idea what he's talking about.
One of the best teams at Rift Rivals. And then as soon as it hit 20 minutes, it just all fell apart for them. It just didn't work out.
Yeah, it wasn't ideal for them. And again, Direwolves, we mentioned maybe they can change some things. Sin still need to change a little bit.
Yeah, they certainly do. Let's actually take a look at the jungle matchup, because this was our matchup to watch before the game. And, you know, Juves 0-2-8, not the prettiest scoreline, but you're saying doing exactly what his team needed, Fish.
Yeah, he did that. I mean, he didn't farm up as much as Fire. He didn't do anything proactive in the early game, but they need him to be this big team fighter for the squad. Mirrored Fire, made sure his bottom lane was safe whenever he was down there, made some proactive plays, and shut down the aggression that we normally see from Fire.
And Shern was ganking incredibly well. He was focusing one lane, though, with most of his ganks, and that was Dockler's lane. And it's been proven that you can kill him 7 times. He'll still find a way to get into a team fight, and the rest of Sin will still find a way to change it up and actually be a strong 4-man unit. And so maybe, while Fire perform well, even comparatively to Juves in terms of performance, maybe he changes where he's going.
And I really like that out of Dockler again. We criticized him for his match against Chippies, a match that we thought he should take in the one-on-one, but he did just that. Was still able to get to team fights on a split-pushing champion, out-team fought Chippies, and contributed to Sin despite falling so far behind.
And I think the biggest thing for me out of the Shern versus Juves matchup is that Shern stayed on the opposite side of the map of Juves. For whatever reason, didn't seek him out, didn't try to fight him. And, you know, that has to be a little bit of respect. We've said this is kind of master and apprentice, and the pathing out of Juves was actually quite good.
Yeah, it actually was very good. They did vertical jungle clears at the start. He was always at the right place at his winning lane, and I feel like, whilst I don't want to fault Shernfire's pathing, Juves did it well. And basically, they were identical to each other on the opposite sides because they were at their winning lane. No one was helping the losing lane. They were all helping their winning lane.
Now I want to see if Juice can do the exact same thing in game number 2, because we know he's an up and down performance jungler. If he can continue this great performance, it might set up Sin for success against Direwolves.
Certainly should be able to. Maybe the one lane that did lose on Sin Gaming, however, was their top laner Dockler. Let's take a look at the head-to-head and how exactly he went against Chippies, because Chippies, especially in that early stage of the game, was doing his role, and you can see actually wasn't dying and was a big team fight presence, you know, with the locket, with the stone plate.
This was huge because Jarvan doesn't do well in lane until he goes back and picks up his tier unless he's in some certain matchups. Camille's not one of them. He was already 30 CS up, and about 15 minutes into the game, he was 1,300 gold ahead of ahead of Dockler, and Camille couldn't do anything, even after she picked up the Ravenous Hydra.
Yeah, look, Chippy's farmed well. He seemed to team fight perfectly fine. The cataclysms were hitting multiple people, and so you know what, you can't fault him for that aspect of it, and you can still fault Dockler for his laning phase and maybe the lack of vision around when he was pushing and the timing of that. You'd still say that Chippy's handled him extremely well.
But again, we never saw Chippies go into a side lane against Camille, even before she picked up the Ravenous Hydra, and even after. He was always grouped up with the team, never using the teleport efficiently, and Camille got the best out of that situation.
Yeah, when he approached, it looked like he was coming with another person. They were going for the gank. They weren't cleaning up the farm. Then they were leaving and trying to team fight again. So I want to know where the blame does lie. We've talked about how Chippies played well, how Fantix looked okay. I mean, you can't lose a 45-minute game of League of Legends without the blame lying somewhere. Who needs to step up for the Direwolves now?
I honestly think that was a team thing there. The Direwolves looked shaky in multiple parts of the map. I don't think there's one person you're really going to be like, this guy needs to step up. I feel like everyone in the Direwolves really needs to get their heads together.
Do you know what I'm going to say?
What?
Fantix.
Fantix?
Yeah. He didn't do anything. He played fine, went more of Malmortius, went defensive, didn't do the damage that was needed from him. King, you know he's going to jump forwards. You know how to play around this. Chippies was a good team fighter. Schönfire one lane for Chippies, and then Chippies reciprocated. But I didn't see anything from Fantix. The package use was non-existent. There was nothing from him. He was just invisible.
That's really curious because that wasn't Ryoma's flashiest game either. You have to think if Fantix had a fantastic match and was able to dominate that mid lane, completely different story for them too.
All right, cool. And who on the side of Sin Gaming needs to continue to perform well? Or, is it Dockler just needs to do a little bit better in lane and this should be an easy game? Or, does Rogue need to replicate the brilliance? Does the team fighting out of FBI and Ryoma need to stay that high?
I think, again, it's going to lie on Juves as well as Rogue. Juves had a good game. He needs to keep up the performance and not fall back to his on and off performances that we see from him week to week. For the side of Rogue, he needs to continue doing what he just did. And we know that he can do that game after game after game. If these two stay the way they are, that will unlock FBI, unlock Ryoma to do what they have been doing this entire split.
I look towards the engaged duo as well, and I say they need to keep doing what they're doing. Honestly, Dockler can feed his pants off if he wants. There's not going to be a problem if the engage happens at the other side of the map. It's more the timing for me that seems to be lacking from Sin. Just speed it up.
And as much as Dockler was not doing too well top side of the map, he was still making the right decisions and executing well for Sin despite the fact he was behind.
How come Dockler's allowed to feed and whenever I do it, I get yelled at in solo queue? This
Because
isn't
I'm
fair at all.
not Rogue.
Okay, cool. So we've kind of set up this narrative. Sin going into Super Week. Lots of people just, palm it off to the side. It's a coincidence. They say there's nothing towards it. Is Sin in Super Week a completely different beast fish as we get into Champion Select?
Every single gauntlet run that Sin have, we say, this is the Cinderella story. No, the Cinderella story is Super Week for Sin. That's when they go to the ball. That's where they lose the glass slipper, and it's a fun, magical journey, but the story ends after that most of the time. Let's see if they can continue to do it in game number 2 against the Direwolves. Already into picks and bans. Again, Kha'Zix as well as Jace being banned out by Sin. Zaya and Cassiopeia banned by the Direwolves. That's a lot of respect.
It is. That's a little bit too much almost. You can imagine that. When you look at the bans from the last game, Direwolves got rid of the Caitlyn. That's still up and available. And maybe this is just a case of the new red-blue side bans.
You have to really wonder how much that's shake things up. Because with the lethality changes, that's 3 lethality champions being banned up by Sin, leaving open Zac, something we never see get through.
And this is big because you can see that they ban away the Thresh, then pick Zac. And what I want to talk about there is one of the easiest ways to stop Zac's engage is flaying him off his carries, then he's completely reliant on his Q, which it's pretty easy to execute upon, but he can't get the big ultimates and thing like that without being able to have some playmaking behind him.
Of course, remember the decision from Sin is to ban a Talon so that they still at least get an option. You ban Caitlyn, they pick Zac. You ban Zac, they pick Caitlyn.
Yep.
They've made this decision consciously, and yes, we might see something like the Thresh, which is unfortunately removed, but a jungler that deals with Zac well is actually someone like the Sejuani, in my opinion, actually very good at preventing Zac.
Well, the thing that I want to talk about is actually we just saw a flash of Kayn, and I don't know if that's Juice being cheeky, but he DM'd me on Twitter. And he said that he likes the champion, he's got a specific build path he goes towards, but what you need is an unharassed early game. Zac doesn't harass you in the jungle in the early game. Kayn is a very quick farmer as soon as he gets items, but his first clear, relatively low, so you can't get invaded upon. Big pet champions being picked up already for the Direwolves, so I'll stop talking about Kayn, but I would be interested to see if he picks it up.
It's very, very cheeky to see that from the Direwolves. Jax and Alistar being picked up. Final pick from Sin is going to be the Gragas. Could still be Dockler's champion at the top lane.
Good. You are correct. All we could see is top lane Kayn. I remain optimistic, Fish. I remain optimistic.
A little bit too optimistic at sometimes. But Alistar being picked up here with Direwolves as a champion that's been coming back. Got some buffs as well recently.
Interesting that they go Alistar over the Rakan, who seems to be good Alistar at the moment, if I'm going to be brutally honest. Has a much quicker go button.
And this is one of the first times we see top laners being picked in first draft phase. We normally don't see that because of their counter pick potential. But Jax, what can you really send up against some top lane that's going to do well into Jax?
Yeah, Jax is the pick into Camille. It's going to have a very good time. It's going to scale super well. You can go for Fiora and play the ultimate skill matchup that you've always seen, where there is not just the riposte, there is the can I dodge the riposte whilst playing Counter-Strike Jax with the high APM. It's actually very fun to watch.
Yeah, it's a really nice matchup. If you're going to be brutally honest, though, pure tanks generally beat out Jax because he, unfortunately, doesn't build much lifesteal unless you go for, Blade of the Ruined King, in which case he struggles in team fights. So, something like a Gragas into the top lane, something like even a Cho'Gath that we saw over in the EU LCS would be very interesting to play up there.
Let's go back towards the Galio, which has been left open in this match.
No. So that's what I was going to say. I think it would have been Ryoma's champion in the mid lane, the Galio. because I don't think you want to play Galio into Jax.
But instead they pick up Elise, and that's going to be Gragas' top side of the map. The bans was Zed as well as Renekton from the Dire Wars. Varus and Jhin hit the bench from Sin. That kind of leads you to go back towards Ashe unless you want to pick up a hyper carry. That's locked in for King. And Fantix,
There you go.
he's going to pick up Kassadin blind into Ryoma.
That is bold. Lucian's still available. And with lethality, let me tell you, that old Ninja Tabby beats all the 80 carry mid lanes no longer exists.
Throw it out the window. You need a Zonia's with it, or at least a Seeker's Arm Guard first 2 items. Fantix has put himself in this situation, and now he needs to dig himself out of it. But remember that if he does, when you look at the team comp that Direwolves have put together for themselves, that is some nasty scaling. They will be dangerous.
Certainly is. Big 1-3-1 comp Rusty. And you know, you've got Jax in the top lane, Fantix on the Kassadin in the bottom lane. How can you actually match that? You'll probably argue that they can't. However, the early game shove, the lack of wave clear, how much danger there is of Sin Gaming snowballing and running away with this game with 2 carries that have to get to 3 items to be relevant. This is a bold move coming out of Sharp.
I mean, is this disrespectful almost coming up from Sharp? Because that's
This
showing
is what he did versus the Marines, mate.
Yeah, this
100% it's disrespectful.
This is showing both his solo lanes blind. Yes, they got Zac as a powerful pick, but that's about it. King of Destiny relegated to utility bot lane as well.
Yeah, a lot of this is like, can we just survive? Are Sin good enough to end a game? We just watched a game with them go super late. They have to hit their late game team fighting. And if it gets to that stage, then Direwolves should have a slight advantage. But with the comp they've got now, they win early very easy.
I mean, at the end of the day, if you pick no wave clear, melee on your support, melee on your jungler, and an Ashe to hold turrets in a 1-3-1 comp, I don't know what else it is if it's not disrespect.
See, if I was Direwolves in this case, to fix my draft just a little bit more, I would have had a Kalista, not the Ashe, just so that your Alistar can be engaging, can be frontlining, and try and take these opportunities to push people back or find picks.
Also means that one Rakan, you know, combo doesn't kill you support and therefore win you the game.
Yeah.
Back against the wall for Direwolves and Sin, I like their draft a lot.
Yeah, very almost disrespectful or cocky coming up from Direwolves. Let's see if the gamble pays off for Sharp and his squad, whereas Sin, stock standard, picking up really, really interesting champions to kick things off. We already have a tweet coming as we head on to Summoners Rift. What percentage of coaches' role in theory crafting compared to straight-up analysis of your opponent?
So the way I interpret this question is how much do you put into, you know, the actual champions, the games, what strongs, what items should you buy, what's gold efficient, versus how much real do you watch of the team and try and pick up their tendency? And I'm going to say that depends on your players. Because some players are very bad at reading patches and will only play, you know, what's being played in Korea at the moment, but they know the people they play against. They play them in solo queue a lot. And some players do the absolute opposite and try and come up with their own meta.
And it's also about just what the coach needs to actually do for his team. If it's about theory crafting because they're able to do the analysis of the opponent with you, then you don't have to do as much of that. So it's very subjective to the team and the coach themselves. But ultimately, you'd say when a big patch comes out, you'd spend more time theory crafting. And then when you've got a super week that's maybe very important for the standings, maybe less time on that patch, more time on your opponent just to beat them out.
Also depends the time of the season, right? As we see a little bit of a stack coming in here, Zach going to get invaded on. If it's playoffs and you're only playing against one team that week, I would say 90% of your job is to figure out what you're doing against that team.
Yeah.
The best coach is always able to adapt as well if they need to. Meanwhile, this engage going to spark a brawl very early. Surefire ignited. Flash forward from FBI pops him. He's got no flash getaway. He's in the Blobbloods. Headshot charged up by FBI. Going to be deterred back away by Destiny as well as King. They're still trying to leash this red buff and will get it back for Surefire, but that's very big to kick things off.
Yeah, some of the spells used and they actually don't kill Shern. So they delay his pathing. Maybe now Jubes can get in and go for an invade, but they also lose out on creeps in the mid lane. So that puts Ryoma a little bit far behind Fantix.
Yeah.
Don't know if that's actually worth.
I think they should have committed.
If the game progresses and they find Shonefire again, it might be. One positive you take from this is that Ryoma didn't ignite, but bottom lane starting with W, difficult to commit.
Also have to remember Juice is on release who can go aggressive against Shonefire if he needs to. So although they don't get the kill here, he could try to in the next few trades. Meanwhile, top side of the map, body bot from Doctor. Very nicely done there. Knocks Chippy's back.
Actually goes ring as well, Fish. He's not scared. He wants to have the shove advantage. One thing about Jax is he's painfully single target at this stage of the game. Doesn't also rush the Tiamat like other top laners that are single target do. Dockling, you need to be able to get CS though.
And again, every time he goes for the counter-strike body block. Meanwhile, Fantic's being jumped on in the mid lane. Juves looking for the gank. Roma gets some good damage down. That's a flash.
Certainly
Very
is.
early.
And Juves is still looking for him.
wants
Spider
it.
Form, of course, increased movement speed. Instead, just zones him away. And with no flash available and potentially teleport going to go down, that is a repeat gank if I have ever seen one.
Certainly is. Of course, the teleport's there from Fantic, so the best way to play this one out if you're Juves is maybe Gromp scuttle back to mid lane, rinse and repeat after Ryoma has come back with his items. Best way you could probably get Fantix and get Kassadin behind early. Ryoma still has his summoners.
Fantic's wanted to hold that off his turret, but being level 2, not the best idea there.
He's in big
trading.
trouble. He has no mana for this.
He has counter-strike. We'll be able to stun him now. Gets good damage. Gets the reset of the auto-attack. One more is enough. He flashes for it, but he drinks the cast. Outsmarted and absolutely baited in the top lane.
Dockler! I mean, I could say something right now, which would be a little bit not PG for the stream, but let's just say he's a courageous top laner. And he played it very well, Fish. There we go. I've come up with a good line.
Yeah, there's some confidence coming out of the Gragas.
Another good way to say it, Rusty. Confidence.
Dockler goes back to base, gets a corrupting potion for himself. Meanwhile, Rogue again being aggressive bottom lane gets headbutted into the turret. He just jumps back to Galen and says, I'm okay. This is fine.
Yeah, they're getting the push down the bottom lane. The one thing you take from top is that Dockler, he knows the combo. He's just played against it for the whole laning phase. When counter strikes up, you body slam. You don't get stunned. Uses the body slam to distance himself, and that's why Chippies goes on him and almost successfully kills him. But funnily enough, Dockler comes out ahead. As it were.
We'll see both top laners teleport back into their lane. No smite available for the Jax. Let's see if a gank can come in from Juves. He is top side of the map, and there are no wards in the river. Wrapping around now, we'll meet Chippies here.
Pinged him out. He does get away, so Chippies, good Spidey sense. Knew that he was either at the Krugs or he was coming into the lane, so you could see cheated towards him. Now, Schönfire, bottom lane, see if he can return the favor Fish.
That's a flash throw from Destiny, looking for the fight. Exhaust being used in FBI. He doesn't get locked down by Schönfire, but stun will come out from Destiny, and he's knocked back as well. Big gank for Direwolves, an easy first blood.
And as I said, I don't know if using FBI's flash to take out Schön's bloblets at level 1 is worthwhile without a kill. And he comes down, he punishes the flashless lane, and actually makes it work.
Yeah, big lead now for Direwolves through the bottom lane. Whilst it doesn't give them a crazy CS advantage, it upsets the recall timings. FBI is meant to be pushing, and that's gone. Rogue's got him.
Yeah, locks him down. That's a flash cocoon come out from Juice. There's no way Fancy can go. Still level 5, and Roma picks up that kill.
That's actually really nice. They use the flash out of Juves, and it's not Rogue that ignites this time, it's Ryoma, because they want to guarantee him the kill. Meanwhile, top lane.
Yeah, just trading in. Chippy's this time trying to be a little bit smarter by holding his counter-strike.
And talking about smart Rogue, he doesn't go back to base with his Caitlyn dead. He goes mid. He finds a gank. He works with Juves. That's exactly what we said Sin need to do to win a game like this against the Direwolves.
Doppler again, holding his own against Chippy's there. Actually goes for a big trade. Chippy's hits 6 stone, and that cast is not going to connect.
Gragas has about a minion off. He'll be okay. Chippies is actually the one pushed out of way.
Take 2, guys. And action.
FBI 90 caliber, that's nice and early. Schönfire's going for it, doesn't connect. Rubber hands though, and brings him back. Combo from Destiny. King gets some damage. We'll lock him down, but here comes Rekard. Rogue! What an absolute monster! 2 games in a row, he's making these flashy plays. He wants King as well. He's Ignite the Ash, still chasing further forward. Schönfire in trouble, gets the rubber hand, smack down. Headshots coming up. FBI still chasing. He gets it!
Lord.
He got him! He got the kill! That's 2 in the bottom lane for Sin.
And what a turnaround. You think all of a sudden they've got a win condition, get the Ash ahead, continue to use the experience advantage and punish that lane. Instead, they're now diving too deep to try and shut down King as well. FBI picks up first kills. He's got a huge creep wave hitting the turret, and that is beautiful play out of Rogue.
No teleports there from both members of Direwolves, so the turret's going to drop. You'd imagine with how quickly an Elise can take it apart. Remember, Berserker Greaves are there for FBI. Risky because Destiny's back, but King is super low.
Destiny goes for the combo, just clears out that wave. The turret has been set up to be knocked down later on the match. Sin should be very happy with the plays they've made in the past few minutes.
Yeah, however, they do need to be careful because there still isn't a heal available out of FBI, only the flash, and Rakan used both summoner spells to guarantee that. So they need a base, they need to get out of here. I would even argue that you can go for a quick shop here because top lane seems to be, lane swap, because top lane seems to be stacking up.
Yeah,
that's a turret you can leave for later.
And Dockler seems to be doing okay against the Jax. You might want to hold him there, especially with the Sheen purchase. I feel like he's committed to laning just a little bit, Spawn.
He does this
full Sheen.
He does this all the time when he's Gragas. Goes straight Sheen into Iceborne Gauntlet.
The reason I like it, I don't like the Iceborne Gauntlet rush. I like the Sheen rush. You need mana. The triple ring nerf actually really hurt him in that regard. It gives you good trading and it also helps your mana out. So I don't mind Sheen. I think, however, you need to build some health before you build Iceborne Gauntlet. So I would expect him to go something like a Cal, you know, get some of that magic resistant, especially given the fact that, you know, it's a Cassidy, it's a Zac running around Summoner's Rift, and then you can go for your Iceborne Gauntlet. Gragas with Iceborne Gauntlet, Boots 2, and Spirit Visage is a monster.
Well, let's see what he decides to pick up later on. FBI trading very aggressively against King here. Has Rogue close by, and Juice is in his back pocket if he needs him.
And this is partly why I would suggest that FBI stays down here with Rogue. They can break the turret in the 2v2 because of the item advantage those 2 kills actually just gave FBI. It gives him a BF sword. Ooh. There's just some stain from the Ashe. There's engage and there's dive there from the Ashe with the Zac and Alistar, but really, Sin, they've got the front foot here. They've got the pressure.
And Shern's on the wrong side of the map. I mean, to call a spade, he's pathed towards his blue, hoping he can give that over to Cassidy. But now that means it's left his bottom lane very exposed, and they're holding it off the turret right now.
So Repel can Juice get away from that. Jumps over towards Ocean Dragon. He's A-OK. Meanwhile, bottom lane outer turret has been taken down. They don't deny as many minions as they wanted to. I don't think Ryoma was spotted on that ward. He will be spotted now, but Chippies is already very low.
Are up.
He's got his ultimate available as well. Jumps in. Chippies will get the counter strike. Uses the piercing light. Ignite is being used. Ryoma flashes forward. That's a solo kill on the top lane for Ryoma.
Absolutely massive out of Ryoma. He gets the rotation. The wave was stacking up, as we said, and now you're teleporting towards a lane as Cassidy.
He's level 7, so does have Rift Walk if he wants to get out of this, but still, they're forcing the teleport to save a turret. Big plays across the map from Sin, but they have to use this momentum to snowball.
Dockler didn't have Cask. If he had Cask, he's dead. So good communication coming out. I mean, ultimately they know that. Dockler, you can't stick around. He's a Cassidy. He ignores your damage.
I mean, it's Ninja Tabis on the Cassidy, so the mana's not going to be there consistently, but Dockler will not actually pierce any kind of magic shield. Yep. This does still buy time, where again, no teleport for Fantix in the mid lane.
And this is what I was worried about. You got no wave clear. Caitlyn, if she gets ahead, she's going to start taking pop shots at your turret. And how do you actually defend against this? You don't want to go into a 1-3-1 at 10 minutes into the game.
This is something that we talked about. And when we started the show, Spawn, Caitlyn has got some nerfs. You have to pick her into team compositions that fit, which is where she can siege turrets. Dyrus gifted this. It was the first pick from Sin. I was like, well, let's not pick any wave player. Allow her to do exactly what Caitlyn wants. And it's turning out to be really heavily in Sin's favor to kick things off.
And now you've got a Cassidy with no mana, as Rusty was mentioning, heading towards one of the longest lanes in Summoner's Rift against what is nearly Blade of the Ruined King, picked up by Ryoma. He hasn't got Summoner spells, so maybe he has to respect the Zac also in that lane.
Ooh, Arrow not going to connect. FBI sidestep, so we'll still get knocked back to his minions, but Rogue is here to keep him healthy. Knocked back again by Shernfire. Flash over the wall. Good flash by FBI. Chippies can't get in amongst it. Teleport cancelled by Doppler as well.
Out Fantix, by the way.
Takes some damage. He's going to look to lift walk away. Ignite, but too much damage comes out, and Ryoma goes on a killing spree. Once more, dashes forward, gets Shernfire down very low as well.
And Ryoma is popping off on Summoner's Rift. 3-0-0. Mid lane Lucian, he gets the counter pick into the Cassidy, and boy oh boy, is he making it work.
Ryoma is nuts right now with the top lane set up, the mid lane set up. Direwolves are just left trying their best to respond to the consistent pressure being placed down by Sin, and they put themselves here.
And we talk a lot about coaches in draft. I do not understand how you pick double melee and Ashe into 3 ranged. You know that they're going to look to siege turrets. You just have no access to that mid lane. There's no way you're going to be able to stop it. Now they can just march top. They can march wherever they want. And unless the engage is perfect, that 3-man unit will live.
Yeah, I mean, frankly, as well, when you look at this, the Cassidy pick, it felt premeditated. It feels like Direwolves said we are 1-3-1-ing. Just with how quickly it was locked in, there was no hesitation. But if I'm going to do that, I'd pick Corki again, and I'd probably just run it with a teleport.
Yep.
Again, feels very disrespectful from the walls. 3,000 gold behind. They still scale up, but the question is, can Sin continue to snowball? Blade of the Ruined King has been picked up by Ryoma.
It's going to be Iceborne Gauntlet picked up by Doppler. So maybe he's far enough ahead. I mean, he's got global gold from 2 turrets at this stage of the game.
Yeah.
Fantix, ooh, Rogue almost predicts that Rift Walk. A good side step from Fantix gets him out of a sticky situation.
He is lucky he did not have the quickening because he has flash available. He had everything else up fish. Quickening into knock-up into Caitlyn trap probably would have mean that Fantix died again. And at this stage of the game, if you're Fantix, you cannot afford to fall any further behind.
Okay, that is a 12-minute Iceborne Gauntlet there by Dockler. He's actually completed the item, going straight down towards the bottom lane. Sheen still being sit on by Chippy.
It just feels bad. Direwolves are just watching the game lose. This outer being the third outer turret that goes down after mid already. Rift Herald's been started. And as you mentioned, the fact that Fantix can't afford to fall further behind means that he's going to catch mid waves. He's going to catch the farm. Teleport. But you spend that whole time catching, you need to make a play.
Direwolves are looking for a fight here. They're bringing out Cassian to come into this one. They're going to knock Juice back. He's already used the repel, so that'll be the jungler from Sin dying. Roma has to get up this wall, dashes away.
Does Shern know how to play?
You got to hold it for a second.
That's twice he's knocked people directly up, though, not taking them back into the team.
Certainly is. I don't understand that one, but you know what? Rift Herald goes over to Juves even though he dies. You'd be pretty happy with this if you Sin.
I mean, you trade Rift Herald, you trade a kill for Rift Herald, as well as a teleport being taken down by Chippy.
Well, it's Shern this time, though.
You has to be careful, playing a bit respectful. Rogue is sitting in the brush, has not been spotted out by any wards. And Dockler goes straight back towards the bottom lane. Now, Sin have the teleport advantage in that split pushing lane. There's still Fantix that is coming up shortly.
The problem is that they're sitting on, components for both Fantix and Chippies, and they've got very long lanes to play in fish. I mean, there is no easy lane to get farm right now, unless you have the Alistar and the Zac with you.
And you don't get a chance to wait for this scaling. You don't get a chance to farm up your items. After Sin, go back to base this time, depending on what item splice they're looking for. FBI by staying, probably going to get that Infinity Edge very soon.
Nancy's over from mid lane. Roma going to take a lot of damage. He tries to take this one. Ignite has been used. Here's Shernfire as well. Everyone piles on in. Shutdown being picked up, and now they change the target towards Juice, who repels away from the arrow.
Nice repel out of Juice, but that is very dangerous play out of Ryoma. He actually dashes in, gives a shutdown over to the one man you don't want to have it. All of a sudden, Fantix has farm. He gets the shutdown kill as well. And things are looking a little bit more positive for the Cassian.
Yeah, again, we just mentioned Sin. They've got the front foot forward. They've got the ability to make the plays after they go back to base. So you don't know where the 2v2 is from the Direwolves. Alistar just walks mid. Coincidentally, there's an Alistar there as Lucian goes forwards. Very easy opportunity to pick up those kills. The one saving grace is that repel from Juice was really good.
FBI, however, is incredibly accelerated at the moment. Infinity Edge as well. Zeal picked up already. He got all of the gold from the outer turrets that were taken down by Sin. And this Rod of Ages for Cassian is a big pickup, but it's 15 minutes into the game. We'll be stacking fairly slowly.
Yeah, I mean, 25 it's going to be done. Hopefully he's on his way to Lichbane by then if he really wants to be able to go to a side lane. If he's worried about the team fight still, probably will go towards something like the Arm Guard into Zhonya's Hourglass. Yeah. But really, that should have been a huge tempo game for Sin. They should have been able to shop. They shouldn't have lost anything for it. They lose a shutdown, and they lose all positioning over their side lanes. You can see now, Cassian is actually at the tier 1 top lane, looking to shove that in. And Sin is searching for lane assignments. I mean, they are actually all over the shop right now.
That's a big wave of minions that are going to get taken down there. Roma wants to make his way up. Got to be careful because Cassian can jump over.
Roma going mid lane when FBI has already been around the area. Just put him top. Just make him take a couple of waves. And this is that concern where, again, Direwolves, they've got the 1-3-1. Always going to be that lingering possibility for them.
Jax has Trinity Force as well, and is now 30 CS ahead of Dockler, who's had a much better game this game. And Chippy's will start to take over on Jax, as you naturally do once you get your first item.
And they're going to look to dive him again. And
3 members.
unless Juves
Lots of tanks.
drops Rift Herald straight away.
Dockler gonna get jumped on. Body bops, cancels it. Use of the ultimate will knock both of them back. Can Destiny get the stun? Trample charges coming through. Good flash from Dockler, and Shernfire can't deliver him back
and
in.
The Herald's out.
Herald's mid lane with FBI and Caitlyn and red buff setting down traps already, and no wave clear for the Wolves.
What are you gonna do, Fantix? What are you gonna do?
It's the first turret getting taken down really quickly here. Riftel's going to smack away at it. He's going to charge on
They
forward.
got the turret, so they got the bottom lane turret, but they're going to lose 2 in response, it looks like right now.
And charging towards mid lane. Shernfire does have a flank. No ultimate available for the Zac. Jumps in anyway. Arrow gets connected on towards Rogue, who's going to try and go out. Gets a big charm double knockup. They pop Zac. Juice, good repel again. Gets away. Now the teleport's coming in from his top lane. And let's see what they can do. Fantix jumps over. King gets that kill. Dockler's in some trouble. Jax can't get the counter strike down down to FBI. Still, Direwolves want to chase further forward. Big knocker coming out from Shernfire, but here comes Ryoma, wants to kick off this fight. Double knockback coming out from Shern. Will knock them into each other. Ryoma's gonna fall. Big team fight picked up by the Direwolves.
Huge team fight for the Direwolves. They claw themselves back into this game, but you have to wonder what the heck was Sin Gaming doing. They teleport to it. They bring over Lucian as well, and they just feed more people to the cannons, and they're still going.
Yeah, Doppler taking a lot of damage. Destiny jumps in as well. Chippy's still taking up this turret. He wants this kill. Doppler will fall to Chippies, and he lives.
He gets the hill from King. So Direwolves, they make the play. You push the lane. We have the Zac engaged. We have the Alistar engaged. We've got the Ash arrows always up and available, and make it work. Sin, they're pushed back. I don't think it's a game-changing play from Direwolves, but that momentum, that time purchased is always going to be substantial. Their composition starts to ramp up.
Yeah, it certainly does. As we take another look at it, perfect arrow here, not able to be dodged. They just don't have the good enough vision control, and I think they should have got out here. I think FBI and Rogue should be absolutely out of this play already. Juves, he's going to die always, but you know, you can get the rest of the members away. Instead, you're burning more summoner spells, and they're just going to be able to continue to chase through. I think this was a risk too many here, and they get made pay.
That's the bouncing castle of crowd control that a Zac and an Alistar can put down for you as well. It was a lot of time there. The FBI and Rogue, they were going back and they're going forwards. Juice, he needs to go back.
Put out again. Here comes Chip. He's looking for the counter-strike. Big knockout coming from Destiny. No counter-strike to follow, and that Spider's got nowhere to go. Rogue's going to try and save him. Big charm. Knock-up as well. Keeps Juice alive. Shernfire's still trying to charge in towards it. Flashes!
Yep.
And bounces out.
He's clearly a Zac main. Never seen one as clean.
To steal a quote from T-Gun, you don't need a ban, Zac.
600 IQ.
Everyone sucks at him.
The Direwolves still use that momentum to push down mid lane out to turret, and they want in the turret as well. Zac looking for the dive. That's what Zac does incredibly well. Ryoma, though, going to get jumped on by this Cassin.
Gets arrow.
He flashed into it.
He flashed into it. Fantic's going to get a free kill here. King picks that one up. Juice looking for the return. Good damage on towards Fantix. The blast cone's been taken by the rest of the team, but he can rift walk away. Rogue still wants to go for this engage, and FBI is chipping away, but there's a wild Jax on his face, and the rest of the team piles on in as well. Rogue will die on top of that. That's 3 kills to the Wolves.
And Sin are just too hyphy. That's a 3v5. Why are you fighting a 3v5? Your mid laner is dead, your top laner is not there, and they might have just given over Baron on spawn.
At 20 minutes, it looks like Direwolves, they're going for a fish.
This is going to be taken down with ease. Can Juves get the Miracle Smite here, though? Definitely looks like he's looking for it. Doppler is there.
Has a double barrel combo as well.
It feels possible here.
Low health bars. Direwolves might stop this one, but they jump onto Juves. He's taking so much damage. Doppler going to throw the ultimate early. Juves goes in. He can't get it. And Destiny, as the angry cow he is, slams the ground and gets it.
Huh.
Yeah, Direwolves, they get themselves the Baron. It felt close, but Chippies is the real MVP there, going on to Juice, keeping him out of the fight, keeping him out of the pit for a 50-50.
And unfortunately, I think that's game. I don't like to call them before they're over, but you got now a 1-3-1 comp that is ahead by 3,000 gold at 20 minutes in after what was a poor early game. And you've got Baron buff on both of them at 20 minutes with so much standing gold available.
It feels weird saying that. It feels weird, just given the 5 minutes ago there was a lead for Sid with the comp to do it. But a Herald play seems to ultimately be their undoing.
Yeah, there's no excuses in here. That's just been poor play for them this entire game. Starting off the game, questionable engage against Zac to kick things off, not going for the kill, burning flashes, costing FBI a kill. Then mid-game, they looked okay from Direwolves' mistakes, but now the team composition from Direwolves is just well and truly coming online, and there's nothing much Sin can do.
And I mean, it's the lack of the vision control, not being able to spot out the flanks. Playing very risky when you should have been playing a controlled game style out of Sin. Again,
Ryoma being jumped on here, still going aggressively forward towards Fantix. Going to be able to lock him down. They get the kill. Shutdown picked up by FBI. Kensing continuing to fight from this. Destiny in trouble. Slowed up by Red Buff. Good cocoon. Juice going to help to pick up that kill. And against the flow, Sin get 2 picks.
But it's only against the flow that they do this spot. I don't understand.
I think Fire Drake's up. They're going to go mid. They can potentially take Fire Drake. They don't really need to send someone to answer Chippies just yet.
He needs to do something huge though. Sin looking for this inhibitor as well as the turret. They will be able to take down the turret at least. Shernfire, though, is waiting for a flank.
All right, now someone should be going back for Chippies.
And that will be Doppler, sent back to base. He's up against a Baron buff and the Jax. As soon as he goes, though, Direwolves might pull the trigger. King's waiting for it. Inhibitor will fall. And Sin get the first inhibitor. They're 3,000 gold behind. And they have an inhibitor.
You don't call it, unfortunately.
Yep. Fantix giveth, Fantix taketh away. Teleport is coming in. They're looking to collapse.
You can see Dockler's pulled off a top lane. He wants to get to the Sin lineup. They run straight towards top side of the map, and I will say, well, if you don't want to fight us, we'll take a Fire Dragon.
Fire Dragon on Jax as well as Cassidy, so it's a pretty big deal.
It's starting to heat up. I mean, they're definitely scaling. They've got that 1-3-1 still there. You're waiting for that to really be put in place, though, from the Direwolves, because, again, Sin, every single time they're on the back foot in this series, it feels like that's the moment they get the engage. And I don't know how much to credit that to Sin. They do make the great decision, as well as Direwolves being in the position to be engaged on pretty much simultaneously. And so it's at 50-50.
Who scored who here?
Yeah, Dockler's going to knock Chippies away from the rest of his team, and the Direwolves go for an engage, trying to lock down FBI again. He's forced to flash away, and Surefire, as well as an arrow, connects. FBI just gets deleted.
And once again, Rome is top lane. He has absolutely no interest in fighting right now. He's probably going towards a Zeal item, wants to continue to scale up. Instead, the other 4 members of Sin, they look for the engage, the counter engage is available, and now they're going to be defending this turret 4v5.
And Direwolves have a 5,000 goalie. What looked to be a disrespectful draft coming at them has turned to go in their favor. Surefire going for another engage here, deep in the back lines. Good body pop coming out from Dockler. They have to put up a last stand here against this inhibitor turret, but they don't. King takes it down while the chaos takes place.
But at the same time, they still protect the inhibitor, and they are continuing to look for this engage.
Let's see if Sin can get it, because there are a lot of super minis in the mid lane.
Exactly. They're threatening them, preventing them from recalling as mid pushes. Whilst they've now got FBI back as well, it feels like this is where Sin say, we can 5v5, but Rogue's caught.
Yeah, he's going to charm up 2 members, tries to get over the wall, but he can't. Chippies throws the lantern into his face.
They're going to look for it again.
Let's see if they go for it, because the base turrets of the Direwolves are being taken down. There is always that risk that if they go a little bit too deep here, the game could be picked up. But they've pinched Sin. Sin might just lose the game right here. Double knockup from Destiny, trying to lock down FBI. There's no flash in this AD carry. Juice is in trouble. Ryma's trying to fight back against the wall, but Fantix still somehow lives. Will be taken down eventually, but there goes Shern again, straight into the back lines. Jippy's still healthy. Ash Arrow connects. FBI can't fight. That's another shutdown.
The Nexus is open.
The Nexus is open, and if they don't end here, they actually might be in trouble. So they've got 25 seconds, 20 seconds on Juice actually. Can they end?
I don't think they can. If Rogue's available just to crowd control them to get his team alive, he may sacrifice. And so Direwolves, recognizing this, they will go back to base. And I still think Sin won the trade.
Oh, 100%. If you lose double Nexus turret, trade 1. It's straight away. 1 bad play now costs you the game.
Sin, however, gone from 5,000 gold down to 7,000. So gold has definitely swung in the Direwolves' favor. They'll be happy with the lead they have.
This is where you get cheesy, mate. You start picking up Zrots. You know you empower a creep running down mid lane.
You seen The Hobbit? All that gold that you've got means nothing in the end if you can't actually win.
You send the Hobbit in.
That's true.
The invisible character just... We need an Evelyn.
Baron's coming up in a minute 30. That'll be a big contest between the 2 teams. But still, Direwolves' team composition just looks so strong at the moment.
But this is that Baron point. You just mentioned it, right? If you're Sin, now you've got mid lane exposed. If you win a team fight at the Baron, the game's over. Whereas if you're Direwolves, you need the minions to be set up bottom.
Even beyond that, if you go even in a team fight, but end up on the wrong side of the map, you probably still lose the game.
Yeah.
Because someone's just going to stop recalls. The other 2 people are going to start smacking down that Nexus. And now is a pressure situation. A game that should feel so good for Direwolves because they have the scaling, they have the comp, actually feels difficult to execute in because there's that pressure of the open Nexus.
The Ryoma needs to start grouping up right now. If your teleporter is at the Baron buff and your non-teleporter is bottom, that's not the right lane assignments. But yes, Lucian can clear the waves more successfully. That seems to be the trade-off that Sin are making right now, but that's a risk.
40 seconds on Baron until that respawns.
I think that there's 2 ways you can play this game. I think 4-item Caitlyn will be pretty successful in this. So I also think that you can nearly give up the Baron buff and hope that Lucian and Caitlyn get towards that stage of the game where double AD carry are going to rip through this composition.
Well, they just completely dropped mid lane outer as well. Now Roma has gone back to base, walking all the way to the fountain to buy some items. Spiderling going to be able to spot out Fantasy here, get some chip damage, but Baron up 13 seconds.
Lucian group finally.
An inhibitor for the Direwolves is back up, so some saving grace for them.
I don't know if you can fight this. It's 8,000 gold.
Sin run at mid.
You were down a lot.
They have to run a mid, and Direwolves can just say, all right, if you want to go mid lane, let's go for a good old fight. Here's the Hawk shot. FBI can look, King can look for an arrow. They're in a choke point. Destiny engages on towards Juice, repels away from the damage, but now Sin have to back up their captain. He gets locked down, instantly destroyed, kicking off a 4-on-5. Shermfire will lock down Ryoma as well. Big arrow, he flies away. Rogue, again, we're being engaged, but is it enough? Ryoma is so low. Fancy's going to look for that kill, and a big slam into the ground. Sin are falling one by one. Double kill, triple kill picked up by Cassidy, and he's teleporting to end the game.
And they went for the fight, and they lose it. For some reason, approaching Baron don't have that vision, and the Direwolves will be able to take game 2.
But again, so back and forth between these two teams, but this time round, a much faster game. 28 minutes into the match, neither team has any Nexus turrets, but it will be the Direwolves that bring this back to a 1-1, and they'll send us to game number 3.
Much better from the Direwolves between games. At the very least, they picked a composition that is extremely them. Of course, Sin, there was goods, there was bads, there was ugly, but Direwolves get it 1-1.
The biggest criticism we have for them was they couldn't execute late game, so they picked up a late game team composition that you just have to press your buttons and you win.
I mean, last game, they had a team fighting comp. They weren't able to out-team fight. This game, they had a 1-3-1 comp. They won the team fights pretty decisively.
Yep.
A little bit confusing out of the Direwolves, but nonetheless, a very good mid to late game performance, guys.
Yeah, certainly was. And so with this win for the Direwolves, I guess Sin need to not hit the drawing board, but once again, I think a lot of this is fundamental for them. Where did we go wrong when we were so far ahead with an early game comp in the early game?
But going back to that draft, it seems so disrespectful coming out for the Direwolves. They had double counter picks for the solo lanes. Dockler was doing fine on the top center mech against Jax. Ryoma picked up Lucian in the mid lane against Cassidy, which is a one-sided affair, and they still couldn't execute.
Yeah.
I mean, it was strange. I mean, we saw, what, a 3,500 gold lead, all 3 outer turrets knocked down before any were scratched. They had a Rift Herald, which is kind of the turret that you bank up. They used that to take the tier 2 mid lane turret, and it looked like everything was in their hands. So, I mean, what did go wrong? Was it the vision control? Was it a lack of, decisiveness?
Yeah, I believe it's the decisiveness and the vision control. Like, Sin are always decisive, but there's a time to say no to certain decisions. I think that's the thing. But with that, again, the last team fight we just saw, the fight that happened mid lane, a lot of this is creative pathing from Zach, but not just Zach. Alistar was with him and somehow gets through completely uncontested and finds an engage. How can that happen 3 times, 5 times even in a game and do it successfully? It has to be the wards and the vision control.
I feel like there could have been a lot more coming out from Jubes as well, because very early into the game, Zach, no health at red buff, popped his passive, had no flash, and he's Elise who got a leash in the jungle and was 2 camps ahead before Zach was able to get 1. I wanted to see Juice get more aggressive and try to punish Stonefire for that.
I'm in host mode, so I do have to correct you. Juice started solo on blue buff, so he didn't have a leash. Bottom lane didn't come and join him, but nonetheless, certainly had a much quicker jungle clear coming out of his jungle. Instead, he chose to camp mid lane. I mean, a Cassidy already in a counter pick. They sent multiple resources towards it. Was that the right call?
I mean, it's a call, and I think that in the counter pick, you can accelerate who has the counter further, and that's definitely a good, viable option for the team. You could have gone as well, like there was, for Sin, going bottom lane was fantastic if you can get the Caitlyn accelerated, because that's a big win condition. You could also go top lane and try and get Dockler going, but a lot of this for me, again, is around this mid lane, where Fantix was a bit off in game 1, he felt very much at home in game 2, he felt comfortable in game 2, had the Cassidy, whereas you contrast that, Ryoma looked great mechanically, but he was always in a side lane, never there as a fight happened. And that to me is a decision-making error perhaps from the Lucian as to where he is and why he's there.
And Chippy's had a much better game as well. This time round, he was split pushing effectively, always up against Dockler, teleporting when he needed to. Dockler this time fell into the same problem we saw Chippy's had in game 1, which is always with the team when his teleport's up.
Yeah, it was certainly a strange game, but we figured it out. Put Chippies on a split pusher and you will win the game. So Direwolves pick up that second one. Before we go to this break, we're going to throw you some highlights and we'll be back for game 3.
And brings him back. Combo from Destiny. King gets some damage. We'll lock him down, but here comes Rekard. Rogue! What an absolute monster! Shermfire in trouble. Gets the rubber hand smacked down. Headshots coming up. FBI still chasing. He gets it!
Lord.
He got him! He got the kill! That's 2 in the bottom lane for Sin. Still, Direwolves want to chase further forward. Big knocker coming out from Shermfire, but here comes Ryoma. Wants to kick off this fight. Double knockback coming out from Sherm. We'll knock them into each other. Ryoma's gonna fall. Big team fight picked up by the Direwolves. Rogue still wants to go for this engage in FBI.
chipping away, but there's a wild Jax on his face, and the rest of the team piles on in as well. Rogue will die on top of that. That's 3 kills to the Wolves. Double knockup from Destiny, trying to lock that FBI. There's no flash in this AD carry. Juice is in trouble. Ryma's trying to fight back against the wall, but Fnatic still somehow lives. Will be taken down eventually, but there goes Shern again, straight into the backlines. Jippy still healthy. Ash Arrow connects. FBI can't fight. That's another shutdown.
Nexus is open.
Shern fight will lock down Ryma as well. Big arrow, he flashes away. Rogue again with big engage, but isn't enough. Ryma is so low. Fancy's gonna look for that kill, and a big slam into the ground. Sin are falling one by one. Double kill, triple kill picked up by Cassidy, but it will be the Direwolves that bring this back to a 1-1, and they'll send us to game number 3.
Welcome back, OPL fans, to Week 5. It's Super Week. We are here Friday night with 2 huge games. We've already had a couple. It's an absolute cracker, 1-1 between Sin Gaming and the Direwolves. I'm Spawn, still joined by Fish and Rusty down the end of the desk. And what 2 different games we've had already. I mean, good landing phases, Game 1 out of Direwolves, but can't close the team fights. Game 2, great landing phases and early game pressure out of Sin Gaming, but a huge mistake in the mid-game cost them it all.
Yeah, and a lot of that stemmed from the drafting in the second game when you look at it. But realistically, Sin, having that lead, not being able to cement that lead and follow that through, and somehow still getting the inhibitor and 2 Nexus turrets is rather confusing, just as a game in general.
Yep, they somehow won the draft. Somehow they were winning the early game, but late game, they were the ones that take down Nexus turrets first and still lose. It was just an absolute confusing game to watch.
Absolute mess of a game of League of Legends. But now, gentlemen, it is my pleasure to give you the tough choice of how do you actually fix one of the teams and which one is it going to be?
What would you fix, Fish?
I don't know what to fix anymore. We tried fixing them twice, Rusty. Apparently it doesn't work. First time we need to fix the Direwolves, we fixed them. Now we've got to fix Sin again. But in all honesty, looking towards Sin, I think Jews really needs to step up and have a game like he did in Game 1. Rogue played exactly the way he did. FBI still had a good game. Ryoma didn't have a great game again, but even Game 1, I don't think he had a fantastic matchup. Doc was still performing well, so I think Jews really needs to step up and have another captain's game.
I mean, you could look at Direwolves and say maybe just draft with a bit of extra wave clear. I don't think the Cassidon was a necessary feature. Whilst it looked good, I wonder if they were just picking comfort. Now they've got a victory under their belt. They can go back to their drafts that they know work without that comfort there. Sin, just calm down. Actually, place some wards before you take the team fights. You know, very good team fighting team, but if you're not setting up for it, especially against things like a Zac and an Alistar, you will outright lose those fights because you're giving them opportunities to engage.
And, you know, a polarizing Zac game because his engages were good and his ult use was non-existent. I mean, I think he bounced people up twice. Didn't bring them back into the team until the very final team fight, I think I caught one. So is that ban-worthy?
I mean, unfortunately, when you look at a champion like Zac, every spell except the W is game-changing and potentially broken. You've got the Q after the distance that the Elastic Slingshot can cover, and even when he was not hitting the ultimates, the rest of it was still there. And so it was still a ban-worthy champion, in my opinion.
He was still such a big threat. We saw Shunfire getting good flanks behind Sim when they're pushing for these objectives and punishing him for being a little bit over-aggressive as well. So despite the fact he didn't hit many ultimates, he was still able to create that pressure and allow the rest of the Direwolves to be unlocked.
And, you know, was perma-banned on 7.13. However, we do have a tweet for you guys. It's going to be in from @Mediclaw, I think. No. Medic for the win. Cool. So, who gets the biggest buff on 7.14 and who got the most nerfed? I mean, pretty much what the question's asking. What are your thoughts?
I can't really speak towards the nerf of 7.14. I didn't really look at that part. 7.14 to me was a giant buff patch. But I would highlight Jace as who got the biggest buff. Because lethality is disgusting, but Jace is one of the few champions that can play at top, can play at mid, benefits the most by being an auto-attack champion. You know what? It's been played AD carry and support in certain
before.
regions. I'm not going to say that for now. But,
has also been played jungle as well. So Jace, absolutely everywhere. If you want a champion in solo queue where you can play everywhere, pick up Jace. What are your thoughts, Fish?
I think Talon's the one that benefits the most. We saw him rise in popularity and split one quite a bit in top lane as well as mid lane, then just completely fell off. And we knew he had potential. I think these changes have brought him back.
I mean, alternatively, you could say that Cho'Gath benefited the most because he's close to meta from nowhere near it at all. So he's managed to, in terms of how
Somehow
far he's gone, massive.
And I think that if I was going to go for the biggest nerf, it would be the mages in support. Because right now, it was already hard because the tanks could catch you out of position. Now you've got these assassins backflipping all over Summoner's Rift. They one-shot you with Duskblade. It is not fun to be a mage support player right now.
Even international, we see the most common mage/range support being picked up is Bards, and no longer going towards Zyras, no longer going towards Karma, who's relegated to mid lane again. So it's curious to see if there are going to be any teams that play those supports again.
I mean, we've been seeing them, SKT as an example, still playing it in 7.13 when tanks were a support, but they've been losing with it. So perhaps the point is still very much relevant. However, we are seeing it.
Yeah, we certainly will check it out. The other matchup that I want to continue to monitor throughout this first best of 3 is going to be the jungle matchup. So let's pull it back up on your screen. We've been checking in with the shot caller of Sin Gaming as well as the superstar of the Direwolves. I mean, the stats tell it all. Shern, a much better performance.
Yeah, and this is after Shern got his passive popped at level 1. He flashed at level 1 as well. Sin did not commit to killing him, and I thought, you know, maybe that's fine. Maybe Juice will be able to pick up the slack and do something inside of his own jungle. No aggression from him. He constantly ganked mid lane, only got a single kill out of it, and just fell off after that.
Yeah, look, I think Shern played perfectly fine League of Legends. He was just a Zac. He was going to do his thing. Juves didn't have the best performance in game number 2, especially contrasting it to his engages from the first game.
And this is this a degree of difficulty on the execution then? Because we've seen a couple of games where Elise, early game, looks all right. I mean, ganking lanes is Elise's a want to do, but when it gets into the team fighting phase, does not look all that strong.
I just think if the roles were reversed and Juves was on Zac, he could have done the exact same thing as Shernfire. Farm up, get those ganks later on once his E is maxed out to rank 5. But if you are on Elise, you need to be proactive. That's something we see Shernfire do time and time again when he's in the jungle. When he has those proactive champions, he is. Juves just was not.
Yeah, I mean, even comparing the performance from game 1 of Shernfire and Elise, I still think he looked like the better Elise, generally speaking. But when I look at Juves, I'm not going to say he's picked a hard champion. It's too hard for Juves to play. He's perfectly fine on the Elise. He's capable on the champion. It was more of a decision of when I am going for an engage or I'm pushing mid lane, the rest of my team's running away, I'm running down the river and getting caught. And a lot of this is still a highlight of how well Destiny played in the second game, which I think is an area we didn't really highlight. But he was almost better than Shernfire was at ganking.
Yeah, his Alistar was really good there, getting good combos off and making sure he was pushing people into choke points that allowed Shernfire to do that.
Wore a Moo Cow onesie as well, which you can't overstate enough. As far as skin tier lists go, if that is not at the top of it, I will be very surprised. But my analysis has run out. I'm no longer a host. Let's get into Champ Select and give the job back to Fish.
Into Champions League for game number 3 here, ladies and gentlemen. Sin currently tied up 1-1 against the Direwolves. And if things haven't changed, we should still see 3 lethality bans on the side of Sin. Kha'Zix as well as Talon being taken off the table. Direwolves will ban out Xayah very early here. Jace is going to follow. Let's see if they do ban a Cassiopeia at the end. And Sin are one of the teams in the OPL that banned Zac on blue side. This time, no. Straight away, Cassidy ban. A lot of respect thrown towards Fantix.
Well, the reason I like the Cassidy ban this time is they can last pick it on the first rotation of red side and then ban away things like Lucian to counter it. So I think that it's a lot safer to take as a red side champion. You don't necessarily even have to save it for the last pick.
So now I'm curious to see what Sin are going to pick up. Rek'Sai still left open with Elise. Caitlyn's still up as well, but again, prioritizing the Gragas pick first.
That makes sense. I mean, Juves has had a good game. Dockless had a good game on it. Why would you not take a champion that is very ambiguous and both your players can take to Summoner's Rift?
Thresh is still left up as well. Curious to see if Direwolves go straight Caitlyn Thresh here and leave Brom available for Sin to pick.
They can go Caitlyn Thresh or they can pick Rakan. It really depends on how they're going to play this one out. Again, every support in the pool is up and available, so the choice is Destiny's. They could choose to not go for support now if they really wanted, but whilst it's definitely the most likely option, where would they go?
Bold call, Cotton. If they lock in Braum and they leave available Jhin Thresh, that is actually a skill matchup in my opinion. I think that Caitlyn certainly has the shove, but Thresh is much better at being able to, you know, help chip down creeps and be able to, at least early in the game, bully the Braum a little bit.
I mean, Thresh Jhin just wins 2v2s in general.
Yeah, and then the ability to bring in a Gragas with the Lantern just makes the ganks a little bit more potent. I'm really excited about this matchup now. This is a true test where the FBI Rogue is actually better than King and Destiny.
Let's see how that goes. And I always feel like Direwolves were forced onto the Braum with the Gragas pick up first. Last time we saw this Champion Select, it was a Braum ban over the Cassidy. But again, Direwolves go straight to the Jax pick third. Jax feels like he's in a good spot right now. Doesn't have too many counters in lane. Scales up phenomenally.
And I wonder if that forces Dockler to flex his Gragas towards the top lane and give Juves the option to play whatever he would like. And again, this opens it up to the realm of we've got a tank top laner. We can play whatever we want mid, but we've also got the options of carries in jungle.
And huge props to Bensor. Not just when Gragas has been a big flex pick, but other top laners and mid laners have been big flex picks. He uses them to his advantage time and time again. This is another example of that. Sin, however, are going to ban out the jungle pool here. At least the first. Cassiopeia is another one going out from the Direwolves.
Yeah, attack Shern. You know that he's going to get the first pick here because they're probably going to want to protect Fantix a little bit in this draft. Ryoma is certainly showing that, at least in the laning phase, can go toe-to-toe with Fantix. So I think that, yeah, 100% you attack Shern and you make him pick one of the weaker junglers right now.
Renekton Bane coming out from the Direwolves again. Seems like they don't want that matchup into Chippies. Dockler has been a decent Renekton player and one of his most played champions this split.
A lot of the strategy from Direwolves in game number 2 you could replicate here, still with their draft to be decided, is the 1-3-1 continuation. Ryoma's ability to stay in the side lanes and then group to team fight was actually very poorly timed. Direwolves could use that to their advantage here through the draft.
Syndra's the final ban coming out from Sin, something we haven't seen picked or banned, I believe, in the past few series.
Interesting. With Talia available now.
Zed open as well.
Zed open as well. do they want to take something a little bit more risky here?
Ooh, that would be cheeky. Let's
That's
see
the
if Direwolves
jungler.
go for it. And they do. Cho'Gath has been locked in for the Direwolves. Sin now have to show their hand. They have to show where is this Gragas? Is it jungle or is it top lane? And Roma has to pick his champion. If
Has
it's
Stu's been playing Sejuani? Because if he has, I honestly think you just take the tank meta and you say, we will try and fight you 5v5. Rek'Sai, ooh.
goes to Rek'Sai instead. Now, what does Direwolves throw into the mid lane against a Taliyah?
I am curious with the Rek'Sai. Again, the options are still going to be here. Not necessarily a misfortune, as we're waiting for a mid laner. He's just going through his supports.
Is it going to be Zed? Does Fantix pull it out?
Zed
Corki?
works, but Corki's the natural pick into it.
And that's going to be picked up by the Direwolves.
I feel like one farms safely, the other one kills it. And I like killing lane opponents, and I think Fantix does too. He was getting very frustrated last night when he was streaming because of his lack of ability to be able to kill people. So, you know, it's a safe draft. I think they've certainly got 1-3-1 flavor there. But at the same time, Roma can continue to gank out Chippy's lane and use that wall to rejoin the team.
And we have a Cho'Gath being picked up here in the OPL. The Barmy Cinder buffs seem to have brought him back into the
The
meta.
E buffs is what brought him in. We'll see how quickly he clears with that E. He can start wherever he wants. Very sustained jungler. And I
Doesn't
can't
lose
believe
it.
it's taken 3 games for him to come out. I actually think he's the best jungler on the patch right now.
Yeah, Maokai and Cho'Gath, the two that I would look towards. Maokai's got risky clear because of saplings. Cho'Gath is risky because he can miss all of his spells, but with the E changes giving a slow, it's very hard to miss your knock-up if the slow's already connecting.
And if you get to level 11, you don't even really need to hit skills. You just flash eat someone, and it takes half their health away, and they can't participate in the rest of the team fight.
And-
I'm expecting to see Thunderlords, sorry to cut you off, Fish, because he just needs a little bit more of that extra damage to give him some presence. And he's so damn tanky that you really don't need Carrot Colossus or Grasp of the Undying to be relevant throughout the late game.
And that's one of the things I was going to touch on, the fact that now Cho'Gath can't be punished for dying. His ultimate got changed so long ago that he's allowed to stack up infinitely, as well as keep those stacks if he needs to.
So he gets a maximum amount of stacks from creeps. And then when he eats champions,
It goes
if
up.
it kills them, it goes up still. So it is infinite as long as you can last hit champions. Not sure you want to be doing that as a full tank Cho'Gath.
I mean, to be fair, when you go towards the Gargoyle Stoneplate build, you'll be stacking up massively
It'll
on
be huge.
some champions.
Imagine Gargoyle Stoneplate, Iron Elixir,
Oof.
and full stack Cho'Gath. He's going to be tall. If nothing else, he's going to be soaking skill shots.
But again, he can't be punished for dying anymore, which is the biggest change that helped him get back as well. So curious to see how he's going to do in the jungle now for Shonefire.
Yeah, apart from that punishment where you have to stay in the death chamber for like 45 seconds late game, which, you know, most champions go through when they die. Carthage, of course, cheats that for a little bit at the start.
I've always thought that Cho'Gath and Zac were my favorite champions because they start like little baby animals until they become monsters.
Look at him. He's smaller than a Rek'Sai. He's literally a mini Rek'Sai. They're just so cute.
And that's very
Rusty.
apt for their ability to play League of Legends early in the game, isn't it, Fish? Rek'Sai is immediately good. Cho'Gath needs to start clearing 1/6 to be able to win 1v1s.
Well, of course, also, one of the changes that we made quite a while ago, which I liked, was when the Vorpal spikes grew as Cho'Gath grew. No longer mini spikes coming out of massive Cho'Gath. Now they get big as well.
And the E, it grows with him too now as well.
That's the Vorpal spikes.
Ah, whatever. you're a Vorpal Spikes. I didn't want to. Nah.
I thought Swan was going to take over
This
that.
is what happens when you say the spell names, and
Yeah.
in my mind, it's like, that's totally his cue.
Yeah.
It's
The big
not.
thing for me is I was a big fan of AP Cho'Gath when it was being played. Alex Ish running around on AP Cho'Gath. You waited for the wall,
probably
you
still
one-shot someone. Unfortunately, when I heard Cho'Gath was coming back, I got very excited, and then I found out it was full tank jungle Cho'Gath, so more of the Snoopy era.
My
But here we
favorite.
go.
Brings back to Hotshot GG Season 1.
Ryoma, got one, got
Gets
two, got three.
4 almost. So Shonefire is going to be stuck here for a while, dealing with this big Raptor. Will eventually kill it. But still, it's not the first time we've seen Ryoma do this. He's done it in quite a few games as Talia.
That's the quickest level 2 ever.
Yep, certainly is.
He's going to do fine against Vantage to kick things off. We'll start to shove out this wave.
At this point, Ryoma should pick up a Hunter's Machete and actually just get the level 2 for himself off the Raptors.
And Shonefire doesn't even hit level 2 off the back of Raptors there, so
Of course
he's
he doesn't.
stuck
He
level
lost
1.
4 of the mini
Yeah,
ones.
Too many.
As soon as you
Yeah.
lose 2 mini ones, you don't hit level 2, mate.
But you know what? Rek'Sai with the early advantage in jungle clear, Ryoma's made it better for himself. Fantix is pushed under the turret because of the level difference between mid laners. This is the early game dream for Juves and for Ryoma.
So let's see if FBI and Rogue can win that matchup bottom lane. Already doing well here. Concussive blows. King can't get it. Rogue might fall as well, but still they back off nicely, forcing to use the potion. That's boot start.
I was about to say, do you know what saved Jin then? Boot start. They couldn't catch him. He was just running a little bit too quickly. Goes for the sustained start because he knows he's going to be poked out. And actually probably saves his life.
At the very least, saves his stay in lane.
Yeah.
Surefire moves straight towards his blue buff, looking to pick that up. Fantix Valking in the mid lane there, so burning quite a bit of mana. Roma fairly low on ore as well after shoving out this lane quite aggressively. Pops his first potion.
Big Taliyah performances coming out of players around the world. Roma, pretty much a Taliyah main. I'm mostly surprised, honestly, that he got the champion.
Yeah, we see it banned out against him quite a few times. But Dockler top side of the map again, bullying Chippies to kick things off. Chippies might have learned his lesson after last game.
I wonder if Dockler has, though. And that is that, you know, Iceborne Gauntlet is a questionable rush item. I love it as an item. I think he's onto something with this Sheen pickup. I just think he goes that one step too far.
Let's see if he changes anything. He started with the ring again, crafting potion by Chippies. He's used all his stacks, and Dockler still has a potion.
I'm also turning into a pretty big Dockler fan, by the way. Whenever you see his player cam, he's pretty up spirit and pretty positive guy. And has been definitely starting to rise to the occasion. He was a rookie coming into this. A lot of people overlook the fact that even though he's an import, he hadn't actually played professional League of Legends. And we gave him, what, all of a week to... I think he had 4 days of scrims, Stu said in the interview, before people started judging him, and now he seems to have come online.
And I mean, say what you will as well about that fact, as bottoms just fighting each other. Flares is the exact same example of this, and yes, he played competitively, but it's a shaky start with a strong finish. And that's the cool thing about the top laners that seem to join Sin, they just get that power spike.
Get that big shoes to fill as well, because Flares ended the season so well. There's a Cho'Gath gang coming top lane, so we'll touch on bottom lane later if Dockler does get caught out. Good knock-up coming out from Shenfire. Will silence him as well. Red buff is ticking. Chippies doesn't have enough mana. He has to flash Dockler here. Or does he? Again! He just bamboozles them! Outplayed!
Outplayed, Fish. He falls on his own sword. He's like, ah, Lord, I've been outplayed again by me. What a disaster.
Meanwhile, bottom side of the map, we already mentioned there was a gank coming in from Rek'Sai earlier. Destiny and King now both don't have any summoner spells remaining. Steel Heals left up for FBI. A good hook comes out from Rogue. Will flay him back. Great damage landing on towards King. With his bite finally coming out from Destiny. That will force him out of lane.
And as I said, I don't know if Cape Braum is a winning lane versus Thresh yet anymore. You can see that even with boot starts, the trades are going very well. FBI is able to duck in and out. They've forced them back, so they're going to hard shove the lane. They really are pretty versatile, Rogue. Cancelling autos. Oh, that's the SKT one.
Yeah. Great skin, actually. Very usable.
They will go back to base here, pick up a couple of items for themselves. Serrated Dirt comes out first, which synergizes very well with the bouncing grenade.
It begins, Fish. The lethality begins.
I wonder how much lethality he has in his runes. Because for a time, when you were playing Jin, you just went to pure AD. You run a 15 AD page, so there was absolutely nothing special about it at all. Now, I wonder if he's back to, you know, a little bit of lethality in there. Wonder if he's back to all lethality. What was it, 25 lethality? No AD?
I mean, the common surge of lethality used to be about 20. And that would give you no AD after that as well. Fantix takes quite a bit of damage there by Roma. Sidesteps some of the abilities, but not all. And Roma's trying to keep him out of this mid lane for as long as possible.
Away from a creep, that was probably experience as well. So yeah, I think that he's gotten the better end of that trade.
Still just farming up. Fairly even in mid lane. Fantix this time round though decides not to go for the Hex Drinker.
Yep.
Instead, he's going to pick up his Shin straight away. As Dockler trading with Chippy's top side of the map, both of them using their ultimates. Dockler holding his own. In fact, he's up in CS in this game. Doing fantastically fine.
Certainly is. He also has a passive. See if he can duck into the river and grab himself some fruit. That's always the sneaky way to win top lane. It used to be take Krugs and, you know, inflate your CS advantage. Now it's go pick yourself up some honey fruit. They're on special at the moment down at the local Coles or IGA.
Yeah, big tribute to Hingers there. He would go for the fruit as well, not so much killing the animals in the jungle. Going to get locked down by double stuns. He's still quite healthy though. And here comes Juice. Big knockup. They will lock down Destiny. First blood is picked up by Sin's captain. Shern has been ignited, but they get a return kill. Will be taken down. FBI still chasing further forward. Does have boost, but good slow from King stops any further advance.
And even though Shern gets shut down in the jungle early, he still beats him to level 6, and then he just eats him. He turns around, takes a big chunk. Sends him back to the fountain.
Yeah, and all of that trade, the advantage that you thought would go to Sin by the counter gank is diffused by that level 6, because most importantly, if Jews was 6, matching the speed of Schoenfire, then he could have outplayed it. He could have actually become untargetable. They might have got kills at least traded there in the end positively for Sin. It just equalizes ultimately.
FBI will still be able to push this one in towards King. However, Destiny has come back into this lane. Hook lands.
Big
Will they
creep
be able to lock
wave
him
there.
down?
Ooh. Generally, you get a little bit cheeky when you're the Thresh in that situation. You see the creep wave, you flame back into it. You think, you know, here's a little bit of an exchange with my little friends. Of course, with the Brawn back in that lane, with Exhaust still available. Didn't want to go for it, Fish. Instead, they take the free shop.
No, but as things stands, it's a small lead.
That
for
is
Sin
the
at the
quickest bottom lane in the history of bottom lane.
Swifty
Boot
Boots
3,
and
boot
Mobies?
5. Like,
Hello?
let's get around the map, boys.
They're zooming.
Ah. My goodness. Very, very quick bottom lane. Let's see what they do with that quickness. Meanwhile, Roma picks up his first blue buff of the game.
Juve still isn't level 6.
Nope.
I mean, I guess Shern actually took some experience top lane. Probably important to note. He pushed that one in.
Yep.
So maybe put Chippy's a little bit further behind. That's all I can really think of how he got this advantage. He is 10 CS up as well, so maybe an extra Raptor camp spawn.
It's
He
the
has
same level as Solo.
Finally hit 6. But you're right, Schoenfire is same level as solo lanes at the moment, above King and Destiny by quite a fair margin. Farming up with Storm.
I mean, I respect that a lot of this is going towards the bottom side of the map for both of these teams. Cho'Gath ganking at 6. Juve's now hovering around the area as the camps start to spawn. With Infernal Drake up and available in this game, you wonder if a kill that is meaningful enough down in this bottom lane can translate to that soon.
Rogue throws hooks, and even when they're a screen away, you think they're going to hit somehow.
Well, he does like to tweet out ban Thresh after every single Thresh victory he has. I don't think they've had a defeat this season. Meanwhile, Fantix has the package, almost gets shoved back by Rama, but a good sidestep from DeCorky.
And has taken teleport this time, so wants to be able to match lane, side lane pressure.
He's listening.
He missed the package use there. He was looking for it.
That's a tilter.
Instead, just Valks away.
You think it's going to be a big, majestic package, and in the end, you only get a Valkyrie.
Meanwhile, Hook lands bottom lane. They're going to try and lock down King. Gets good damage
Look how
out.
quick he is.
FBI is just running around with that cripple. It's like, put up the shield, Brom. Put it up. I dare you.
Yeah, get him. Oh,
Meanwhile, he gets
hello.
behind him. Destiny jumps straight towards FBI. He's forced to reload, and there you go. Dark Passage, back to safety. There's nothing to do here.
That's a big ult used, however, so we'll see whether it does impact the rest of the lane. You can see that on top of a control ward right now, Shern started up the dragon. This is the most obvious dragon of all time, boys. You can't do that.
Jews will be able to stop them just by placing a ward down. Casually moves over with Alba Rogue.
You will feel a little bit bad if you're Destiny, like in part that should have resulted in a kill of some kind just because he was standing in the dead center of that Dark Sphere trying to save and prevent, rather, FBI from getting to safety on the Lantern, but he just walks over the top of him apparently.
Yeah, zoom in is what I'm going to say. Oh,
Fantix
Rama.
looking for a kill against Rama. Going to tag him. That's a ghost being used by the Talia. Still looking to trade aggressively here. Has the range advantage. No Valk available. Fantix going to take another rock throw to the face. Forces the Corki to flash out.
Oh.
Rama goes for it. Under the turret. One-on-one. He'll die, but he absolutely styles on him.
Who cares? Who cares that you die? He loses all the creeps. You get the experience. He doesn't. One trade out of Ryoma right there and absolutely puts his mark on this game. He was falling down in CS. He said, stuff this. I'm not losing the lane anymore.
And speaking of falling behind, Juves is no longer behind because he gets a juicy midway prepared for him. Schoenfire is going to do the same.
Yeah, I love doing this. Oh, what a shame. You can't make it back for that wave. Let me get it off the
It'd
turret
be a
for
shame
you.
if something would have happened to it.
Schoenfire is going to be able to hit level 8 here. So matching Jews, who is slightly ahead now.
And that's a break point for Ryoma. He goes back. He's now got himself that completed item. Ooh, King's in some trouble, potentially.
Behind the turret, Hook doesn't land there from Rogue. King gets back to safety. This turret, though, very low. And normally it's Caitlyn, the one looking to take these turrets early.
And you just can't hit the Jhin when he moves this quickly. He is the speed of light right now. Actually, that's not true because Thresh is quicker than him. Speed of sound.
He's quick.
He's quick. What's the line from... He's so fast, he makes other fast people look not fast.
It's accurate.
What?
It's from The Longest Yard.
Oh, okay.
That movie where Adam Sandler and Nelly play
Oh,
Gridiron.
yeah, it's from the new Longest Yard.
Yeah.
Not the good one.
Hey,
But
mate,
it's still good.
I thought it was alright.
Oh, well, I just like to call it as Egypt says. They're zooming. Meanwhile, top side of the map, Chippies and Doppler going to go brawling again, but this time around, Chippy's going to avoid
Ryoma's
it.
coming up, which is why he's done this.
Yep, he's going to go for this gang. Chippy's going to get cut off. There's Ryoma. Chippy's in so much trouble, and Ryoma gets another kill for himself.
It's a
big play by
creep
Sin.
wave. Are they going to teleport for it? It's just become available. Doesn't have time.
Hooks on.
Hooks on towards the Brom as well. Destiny at half health finally puts up the big shield. Shenfire looking for a knock-up. Can't connect it. First turret falls to Sin. They take it down top side of the map.
That probably saved the Mountain Dragon as well, because now they're still trying to force bottom lane. They don't have the health bars to go for it. And you can see that Sin's just kind of being annoying with this three-man unit.
And Ryma's still pushing top side of the map. He does not care about anyone at the moment. He'll shove this wave in, reset it. Direwolves going to try and look to take a Infernal Dragon for themselves. 3 members of Sin are bottom side of the map. Corki is in the mid
Gragas
lane.
is also in range of teleport.
I mean,
gonna
now you
teleport
just
in.
turn around and you take it.
Bro looking for a hook. Will take quite a bit of damage. They're going to try and take this one. Juice has to outsmite Shenfire. Doppler jumps in again. They go for the fight to kick things off. Destiny incredibly low. Will
Huge
pop his
knockup.
ultimate. He's been ignited,
Also
but he
in
will
trouble.
get away. However, King gets a kill to Doppler. That's 2 for the Direwolves. Make it 3 as King flashes forward. FBI has to somehow get away now. 2 kills for the Caitlyn. They get an Infernal Dragon, and FBI still running for his life. Can't out Dodger. He couldn't juke the Duke, and that's going to be 4 for the Wolfpack.
Man, pick too many directions there, and the end FBI is going to go down. And this is all without Ryoma here. I liked the idea from Sin, contest it with the teleport, but really you weren't in a position to win the contest.
Ooh, I don't know how they lost that. I'm looking back. I'm looking at the summoner spells as this is available. Everyone has everything.
Juice is too fragile, though, I feel like. He's taking damage from this, and at the same time, whilst you're engaging, you're not doing meaningful damage. And a lot of this is the combo coming out of all of Direwolves.
I mean,
it was
that's
a good
just
combo.
Destiny winning the fight. That he hits a 3-man engage. He exhausts at the exact same time, so 4 members are taken out of that team fight. And unfortunately, no one chose to flash the Braum knockup.
Also,
Yep.
Sin could have just ran down bottom lane, taking 2 turrets for that trade, because bottom lane out of turret is almost dead. Instead, they decide not to, and try to go for the risky play of fighting for the Infernal Dragon, lose a big team fight to the Direwolves, which gives them the gold lead. Now about 500 gold
And
ahead
that
of
was,
Sin.
again, one of those moments where you put Braum with Sejuani's in League of Legends because the combo is fantastic. Chose like the cheap version of that because Braum can hit a knockup. Shenfire can follow that up with a knockup of his own. It's a bouncing castle where you can't cleanse out of it. You can't get out of it.
But Direwolves, off the back end of a good team fight, I feel have made a bad choice here. That's why we have a little bit of a fight. Because they've put their duo lane into a lane against the best wave clearing top laner in the game at this stage. He has the cask available. They will eventually get, you know, top lane turret potentially, as well as this Rift Herald.
Yep.
But how much do they lose on the bottom side of the map? Because Chippies can't defend.
I think that's what they were going for instead of top lane, which is a Rift Herald, so they'll get it. They lose bottom lane outer. Doppler trying to be a pest here. That Rift Herald's gone. Shenfire will secure that objective. It's it away. Cast comes out for a cheeky steal. Doesn't happen.
But look at this. I mean, they're still going bottom lane. So they've taken 2 turrets.
Juice is here as well. They're going to look to try and take this.
Hook
Good
is
hook.
coming.
Locks him back. Locks him down. Pops the counter-strike to stop some damage. And he's A-okay.
Fantix cheats across and they leave Shenfire mid lane again. So in the end, they won't lose both of the turrets. Instead, it will just be 1.
I do feel like we're starting to hit this point, though, where Shenfire, as you mentioned earlier, level 11 is going to be a nice spike for him, but he's going to become close to unkillable already. Juves, yes, he's gone for the Cinderhulk, but every time I've seen him, it feels like there's just a lot less health in that bar compared to his opponent. He's not as tanky. Rogue, not as tanky as Destiny. And Chippies is still scaling, still continuing to ramp up in his ability to split push and potentially teamfight, depending on the build path that he goes towards here. Sin, they're okay at the moment. They've got item spikes and power spikes that are good for them, but you're always looking towards Direwolves and saying that Drake fight could be what decides the scaling.
Completely agree. And the other big thing is when you have a Caitlyn, you generally get access to the turrets at some point in the game. And they've got 2 turrets, you know, one from a Rift Herald, one, you know, maybe top lane, maybe bottom lane, wherever the Gragas is, that they can chip down relatively easily. So I think that Direwolves are still in a pretty okay position. They're up in gold already. They have those 2 turrets available, and they're potentially going to take 1 mid lane right now.
They're dropping the Rift Herald there. Right?
Wow, that is so scary when Cho'Gath does that. Oh, he cuts it off.
Yeah, Talia Wall going to cut off Rift
I wonder
Herald.
if he, oh, he's in range.
And he can still go for the little cheeky slam. Gets the turret
not
very
gonna get
low.
it.
No, but this turret will not fall. Sets it up to be knocked down later on. But big play Ryoma stops
Yeah,
it.
Certainly is. I mean, they should have had 2 free turrets. They should have had 1 from the Caitlyn, 1 from the Rift Herald. Instead, now they're probably back down to just that mid lane when they get the Caitlyn in there and look to set up the traps.
Yeah, good defusal play from Sin, but ultimately I agree with you in that maybe Caitlyn should have just stayed top lane, brought the pressure up there, and then you place the Herald mid. You have river control, you have Shenfire around the area. Just use him as a pivot point.
Direwolves going to just continue to make these big macro plays. Bottom side of the map, Dockler now getting the worst set of trades against Chippies as the Trinity Force is complete. FBI looking to hold the turret against Caitlyn, and there is a Cho'Gath right behind the
He's in
Gragas.
trouble. He's about to get eaten.
Talia's here though, looking to try and fight this one out. Dockler has to stay alive somehow. Shermfire looking for the E. Good damage, will get it. Chippy's not even taking the turret. Teleports are coming in from the Direwolves, and Fantix will save them from this fight.
Yeah, but at the same time, will they get the turret? Because Juves is here.
And they're looking for the shove back as well. Fantix will be able to Valk away. Good knockup coming out.
So
from
a lot
Shermfire.
burnt. That's a TP. That's a Cho'Gath ulti, and you didn't really get all that much unless Juves dies. Then, of course, it's a fantastic trade.
He just burrows away. He'll be okay.
But you're right. I mean, the fact they don't get the turret, they commit to just the kill. You still look at Sin and you say, that's fantastic they're here in the first place. They know the Dockler's having a bad time, and whether it's communication from him saying, I'm going to get dove right now because I'm losing my 1v1. Can you come and help? They're here in time either way. And they're able
Oh,
to
hooks on! Locks him down, flame back. Good night, Fantix!
Yeah, and all of a sudden they can turn the
Teleports
journal,
as well.
teleport in. It gets cancelled.
Dockler going to cancel his as well, so he stays bottom side of the map. King will look to take down top lane outer turret by himself, but mid lane is under fire from the rest of Sin, and Ryama's cheekily moving towards top side of the map. Does not decide to cut off King with Weaver's Wall, does he?
King has double summoner spells and Infinity Edge at this stage of the game. I mean, I think that Ryoma can take the 1v1, but it's still risky. Now Cho'Gath coming in.
Not quite.
Still moving forward. They're looking to try and lock down Thresh. Rogue in trouble. Flashes very early. Juice gets into the fight. Shermfire just jumps on top of him, gets the big eat down, lives with a sliver of health. Chippies can't get the stun. They return good damage, and Kernakor gets popped. Oh, can't find Shermfire. Talia wants it as well, but he can't get in there. Crit shot going to come out, get good damage on Chippies, but Direwolves going to be just fine.
I mean, at the end of this, Sin now pushing to equalize what Direwolves have done to them in the top lane. This is really arduous and just dangerous for Sin overall. These fights are happening. No one's basically dying. Only Rogue single kill there. But nothing's actually breaking. This is a fight for the fight because Direwolves are defending. Sin aren't getting anything.
Yeah, exactly right. And when you have a look at what is actually happening, the Cho'Gath is just getting kill after kill and eventually will just become that monster that we know late game Cho'Gath can become. He's going toward the Righteous Glory, although that's a good ult.
Trying to knock King
King
back.
in trouble.
There is the Iceborne Gauntlet slowing down King. Ryoma, one more rock throw, throws another one, gets a kill.
Yep, that's greedy from King. Look where everyone else is on the map. Braum's in base, Cho'Gath was walking out of base with Chippies next to him, and there is a Corki in the bottom lane. As a double summoner spell Caitlyn, you are not that safe. Not against all the pick of, Talia wall, the ability to be able to flash on you. You've got the Gragas still available as well. I mean, that's just really strange positioning.
And it keeps happening for the Direwolves. It feels like one of the major symptoms for their defeats, even in game number 1 here against Sin. The ability to get picked off whilst forward stanced.
Yep.
Let's see if Sin can continue getting these picks, because every pick they get brings them closer to the goal lead that Direwolves picked up for themselves.
Duskblade of Drakthar now available.
Ooh.
Double
Spicy.
lethality item picked up for FBI.
The item's just stupid, Spawn. Stupid.
I mean, he
item.
doesn't go invisible though, so it's going to be difficult for him to get multiple procs.
Still
Not having
stupid.
the best Thresh game.
No, he's not.
He's playing like good, but it's not a
Not a rogue
rogue
Thresh.
level Thresh.
It's not his Rakan that we saw in the past 2 games.
Yeah, I reckon that one was better.
Disappointed.
I'm not. I'm having fun today.
5-7 for that one. Juice taking some damage there. Jack's still split pushing top side of the map. They send Talia to the top lane to deal with him.
This all
Doppler's
comes
gonna
down
run
to
up.
how the flick actually goes, because as soon as Jax jumps on you, I feel like you have to be on point getting him back off. Otherwise, he's going to pretty much two-shot the Talia.
Direwolves make the right call, move down mid lane, take that turret, and straight away get position over this Elemental Dragon.
Yeah, using the Caitlyn, the siege composition. Shermfire's threat of the knock-up is enough to zone people away, and the silence is game-changing.
Rogue is hit again. Rogue, good flame, will knock him back, still get stunned and deleted from the rift. Double shove, back comes out from Roma, but it's on the front line and does absolutely no damage. Again, Direwolves group up, use Chippies to stun lock the team. They got a kill.
Yeah, really well done. You can see that Dockler was in the side lane. He had actually gone across to try and clean that one out. And that means that there's nothing to siege mid lane. Dragon goes down for free. They've already got the kill. And Chippies is actually looking at Juice.
He's going to get locked down here. Roma shoves him back. Chippies in trouble. Will dash away, but Juice gets that kill. Kernakor gets cancelled by FBI. Roma's wall gets built, tries to separate the teams. They get a pick for that trade of the Elemental Dragon. Do they get anything more here, though?
still getting heavy damage
got him.
now.
Oh, they knocked Destiny back. He's forced to flash. Juice trying to flash on his face, and Fantic's being very aggressive. Can Valk over the wall, incredibly low. There's Dockler in the back lines, gets one once more. Will get locked down by King here.
Oh,
Send him into the team. Dockler, that was an insane play.
What a monster! The perfect cast gets him mid-net, and King was flirting with that. He was staying within range, did not kite back fast enough, and Dockler, huge play.
There's only so many times you can push your luck spawn, and Direwolves do it one too many. Sin, individual players, the pick composition of a Talia Jhin, not even with Rogue on the Thresh available, they get these kills, then they break the structures. We're back to square one.
Beautiful play from these two teams again, and this is turning out to be a very close series. It's been back and forth
Show
in
me the
every
Dragon's
single
cast
game.
again. I want to see it again. Production, give me the
It's-
replay. Let's take a look at it. I mean, they face check into a brush with no vision. The consistent damage from Talia is here, but really, it's not about that. It's all about Dockler.
Yeah, it certainly is, of course. Catching King, he's stepping up. He's trying to get the stun off, and if you're Dockler, you know that he's going for the 4th auto, but the predict is still fantastic from him. It's one thing to know he's going to do it. It's another thing to press the button.
Dockler came into OPL and everyone said, don't give him Jace, it's his best champion. No, Gragas is his bloody best champion at the moment. He did this against AV last week, and that gave Sin a win, pushing it straight down mid lane.
As Hingers would say, molto bene. That's a Hingers special right there. But you can see that still the game isn't over. Direwolves still have the gold lead. They still have pressure on this map.
There's an interaction for you. Cho'Gath knockup with Rek'Sai tunnels. The tunnel wins.
He still gets airborne, but he's okay.
She still gets airborne.
Shenfire, however, incredibly massive. He's got over 4,000 health with Righteous Glory picked up.
That's this tanky man.
That's disgusting. He has 2.5 items and he has over 4,000 health.
And for those who don't know as well, Righteous Glory is one of the big things that put Maokai and Cho'Gath into being an incredible jungler or just player on Summoner's Rift. The ability to go forwards and not have to use your knock-up as Cho. You can press E, you can run at them and slow them down.
Changes there. Cooldown reduction, armor now added. Much better rush item. You can see that Chippy kind of wants in on Dockler here.
Oh, the cast miss.
He
And now
actually
that's
might be
going to
dead.
trade. Dockler in some trouble. Has to body slam his way out, but he has to find the perfect window for it. Bilgewater Cutlass going to slow him down. Slows coming out from
Talia.
Dockler is enough, and Talia builds a wall. Chippy's forced to jump away and flashes over the wall as well. Baron, though. Baron's been started by the Direwolves.
Certainly has. Teleport is available from Dockler. They have a huge tank, so they're going to take no damage.
Sin,
And
no, they're coming to check.
And there's a teleport coming out from Chippy straight away, trying to get to this fight. Hook coming out from Rogue, misses King. Will get locked down by the Jindo, who pops the curtain call, looking
Juice.
for a fight. Juice, though, just dives into the backlines and gets destroyed. Sin out to fight without their captain. However, Direwolves incredibly low after this Baron fight. Shenfire is going to go down, but that's the only casualty for the Wolfpack.
yeah, exactly right. Now they can successfully disengage 1-for-1, but Baron is secured. Direwolves with the decisive play and the right play this time, able to take the big objective off the map.
Absolutely, with no hesitation, as you mentioned. The Baron was the correct move when everybody's going towards the bot lane. Juves, he sees the pick happen from FBI on the Jhin, but you cannot go towards a Cho'Gath. He will kill you, and that is the problem right there. You have to respect that you are the smiter of the team, and they are doing an objective. You cannot get greedy for a kill.
And Sin attack the teleport, they don't get the kill. So easy for Chippy to teleport back into that fight.
They did
no
get both
wall
these summoner
available.
spells, however.
True.
And as the map becomes smaller, it becomes easier and easier for Ryoma to look to make that play. And I think now that Dockler's flash is going to come back up, that becomes much easier to catch Chippies out.
2,000 gold lead for the Direwolves with Baron buff to work with and package available for Fantix. Very scary situation.
Yeah, and a bit of a variety build from FBI in contrast to that of King with his 3 completed items. Going to take a while or a one team fight to accelerate that build further, and they are team fighting.
They're looking for a fight. Talia's going to go over the wall, builds it up, but Juice, again, what is he doing? Just dives into the back lines and gets destroyed by the Direwolves.
Certainly does. I mean, he's on a mission at the moment, but the mission just isn't working. He should have bought, some would say. But when given an order, Juves goes in. Ryoma looking for a flick onto the big Cho'Gath.
Oof, he's just...
Quite easy to hit him, but he doesn't take much damage, Fish.
Don't like it. He's just too big. The hook lands. Let's see how long Shenfire can survive. He flashes away this time, a bit more respectful. It's just disgusting.
But Chippy's is just going to sit in this side lane. You know, he's gone Bork. He has no interest in team fighting. He's going to just look to pressure down turrets. Unfortunately for Dockler, he doesn't clear them out quickly enough anymore.
Baron buff still available for them as well. Doppler sidesteps that knock up, but he's
in
going to still
trouble.
get stunned. Direwolves dive into the second turret. Destiny takes some damage, but will live here. Kurnikor gets popped, trying to slow down the rest of the wolves. Tanking Fantix actually. Locket's going to be used, and Ryoma flashing forward for this one.
Yeah, that was a weird flash out of Ryoma. Put himself in range of the Jacks as well, but the Direwolves decide to back away. They got the objective they were looking for. Dragon is respawning in 17 seconds. You would expect it must be an important one for them to back away.
And they're 4,500 gold up as well. They've taken control of this game. Now we have to see if they can finish the game itself.
But it still doesn't feel over. Ryoma is in a great position. Level 16 is Talia. Doesn't get much stronger than this, to be honest.
It doesn't feel completely over, Spawn, but Gargoyle Stoneplate for Schernfire. I'm excited, if nothing else, for his ability to press 2 buttons and kill someone from 100% and be a tank.
Tanky.
Yep. So I guess to do a bit of off-the-top maths, if he has 7k health, 10% bonus health is 2 damage on top of it, he'll be doing pretty much the entire health bar of FBI upwards of 1,500.
It's just stupid.
Yes, Fish, but it exists. And you now have to talk about
He's
stupid.
massive. Look how big he is. He just lumbers around Summoner's Rift.
He's going to try and look to lock down Ryoma here. Pops the Banshee. Shippies goes for the stun. Will get knocked back by Dockler. Tries to separate the team. Misses the ultimate, or I should say casually sidestepped there by Chippies.
He also hit it onto Shern, so he still split the team up, just wasn't on the targets he wanted. And it looks like they're using the package on Fantix right now to just continue that split push. They have, however, caught him out.
Yeah, they're going to flash on top of him. Ryoma looking for this kill. Shove back does get dodged, and
He's
Rek'Sai
still
pops
dead.
the ultimate. He will die here. Good pick for Sin.
It certainly is, but he turns around, gets a lot of return damage, and at the same time, it looks like they're going to be able to take this bottom lane turret.
Sin.
Or maybe not.
Sin look like they want to force a fight here. Kurnikor is available for FBI. Decides not to use it.
Yeah, with good vision control out of the Direwolves, they see Sin running towards the bottom lane. So the pick will defuse the Baron pretty much entirely. Any options for the Direwolves there was to dive, and that's risky knowing that you don't have your mid lane. And one of the primary damage sources there, with enough outplay from the Sin roster, summoners available for themselves, that was maybe one step too risky.
Yeah, certainly agree. However, I'm looking down the line, and I'm thinking that Dockler is so far behind right now, but Ryoma is so accelerated. Ryoma really has to do the heavy lifting this game. He's getting so much side lane farm as Talia, and is 4-1 and 4. So really does have the items to be able to make this one work. Going towards his Void Star, you would expect only damage after that. If he doesn't go Death Cap, if he's not the one hard carrying this game, they're in a little bit of trouble.
Let's see what he can do. Currently, Sin, 4,000 gold behind the Direwolves. Closing in to about 3,000. 3 turrets to 4 as well, but all the elemental dragons are in the Direwolves' favor.
Yeah, and I still can't help but feel like, whilst we're saying Sin, they hold off for a little bit, they are still holding off because the rapid fire cannon just completed for FBI is one of those big item breakpoints that they need. When you look at the mid laner here of Ryoma, he is accelerated, he is incredibly far ahead, but as magic resistance starts to get stacked through the roster of Direwolves, he needs his Void Stuff, and he's close, but he's not there yet.
Direwolves are going to group up towards the bottom side of the map again. Mid lane in the turret is very low, and leaving Chippies there to split push for the team. That's a big choke up. He's about 5,000 health. He's going to get hooked back, take some damage, but he's A-okay.
Actually takes a lot of damage. He
does.
2,000 damage instantly.
Jin
that was a
gonna
lot.
give it to you. Yep. Look, it was a Duskblade. I'm just saying, he did a lot of damage. It was probably because it was a Duskblade that hit him.
True.
Right, Fish?
But they lose mid lane in the turret for that, and they've caught out Chippies. Pops the Counter-Strike, takes absolutely no damage because of it.
Yep, so Counter-Strike, of course, not only allows you to dodge auto attacks, but takes away 25% of spells that hit you as well. Very crucial to keep the maximum duration up when you're being ganked by those mages. Chippies does it well, gets over the wall, hops to safety.
I guess it's all about the Baron ultimately here. It's very difficult to break a Talia composition, and with how proactive Ryoma's playing around the map, the best way that Direwolves were playing it was wait for the proactivity, react on the opposite side and take structures, but now he's a bit more steadfast, Ryoma. Very difficult to actually break that base, as the base and the area get smaller as well.
Yeah.
Baron makes that easier.
Certainly does. However, you look at the items. I mean, that is pretty much Caitlyn looking towards getting done. Infinity Edge, Zeal, as well as Rapid Fire kind of picked up by Corki. These carries get access to the backline, even though we keep talking about, Chippy, Shern. Really, it's about, if Corki gets that sneaky auto attack off on Jin. If Ryoma overextends and gets 2-shot by a Caitlyn, there are so many ways that Direwolves can win this fight.
It hooks up Schernfire here, getting some damage on towards the choke up, but he's just so tanky. And Juves, again,
He's just dead.
Dice to kick the fight off, and Direwolves think they can take a fight afterwards. Genfire very low, though. Will be able to back off. Cast will separate the team. Now they're trying to turn this one around. Direwolves retreating. King being caught out.
Damage.
Tag getting tagged by tagged again. Destiny will block out most of it. Sin almost fight back.
Yeah, I mean, they do so much damage. They just need Juves to stop dying at the start of the team fights.
Yeah, it definitely helped them out. So it looks like they have to go back to base here. Some members of Direwolves, Braum's going, Jace is going, Jax is going. There's no teleport there for the Jax in particular. He teleports into the fights.
Yep.
The pick was great, but Baron was the end goal that they aren't able to achieve for themselves, and so they reset one more time.
Yeah, I think the reset is good. And, you know, it's hard for the Rek'Sai to survive during these fights. I think Juice just needs to be a little bit more patient. I think that, you know, waiting for a Prey Seeker to hit into a Jhin W, a little bit of a sneaky W, or maybe even the Lantern that can come out. Bring one of them towards you before you hard engage.
They will do this very quickly. It's just gone.
Direwolves just moved towards the Baron buff, and it's dead. No response from
has
Sin.
cut off the retreat, so there is only one way to Direwolves to go.
Oh, but the hook misses from Rogue. Can
Still
Sin
watching
look
for
for the
this.
fight? Chippies tries to jump in. They want to go for this one. Big stun coming out from him, and Dockler's in trouble. Shove back from Roma looks good. That's already the front line from Sin dead. Rogue finally hits his hook on the Shurnfire, but FBI can't find a way into this fight. He's going to fall down to Fantix. Roma
King.
now being jumped on by King. Flash over the wall. Destiny's not even going to fall for this one. He gets the shutdown, and King is going to try and continue this fight. FBI somehow flashes over, but the Rupture not going to connect. Heal being used by FBI, the last man standing for Sin.
Yeah, exactly right, and I feel like that could be game. Creep wave is coming. FBI sure is strong, but 20 seconds on any support should mean that Direwolves push this one down mid lane.
It certainly feels that way. Jhin, the last hope, I'd say maybe just an inhibitor if the health values look too low from Direwolves. And how risky are they going to play this one?
Let's see, 10 seconds on Rogue. He's the first one to respawn. Juice going to come up in 5
They're
seconds.
committing.
Well, Direwolves are committing for this one. They want to try and end the game right here, right now. It's been back and forth this entire series, but Direwolves, they want to stay undefeated. They're going to get a kill onto FBI. They're onto the Nexus already. All the turrets have been destroyed, and Sid can't do anything about it. Direwolves pick up the series 2-1.
And you can see some wry grins on the faces of the Direwolves members, but by no means was that a clean 3-game series by the Direwolves. I think we have to take a big step back and evaluate how the best team in Oceania is currently attacking Summoner's Rift, because the games look pretty messy, fellas.
Yeah, they just dropped back-to-back weeks, dropped a game to the 5th and 4th place team. Sin, no hands on their head. They thought they could pick up the match, and they should have, especially in game number 2, but should still be fairly proud about some of the improvements they made this week.
That's a team that's on the rise. That team on your screen. I feel like Sin Gaming are continually coming in week after week, and there are measured efforts of improvement. Dockler is performing much better. Juves didn't have the best game this week, but, you know, Rogue, FBI, stood up to one of the better bottom lanes in the OPL, and I think that they played incredibly well. Where else are we looking on the map for this team?
I mean, I look towards Juves as perhaps the one unfortunate tidings of this series, as like game number 1 was still good from them. And you look towards that game, you're like, okay, Juves engaged well, Rogue engaged well. You come to the second game, it's like, okay, Juves didn't engage well, but Rogue was engaging fantastically. And then you come to the third game, and it's like, okay, neither of them were engaging fantastically. It's just the carries that were going berserk for the side of Sin. And I feel like it's not just that consistency from the players themselves, but the idea, the mentality coming out of them that should be looked towards. But still, the fact that they're able to do that in games and look as good as they can. The game 1 Sin, when they're all firing in those big moments, almost unbeatable.
Juice really needs to have a series where he has back-to-back outstanding games. He had one in game number 1, 2 and 3 he kind of faltered, and we saw that from the Rek'Sai this game as well. Once he can get that stability and consistency, Sim will look like a much better squad.
But once again, using the Talia to attack the 1-3-1 and doing a very good job. At the same time, we do have to take a look at the victors. Direwolves were able to take this series 2-1, looking towards Shern, who, you know, we were questioning in game number 1, had a much better Zac performance. This Cho'Gath performance, probably his best of the split.
Yeah, you have to highlight, firstly, that he was the Cho'Gath, and secondly, how he played the Cho'Gath, because that was a stellar performance. The way you play against Sin is very obvious that their jungler will play a big part of the engaging, and the strength of Cho'Gath, he was traditionally, in like Season 1, accounted a Rammus jungle, because Rammus would roll at you, you would just eat the Rammus, and then keep walking past him as his dead body that built a Thorn Mail wasn't able to survive the true damage, and pretty much how it was played here.
Yeah, they kept killing Juice every single time he went for a team fight. Shonfire was a big component of that, and he played team fights fairly well.
Yeah, I mean, the other thing we have to look at is the fact that Direwolves went towards a team fight in common game number 1. Game number 2 and 3, they went very heavily. Double TP, Jax as well as Cassidy in Game 2. This time around, it was with a Corki, so a little bit more teamfight flavor. But is this a team that is becoming one-dimensional? Can they only beat you by, sticking to those side lanes?
I mean, it feels like they went back to comfort for games 2 and 3, unlocked Chippies, made sure he was a split pushing champion, back to their roots and what Direwolves are known for. They may eventually come into this trap where they become one-dimensional and can only do that, but we have seen the Direwolves team fight before. We've seen them use team compositions that aren't split pushing, so we know there is that potential. The question is, when can they show that?
Yeah, I'd take a step back and say in this series, maybe their team fighting was exposed, but they were team fighting Sin, and that's all they want to do. A lot of the fights were literally happening in mid lane, which is Sin's domain, and you were fighting them there for that. So Direwolves, yes, they got exposed a little bit. It could be a trap they fall into, but as it stands, they just went back to what works and won the series.
And it did seem that their late game decision-making improved as the series progressed. They were able to take those team fights when they needed to, and they did execute well. So that is our first best of 3 of the night done. Direwolves take it 2-1. Don't go anywhere, guys. We're going to show you some highlights, and then the El Clasico OPL or the Anzac Day or whatever the heck we call it, Chiefs versus Legacy, that's up next.
Double stuns. He's still quite healthy though. And here comes Juice. Big knock-up. They will lock down Destiny. First blood is picked up by Sin's captain. Shern has been ignited, but they get a return kill. To try and take this one, Juice has to outsmite Shernfire. Doppler jumps in again. They go for the fight to kick things off. Destiny incredibly low. Will pop his ultimate. He's been ignited, but he will get away. However, King gets a kill to Doppler. That's 2 for the Direwolves. Make it 3 as King flashes forward.
Getting heavy damage here.
Oh, they knock Destiny back. He's forced to flash. Juice trying to flash on his face. Advantage being very aggressive. Can Valk over the wall, incredibly low. There's Doppler in the back lines. Gets one once more. Will get locked down by King. Send him into the team. Doppler, that was an insane play. And there's a teleport coming out from Chippy straight away, trying to get to this fight. Hook coming out from Rogue. Misses King. Will get locked down by the Jindo. Pops the curtain call. Looking for a fight. Juice, though, just dives into the backlines and gets destroyed. Sin now to fight without their captain. However, Direwolves incredibly low after this barrier fight. Shernfire is going to go down, but that's the only casualty for the Wolfpack. Direwolves are committing for this one. They want to try and end the game right here, right now. It's been back and forth this entire series, but Direwolves, they want to stay undefeated. They're going to get a kill onto FBI. They're onto the Nexus already. All the turrets have been destroyed, and Sin can't do anything about it. Direwolves pick up the series 2-1.
Welcome back to day one of the Super Week for week 5 of the OPL. We just saw an absolute barn burner between Sin and Direwolves. Direwolves picked it up in 3 games. However, now we have the real classic match of the OPL. It is going to be Chiefs taking on Legacy. I'm Jake Spawn-Tiberi, joined by these two lovely gentlemen on the desk. And
I was worried.
Chiefs versus Legacy. I mean, this is since the beginning of time, since Immunity and Avant-Garde Ascension, Rusty, this has been the game that people have looked towards, and it should be an absolutely great match.
Yep, since winter of 2014, this has been the rivaled matchup because they were the first team that beat the Chiefs when they were Immunity. They beat the Unstoppable Force, and apparently ever since then, you know, the playoffs buff that the Chiefs get is unbeatable, but in regular season play, you have seen Legacy get those wins time and again, and that's why this matchup is just honestly so exciting because it could go either way.
And last split's one of the first splits we've seen that Legacy and Chiefs were not in the grand finals together, and where Direwolves started to become one of these big contenders and has snuck into that rivalry, made it a 3-way tie there. But this is still the big match. It's still Chiefs versus Legacy.
Yeah, and I mean, this is such an exciting one because we have two of arguably the best coaches in the league. It's going to be Jish going up against Soul Strikes. And I want to talk about this because Soul Strikes, they say he gets a lot of his knowledge from the ability to speak fluent Korean and be able to tap into that scene deeper than any other Western coach can do. At the same time, Jish, you know, had a stint over with the Immortals in the North American LCS, brought back so much knowledge with him. 2 of these teams playing behind terrific coaches.
Yeah, absolutely. The battle of the big brains in the background is ultimately what this set does become. You look at the Chiefs, you look at their performance, and then you highlight the difference between when Jish is there and when Jish isn't. I mean, he's got to be a big proponent for the team's success ultimately. And Soul Strikes, I've only heard good things about what the LCK casters in Korean say because they're all ex-pro players. Their insight, their knowledge is invaluable. And Soul Strikes, being able to tap into that whole region, you'd say is almost unparalleled in what information he gets.
Yeah, I mean, just one season without the Chiefs, and it's the only split where they don't go into the grand finals. They finished 4th after that. Now he's coming back and looking to try and redeem the Chiefs, make sure they can make it all the way
I know
to the
another
finals.
coach that did that.
I don't know any other coaches that have done that to the Chiefs. I personally don't know of.
But for Soul Strikes, a lot of people were questioning his drafts and saying that, you know, he was relying a lot on the pocket picks that his bottom lane and a couple of other players had, like Carbon when he was playing Nunu quite a bit. So I'm curious to see if he's able to adapt in this patch because a lot of things have changed. If he can adapt really well, it can show that he's one of the world-class coaches.
Mate, you're the analyst. You're supposed to answer the questions, not ask the question. Can Carbon and can
I don't belong on this desk.
adapt? That is a big question. And what does Soul Strikes give them going up against Spooks and Ejim, who are both playing at the top of their game at the moment, to try and shut that down?
I mean, I had a brief conversation with Carbon yesterday before today's games, and we were talking about the new patch, just kind of getting his opinion on it. And the one thing that he said to me that stuck is, it's a shame Nunu's getting nerfed at the same time. Like, absolutely, Carbon. So you're going to play something that isn't Nunu. Because you'd want to hope so. And yes, Soul Strikes needs to tell him to play these things. At the same time, Cupcake and Carbon need to say yes to play these things. Because ultimately, you've got to trust your big brain on a new patch, on a new meta like this that starts to forge itself.
And then again, we saw last week, Carbon didn't even pick up Nunu when it was not banned out against Legacy, and they were able to pick up their first 2-0 of this split. So it looks like they are listening to Soul Strikes more, and it looks like he is providing these tools for the team.
All right, cool. And whilst these two squads both have fantastic coaches, they also have really strong captains on their side. On the side of Legacy, you've got Carbon. He's their owner. He's their captain. He's pretty much everything. He's the heart and soul of Legacy, if I'm going to be honest. And then on the other side of the field, you've got Swiffer, arguably the most dominant player in OPL history, Oceanic history. I mean, he was around even before the OPL started. I mean, it is just so unique what these two different people bring to their squads.
Yeah, one may be the heart and soul, but Swiffer is a crucial piece of a puzzle that has multiple parts to it, and that is all of the Chiefs roster. You've got your duo between the jungle and mid. You've got Swiper that's been there pretty much since its inception, as well as these two. And Ejim has been around for so long now that he's just a crucial part of this team. And ultimately, Swiffer's role is important, but it's nowhere near as important as Carbon's.
He's been on form as well. Swiffer has only, I would say, not had a bad game this whole split. Maybe a little bit shaky against the Direwolves in their first match here, but that's against the best team in Oceania at the moment. Whereas Carbon, you know, he has had a couple of shaky games, so curious to see how that pans out.
And, you know, I don't like bringing up solo queue all that much in professional play, but both of these players right now are towards the top of that ladder. Carbon is grinding his absolute backside off. He's trying to find some form. Swiffer was rank 1 for the whole week until this morning, I believe. Tally's up there at the moment as well. A lot of these players have found a new level going into these games, and it just comes out in their play. Claire last week, absolutely monstrous now going against Swiffer. How do we break down this mid lane matchup?
It's really hard to say that one has the outright advantage as well when you look at them, which is curious to me. Claire can play the Assassins, can play the Control Mages. Swiffer, he can play literally any champion except for that Galio until now, where he's a very good Galio. And I guess the difference between them for me, and you can challenge this if it's incorrect, Swiffer takes a long time to learn a new champion. If he doesn't like that champion, Claire will learn a new champion quickly and will smash people with it.
Swiffer is one of the few players in professional League of Legends that really needs to play like 50 to 100 games of a champion before he's truly mastered it. Happened with Galio, happened previously with Yasuo. It was an absolute, it was a disaster on the champion. But at the same time, you know, Claire, he is certainly very good at picking them up.
He certainly is. Claire's been very solid in the mid lane. We've seen outstanding performances from him for Legacy, not only in lane, but in team fights as well. The big difference for me between the two is they're both phenomenal mid laners. They can go toe-to-toe one-on-one, no problem. But Swiffer always has spooks in his back pocket, whereas Carbon seems to delegate his duties a little bit more towards Tally in the bottom lane.
I mean, I'd say one of them also has nerves at the moment, potentially as well. And if I'm going to separate these two, Claire has got stage fright that is sometimes a problem for him. And if he comes in confident, ready to go, that's a big thing for Claire. But if he comes in afraid or concerned, then it might just be a whitewash.
Which is good for them, because so far this entire split, throughout the OPL and even at Rift Rivals, we have not seen Claire drop the ball. We haven't seen him have a bad game. He's had a couple of bad mistakes, but never looked nervous.
And at the same time, Claire himself said that it was actually the game versus the Chiefs where they were able to 2-0 last split that actually turned his LAN around. He was like, this isn't that hard. If I can take it to Swiffer, I can take it to absolutely anyone. Has not taken a backward step. So is that really going to continue to be the case? I want to talk about the 2v2. Carbon, he plays utility. He plays for the team fights, a little bit more of a late game. Going up against Annie Pathaway, Spooks. He loves to get around the map, likes to get busy. I mean, is that conflicting in style right now? In the past, it's favoured Spooks, but is this the patch where Carbon actually has his number on these tanks?
It is the patch where it is possible for Carbon to have these things, but right now, when you've got champions that are so slow to clear running around, it's more cerebral about where people are going to be in the future and where you are currently right now. So yes, he could invade, he could make these conscious efforts, but if one thing goes wrong in that invade, in that mistake that happens, the time you've wasted and invested is far too great. So yes, Carbon can do it, but I feel like the risk is too great, and he won't.
It's also the safest patch for Carbon at the moment because of how jungle catch-up mechanics work. And we've seen this before, especially with Schoenfire going against Sybil. He was 100 CS up. Sybil still caught up in experience and actually overtook Schoenfire later on and had very equal in gold. We saw last split, however, in Split 2 Grand Finals, when Spooks was actually able to absolutely style on Carbon, that was game over from the very beginning. But this time around, that can't happen. So he has a little bit of leeway, some saving grace there.
All right, well, I'm excited to get into this game. So let's get straight into the team lineups. On your blue side, it's going to be the Chiefs. In the top lane, it is Big Swips. And he's going to look to get back onto some tanks if this matter says anything. Spooks is one of their shot callers and their jungler. Swiffer is our captain in the mid lane. It is the perfect player, Raze, down there in the 80 carry position, and Ejim is his support. And of course, pacing behind them is going to be Coach Jish, giving out the last words of wisdom. And this is a lineup that across the board just has very impressive players.
And they seem to just have that reinvigorated motivation coming from them as well. Just a little bit. At the very least, Swiper doesn't lose, says he'll never lose. He's going to win this split no matter what anyone tells him. But that's the kind of mentality and attitude, like, even if you laugh at it, he's serious. Like, he knows that he's going to do this. He's going to take this split, and there's nothing that'll stop him. And that actually does rub off to the rest of
the belief is certainly back, but a team that certainly does not lack for their own internal belief is going to be Legacy. They fly as one, and in their top laner, they have a superstar in his own right. It's going to be Tally up there. His captain and jungler is going to be Carbon, the big boss. Claire, East Rice, that young mechanical mid laner. And then it, of course, is the New Zealand duo lane of Loss and Cupcake, rounding out what is also a star-studded roster. They're coached by Lucio. Soul Strike's one of the best coaches in the region. And this is a team that, for 3 young players, looks so damn well put together.
And we know these 3 young players can adapt to the meta very well. With 7.14 coming in, Soul Strike should be able to help them out and lead them to success coming into this match. Curious to see if those players are going to pick up the ball.
All right, once again, another game. We're throwing positive energy everywhere, but one team has to lose. One team has to win. Fish, I'm going to start with you because I have a sneaking suspicion I could pick Rusty's tip right now. So let's go, Fish. Who wins, why, and what margin?
I think the Chiefs are going to be able to pick up a 2-0 here today, just because I believe it's going to be one in the mid lane, and I think that Swiffer will have the backup of Spooks to be able to dominate Claire.
Hasn't happened in regular season for a very long team, that 2-0. It has evaded the Chiefs, and Legacy generally have their better. Is that what's going to happen today, Rusty?
I mean, it's also evaded Legacy to get the 2-0, so either way, there'll probably be 3 games here on Summoner's Rift, but I'm definitely still giving it to Legacy.
Nah.
Look, if the justification is mid laners, well, they both pop it off, and I think Claire's got his best here.
I, for one, am shocked. The man that has a Legacy jersey with Rusty on the back of it has picked his blues to be able to take this victory, but you should stand behind your team, and we expect that from you guys. Let's bring up what you said at home as we take a look at, of course, the tips powered by Uber Eats there. And it is going to be the Chiefs with a slight advantage, about 15%, but nearly, 85% of people at home think that this is going to go to all 3 games. And I certainly hope that is the case, because these have been absolute classics in the past. However, somehow we haven't named this damn matchup. Legacy versus Chiefs. What is it actually called? I call it the Anzac Day of the OPL, and for lots of Sydney players, that just doesn't make sense. Hingers calls it the El Classic
OPL.
There he goes.
Yeah,
I have absolutely no idea to what to call it, so tweet at OPL, use the hashtag IMOPL, and please name this fantastic matchup, because it is incredibly strange to not have a name for probably the best match in the OPL regular season. However, guys, we have heard from both of these teams, so before we get on to Summoner's Rift, before we get into Champion Select, let's have a listen to what they had to say.
Legacy Chiefs rivalry nowadays is it's definitely not the same as what it was. Having a third really good team now in the Direwolves kind of takes a sting out of the rivalry a little bit. I still definitely want to see them lose, but it's not in the same way that it used to be.
Versing Legacy, I guess, is just like you're versing almost your best friends and rivals. So like our history has been so long, and there's been countless stories of like who wins from each side. You can't really ever call like who's going to win. It's going to be a good series regardless.
Played Chiefs like way back last split, right? We haven't played them in a long time. We didn't even play them in playoffs. So yeah, it's been a long while.
I just remember showing up to the game and it was a pretty easy, quick 2-0. And so this time it's sort of like the same thing. Last time we beat them pretty easily, and I don't think anyone feels any differently.
You know, we definitely have hot and cold patches, but we have in the past as well. You know, we've gone through super weeks in the past where we've just lost to like Abyss, for example, which no one, could have expected.
We're all just like really cut about it and really disappointed with like the way we played and like how we practiced and stuff. So yeah, we made changes in terms of like bringing Jish back, we've moved houses, we've done a lot of things, and I think we are a different team coming into it, and we're definitely on a different kind of form than we were last split.
They look a lot better this time. Swiffer seems to be popping off, but I don't think they're going to be a problem for us. We just came back from Rift Rivals and we have more experience than them this split.
I think, to be honest, Rift Rivals reignited the passion for us as competitors to perform as best as we can. We had a taste of an international tournament. We didn't perform as well as we could have, and we want that opportunity again.
A lot of the time you grind like 16 hours a day in front of this computer screen when you kind of go, what's the point, right? But Rift Rivals is like a refreshing statement of going, yeah, this is why I play.
We watched like the opening games. Mainly we looking at like the Twitter feeds and like seeing how much fun everyone was having. And I was just like, damn, imagine coming fourth. Yeah, it was disappointing not to go.
If we went to Rift Rivals, like who knows what would have happened. Potentially we would have fared better against like the second and third place teams, like I don't know about Marines sort of thing, but it's arrogant to speculate, I think.
Going into Gauntlet, it's really important that you finish with a top placing so you can avoid some of those Gauntlet matches, and we've showed that it is important to finish quite high on the ladder.
It's more so that this is our first big game this split, and this will be our first game against a team that has some potential to take the first place.
I guess there is that little bit of extra weight, knowing that if we win this week 2-0, that 3 points is going to be probably the most valuable of the split.
I'm looking at week 6 Super Week as I guess a redemption for how badly I played last split, and I'm actually looking to 6-0 both Super Weeks.
I think the Chiefs deserve another split before we start commenting on whether or not the Chiefs are going to fall off. They did have one rough split, but their long-time coach wasn't there, and after 3 years at the top, eventually you're going to lose.
We're always excited to verse Legacy. We put in a lot of time of effort studying them and getting ready to be our best when we play against them.
I see Chiefs as like a benchmark. If we're not beating them, then we have to kind of reevaluate things, and yeah, I see them struggling to maintain their relevance.
Strong words from all the players there, but especially from Cupcake, his second split in the OPL.
What about Claire?
Oh, Claire as well.
Hot fire. He spits that.
He certainly does.
But there's a lot of mutual respect between Chiefs and Legacy. Even Carlin saying there, that you have to give Chiefs another split before you can say that they're falling off, because they're absolutely not.
Not only that, there seems to be now genuinely affectionate relationships between the players. I mean, back when Rusty and I were on the two respective organizations, let me tell you, they didn't like each other at all. They hated the Chiefs. They hated what they stood for as a brand, hated the color blue for a while. I hated green. And blue side penalty.
Yeah, that's big. Chiefs will lose 3 bans for failing to adhere to roster submission requirements, that's not good.
It's inexcusable, actually, because they've been here all day. I don't know exactly what has happened behind the scenes, but 3 bans being deducted in what is the first place game now, Fish.
Now, we've got some time to go through Champions Select because of these 3 bans that will time out for the Chiefs. So, big thing that we haven't really pointed out yet is the fact that currently Dire will sit top of the ladder at 12 points. Chiefs are 10 points now. A 2-0 for them here will put them first in a big match. Legacy can tie for first with a 2-0 as well.
Yeah, and historically, Legacy have looked okay against the Direwolves. And with the Direwolves slumping at the moment and their matchup in a couple of weeks' time, you'd have to think that they're going to be pretty confident going into that one, especially if they can foul their old rival 2-0 here. I want to talk about the draft quickly. I think that one of these bans must be Jace.
Yep.
The Chiefs play it in multiple positions, and it seems to be the strongest champion on the current patch, and I think this means we're going to actually see the lethality mid laners potentially rear their head.
I think we're just going to see lethality everywhere based off Legacy's current bans. Getting rid of the Galio, Zach's available, Jace needs to be addressed, and the question for me is, Legacy, they've got 1 more, Chiefs have nothing. What is the highest priority single remaining champion that they want to remove? And I do believe it's that Jace, like you mentioned, Spawn, but we're about to find out what Soul Strikes wants.
And we've already put so much pressure on the coaches. Now, Jish has to work with no bans. Soul Strikes has to plan out a draft phase where he can get powerful picks for his team without any big picks being banned out by the Chiefs.
Ooh, I have to do it. I'm Hingers today. Jish, fresh new haircut, liking the look, very shaved, clean sides. Looking pretty good there, plain white shirt. I dig it.
He's taken a page out of the Atlas book there.
Oof.
No, not quite.
Oh, gone.
Not that quiet. New glasses as well, I think. I don't know. I'm not.
There is Harry Potter's.
I think that, Fingers takes it to a next level. I don't remember what people look like. Facial blindness.
Well, the first pick coming out from the Chiefs is not going to be that Jace, because Alistar was the final ban from Legacy. And that's Caitlyn locked in. Jace picked up by Legacy.
All right, Spawn. You were a Chiefs member.
What?
Yeah, 3 years ago. And they lost underneath me twice. Something they've never done before under any other coach.
Priority is very curious. They lock it in, and Legacy have just picked themselves up 2 of the strongest champions right now. You look towards EGM, and it's like, okay, now we have to be Rakan.
Yep.
But Thresh is still is banned. So there's only 1 remaining real option there. And the Rakan matchup seems to be maybe it's a Tom Kent's response from Legacy, and they're prepared.
I mean, Legacy can still pick up Braum if they want to here, and they'll be absolutely fine.
Yeah.
Let's see what happens, because there's still a couple of lethality champions left up. Kha'Zix comes to mind.
Yep.
And Zach is left open as well. Zach's been picked as the 3rd pick for the Chiefs.
I mean, you just saw EGM. He said, that's all right. I mean, he's not all that bothered about any matchup that they throw towards him. You expect this is going to be support, because otherwise the Chiefs will hit the champion pool pretty hard. And on the other side of Legacy, I expect that they start banning out, the Zeds and the volatile matchups for Jace. Because he wins the matchups, but if you ever get ganked early, then it can swing back heavily in the other favor, because he doesn't have much ability to get away from you.
And is this a flex pick in any way? Could we see Jace play top side of the
I thought you were talking about the Braum. I was like, no, that's a support fish.
Absolutely
but
not. No, Jace can definitely be flexed. I think the question here, though, is when you're looking at these bans, Chiefs with jungle not selected from Legacy may want to target him as well. Of course, they only seem to lose 3 bans. The option is going to present itself.
So Camille's the first ban that comes out from the Chiefs. Cassiopeia was banned out by Legacy. Seems like they want to save their counter pick last for Claire. Syndra, the next ban to follow. And this would be smart from Soul Strikes as well. If he wants to unlock Claire, get him comfortable in a matchup against one of the best mid laners in Oceania. Banning out his champions, giving him a counter pick would do that.
potential counter pick, or you can just give him the strongest champion in the pool at the moment through the Jace.
I would say they pick their jungle now and flex their Jace anyway,
Yeah,
right?
I
So
completely
it might
agree with
still
that.
just be the counter regardless, as Jace can provide himself a natural counter.
Chiefs are going to play Corki. They ban Cassidy. There's no other way I can see this. I mean, otherwise, you wouldn't be afraid of... Because if you're going to take a lethality champion, if you're like, all right, throw the gauntlet in there, we'll take Talon into your Jace and see how it goes 1v1, you're not scared if Cassidy gets picked in.
Oh, so Nah gets locked in for Legacy, which means they're saving Carbon's pick for last.
I'm not against it, but again, not knowing what Swiper's gone towards, blind picking Gnar is not exactly the worst decision, but there are risks for it, and ultimately, they could have just picked their jungle, but they were just afraid of Swiper playing Gnar?
Potentially, but Swiper has a counter pick, and it is going to be AP Cannon top lane locked in. I can 100% guarantee this. Has been absolutely spamming the living daylights out of it. And this means that they might actually need some AD in the mid lane, and they know it's going to be against Jace.
I mean, Zed's still left open as well, so whoever has played that champion before.
That's a risk.
Let's see what he decides to go for. So far, interesting drafts coming out from these two teams. Talia could be picked up here to go in against the Jace.
That's very interesting. I'm trying to think what they have. Good side wave pressure. That means that, you know, the 1-3-1 can't completely come out. They have the ability to create a wall at the back of a team fight, and therefore Kennen as well as Zach should have an easier job getting into it.
Gives the Chiefs wave clear as well.
Yeah.
Something we criticized Direwolves for in their draft in Game 2. Final pick for Legacy is Gragas, so Carbon takes that to the Rift.
We've already seen Doppler interrupt so many jump-ins from Zach on this champion already. I think that it is a good pick in the current meta. Stops that big gap closer.
Yeah, look, I'm okay with the Gragas. I can see some merit in it. It's a good pick into the Zac as well. We saw that from Juves and from Doppler, I believe, in particular. Being able to body slam out of the elastic slingshot, prevent some engages is nice.
Yep.
Similar to what the old Trundle support used to do to Zacs whenever we saw it picked. But really, picking at 5th, not going towards Gragas as a 4th pick and having even a double flex there if you want to consider that. Basically how Sin played Gragas as their flex. We're drafting out of Legacy, but at the end of the day, I like both comps for different reasons.
We'll have to see which one comes out on top in this match. AP Cannon, Spawn, thanks for Swiper top side map. 100%?
100%.
I mean, we've seen an AD Cannon.
Nah, 100%.
There is not
a shadow
that
of,
did it.
Yeah, not a shadow of doubt in my mind right now, Fish.
Well, let's see what it's going to be here for the Chiefs. They lost 3 bans.
I bet you it's an AD Cannon now.
They lost 3
You just got to commit. You got to commit.
You've committed.
I mean, it's not that bad from Chiefs. 3 bans, but they still get Zach, Caitlyn, Rakan, 3 of the strongest picks in the current meta.
Yeah, but that's the concern with having 3 bans gone from Legacy and being on blue side if you're Chiefs is that they're going to get a good first pick.
Yeah.
And then Legacy have to respond with either the counter or taking away good picks of their own, but there's just too many available because there's 3 bans missing. So yeah, they got a great composition. So do Legacy, and I'd say in part Legacy have decent answers to their opponent. Braum's usually quite good into the Caitlyn. The AP Cannon will be able to get in the backline though very successfully, and that's the concern
Click
if
on,
it's AP.
Click on Cannon. Can I just see? Yeah, he's got 11 AP.
He's got 11 AP. Did start with a Doran's Blade, but we used to see that from AP Cannons anyway.
Nah, he's got 11 AP. He's got to commit. You don't go halfway.
That is more than natural talent. That's all I'm saying.
It's not a full Quint page though.
Certainly not.
What is this tweet? Legacies.
Yeah,
that's going to be the name. That's the name of our...
I refuse to call it that.
Legacies.
It's like
Welcome
a celebrity
to
couple
Legacies.
right now,
Oh,
isn't it?
boy.
Yeah. Chigassi.
I would prefer that over Lega cheese.
Lega cheese?
Maybe it's Lega chies.
Lega
We're
chefs.
fancy. Lega chefs?
Oh, goodness sake. Going a little bit too far here.
Tree chefs. We'll just go very literal.
Oh, boy.
What about the Legacy Rowing Club?
You know what? I'd be okay with that. As a Chiefs Rowing Club former member.
Legacy, however, in this push, decide they want to take free poke. Claire's going to have to go back to base, but he's just fine.
It's too late. He can't go back to base. He's going to have to use a potion.
Yep.
And he's going to have to stay here, 1 potion down. Thankfully, of course, having the longsword means he'll have 3, but he's against a Talia that will be able to push him in quite severely if he doesn't start fighting and trading his health.
Spooks is going to get an extended leash as well, so Raze and Ejim will work on this red buff. Chip it down for him.
Very nice of the duo lane. I mean, they stuck around for an incredibly long time. I'm not sure I would have given Spooks that much of a leash. They've completely lost control over that bottom wave now, Fish.
That's massive leads for Spook, so let's see what he can do with it. They are going to lose a couple of minions in this lane, and they're going to be pushed back heavily, as you mentioned, by Lost and Cupcake.
Already lost experience for one, and they're going to lose the shove, which when you have a ranged support is quite detrimental.
Yeah, and kind of funny that Spooks didn't even complete the level 2 from his Raptor clear. So I'd just say it's almost far too generous from the side of the Chiefs to empower their Zac. But that's the name of the game when you've got a Zac in the jungle. You want him to have early presence, you give him that super leash. You try and set him up to get through what is a really rough early clear.
And he's potentially done the nice thing here. He's gone to his Krug camp and can look for that level 3 clear camp on the bottom lane. We'll see whether he actually goes for it.
Have to keep tabs on that. Surfer's also making his way into the river, chucking a couple of wards down. Cupcake, though.
He's going to look for the red buff, I guess. No,
Puts a ward over at the Krug camp, so that spots him out.
But Lost gets bullied out pretty hard for that. And
Takes
now
a bit of
he's
damage.
just going to walk around. I mean, I don't think Spooks is going to mind all that much.
The one positive there, I believe, is that Cupcake took the explosive plan out of the equation. The gank will still come through the river, though, if the vision allows it, and Carbon's on the opposite side of the map. So ultimately, Spook still has his way in, still has the edge, because no blue buff done by Carbon as a Gragas. Not okay.
And he knows that if he hasn't done blue buff at this stage, and Gragas is quite a quick clearer, he's going to have no mana and he's going to have to shop. So you can see that Carbon goes back, he refreshes that refillable, grabs the other jungle item, and now we'll head towards the other side of the jungle. And Spooks gives the hard punish there, takes the buff away.
You can see that Spooks almost didn't even expect it. He put down the ward and blue buff and immediately walked away, said, hang on, there's a blue for me to take here.
The positive is that he hasn't found Gragas. Gragas still invisible. There's no wards on the opposite side of the map for the Chiefs. And so whilst he's assumed that Gragas, you know, with this blue buff being available, isn't bottom, he doesn't know that Gragas is bottom until now, and he could have been in his opposing blue. But really, you look at this and you say, well, 3 buffs start. Pretty good for Spooks.
Also gets the earlier Tracker's Knife at this stage, which means that the vision control should be better for the Chiefs.
Yep. He's going to move back towards top side of the map. Let's see what he decides to do. Swiper, however, top side, doing absolutely fine against Tally, but Tally will be able to equalize the CS lead here. Takes quite a bit of damage from Swiper underneath that turret. Not looking good.
And these two players, I mean, historically have had some great matchups against each other, but did form a little bit of that top laners coalition that they spoke about a lot in Split number 1. They're in apparently, you know, a private group with each other. They talk a lot, and you can see that a lot of respect giving on either side of the matchup. Carbon now in behind Raisin Aegis on a control ward.
Yeah, he's going to look for this gang. As soon as
Here we go.
Aegis step up, could be coming. There he goes. Body Slam Flash immediately. Raids will use the 90 caliber net and gets away without using any summoner spells. Aegis jumps back to him. Good return damage coming out from the Chiefs bottom lane. That's a poor gank from Carbon.
That is a atrocious gank from Carbon. Truth to tell.
Clear mid.
Spooks going to land, knocks him airborne, slams him into a minion as well. He's going to get taken out first. Blood picked up by Swiffer.
And as soon as you see that shadow, you must flash in that situation. That isn't good enough from Claire. He holds his summoner spell, falls down. Big creep wave going to hit the turret. He does not have TP. And that is going to be Swiffer with a massive early game lead.
Yeah, and easy as you'd like as well. Chiefs just play standard League of Legends, reacting to what Legacy are doing, and what Legacy are doing isn't ideal by any means. The gank bottom should not have been a flash. They should not have done that at all. And when you go forwards as a Braum into a Rakan matchup, it's impossible to commit to the 4 autos onto a Rakan. He'll get away from the stun.
And Spawn is aggressively nudging me at the moment because Swiper has picked up a proto belt for himself. So he is going AP. You're
Makings of a proto belt.
Jesus.
He could potentially go towards a Gunblade.
5-minute proto belt, I'd just give up already.
Imagine that. Gunblade cannon. He runs in and just shoots you in the face. Clocks you on. Runs away.
Yeah, don't want to see that.
I'm a big fan.
But every single lane for the Chiefs is going well. This bottom lane... This bottom lane is being pushed in, but they're doing just fine. Equal in CS.
Mate, if you don't find that funny, are you really a human? I don't know about that one.
I'm about to give up. Meanwhile, the mid lane Swiffer's
I'm surprised you've made it this far, to be honest. Well done. Kudos to you, Fish.
Oh, boy.
It's been a tough day on Summoner's Rift. Spook still has not taken his blue buff, by the way.
Oh, just keeping it up there. He's happy. But we finally get to see this lethality build on the Jace mid lane. He's gone for Thunderlord, so not the Deathfire touch we used to see. And Carbon, as you mentioned, level 4. 21 CS to 43. Not having a good game. Barmy Cinder already picked up for the Zac.
He wards and he's gone. Red buff's about to spawn, so the best he gets is Scuttle Crab and Vision. At least he's close to level 5, because I would have an inkling that Spooks is closer to the level 6 mark than anything else between these junglers right now.
There's a camp away.
Red will give him 6. That's kind of gross how far behind Carbon is.
Yeah, and Spooks does the right thing. He's warding absolutely everywhere. He misses that one, but still point proven that he wants to get the wards out. And is very, I guess, aware of how easy it is to invade a Cinderhulk jungler as something like a mid laner or a jungle support duo. So needs to make sure that goes out. As you can see, he takes a lot of damage from it. And Swift is actually in kill range right now. Ignite is available, Flash is available. He needs to play very carefully around Claire.
Yeah, of course, Jace is one of those champions that may not go for the Ghost Blade immediately, but absolutely can go for Dusk Blade immediately if he wants.
Spooks charged up too early there.
Ooh. Swiffer get out of lane.
Big shock blast.
He had a good run.
Claire.
I mean, he has to stay. Swiffer, there is so many creeps that are about to crash that he has to try and outplay this somehow.
If you were Carbon, you come mid right now knowing Zach has to be here, right? There's no way Swiffer plays like this.
Yeah, he has to flash the Q damage. That's possible. He's gotten rid of all the melees. He can back now. Losing 3 creeps is not a big deal.
He's going to go towards blue buff. Finally, Spooks will donate this over. About the same timing as second blue anyway. So doesn't get too much of an advantage from that, but does give Swiffer's blue slightly earlier.
Claire, at the very least, after waiting a few seconds, will hard clear that wave with melee form, and now he gets to get a free recall in with an extra wave in advantage. The blue buff is the one big differentiator. However, Claire's is up after he comes back from base anyway. I'd still say that favors the Jace.
And this is what we expected to see. We expected to see much more rush on the arm guards, because that little bit of base armor isn't enough against the lethality items. But when you get one armor item on top of it, it does start to make a very noticeable difference. Having no armor versus, some armor is really noticeable against these mid laners that get the levels quickly and are able to scale up with the lethality.
Certainly right. I mean, at the same time, he might still go towards the Ninja Tabis. I like that the Lost Chapter is picked up before anything else. As the primary purpose, it's the best item you can get as a standalone. Mana up on every single level compensates for the fact that you can't complete the Morellas.
Spooks is still waiting in this mid lane. In fact, charging over towards Claire will lock him down. Blast Cones there, uses the rubber hands to knock him up, but Egypt can't get the knock him. Legacy turn it around. Claire taking so much damage, and it will be Spooks that jumps in, delivering Carbon and Cupcake back. Big taunt coming out from Egypt there. We'll chart them all up. They pull Callisto over, popping the ultimate, throwing it to a swimmer. He flashes into a wall. He's dead. There goes the hammer. That's 2 kills for Legacy, and they're going to see Egypt flash away to safety.
And where is Raze as that is all happening? The collapse is much quicker out of Legacy. They knew that the play was coming, and sure, Swiffer now has 2 kills, but the duo lane is able to pick up 1 each in response, and Claire gets a big minion wave.
And that was the Chiefs' fight until Callisto gets there in the first place. Lost showing up, being able to throw Braum back in is the only reason these kills happen. And Spooks trying to save his mid laner, who still has the heal up, just knew what was lights out for him. And they both immediately die. And Legacy, that's a step in the right direction for them. But realistically, Raze was just non-existent.
There's that fight again. I mean, there's a trade bottom lane. It looks like they're going to go for a kill here. Lots of spears being thrown in towards Raze. He's forced to flash away. Got exhausted during that fight as well. But there's that replay, guys. This is where it's turned around.
That was Raze.
Exactly right. I mean, as soon as this goes in, as soon as Swiffer flashes into a wall, that's pretty much the team fight lost. Probably should have just looked to flash for maximum distance, to be honest there, Rusty.
Yeah.
Instead doesn't, and is made pay.
And of course, the decision from Spooks to try and save his mid laner, it's okay. You can look towards doing that. But really, he should have saved himself, because that's a Zac passive missing. That's an opportunity to dive, gone to waste for the next 5 or so minutes.
Chiefs started off this game with a lead. Legacy have pulled the goal lead back. And Dustblade of Drakthar has been picked up by Claire here. We get to see this item again.
And he's at level 9, so the difference, I think, was about 25 damage at level 9, a breakpoint roughly level 10 to being back to standard again.
Yeah, how about that hotfix?
Yeah.
Oof.
How about that damage?
It's not great.
Well, it is great if
you're Swiffer, not great. Do not like.
It's funny, right? The only people that enjoy the lethality changes are people that play lethality champions. Everyone else hate them.
I mean, I play Misfortune. I still hate the lethality changes. It's just disgusting.
You know, the other thing about Duskblade that wasn't just there in that item pop-up is the 7 other aspects of it as well that make it silly, such as the damage on auto attack or spell proc, and the 10% CDR, and that it's 300 gold cheaper.
And that it clears vision for you as
Buy
well.
one now.
Gives you an
Swiper has a teleport available right now, so they get the vision over the wall. Here we go.
Tally's coming in as well towards the backside Spook, so we'll be able to land straight on top of Claire. Big chance coming out from Egypt. That's 2 members of Legacy dead, and Swiper charges in with a big ultimate. We'll lock down, lost the Cupcake. There goes Swiffer cutting off the speed. Big nine to the wall. Tally gets one. Looking to kill Race well. Jumps on his face like Super Mario. Cupcake's coming in. Double kill picked up by Lost. What the heck happened over there? Legacy turn around this team fight. Only Egypt left up.
I'm with Fish. What is happening? I mean, such a messy team fight from both teams, but the tank comes out ahead, and Tally has 3 kills.
Tally massive, and honestly, getting Mega at the right time in that fight, actually staying as mini was important to kite the beginnings of it. Kennen, yes, he's AP. Yes, he wants to get those engages, but that's not item spike timing for the Chiefs. The engage looks great. Egypt does work, but there's only so much damage that will come out after those 2 have died. And Swiper doesn't have his proto belt. Swiffer thinks he can backline, ends up going down.
That was the mistake that cost the team fight. Swiffer going into that backline means there's no damage to help out Raze, clean out Tally, who is absolutely massive, both in Gnar form as well as the damage that he's putting out.
And that's communication from the Chiefs there. Knowing that he's about to hit Mega, the call should be to kite back and prevent the Mega Gnar from connecting, but Swiffer goes forwards as it hits.
Oh, Swiffer's being caught out here as well. He's going to fall. Claire gets another kill for himself.
Yeah, you can see the Cupcake was only a step behind, so the Chiefs starting to fall apart through that mid lane. Claire, after a shocking start, is really starting to get rolling, and it's costing them massively.
It certainly is, and they're going to be able to take down mid lane out of turret for this. The most important objective early on. The best one to take. Spooks jumping in. Here comes Egypt as well. Big knockups for them. Spooks will deliver 3 members back towards the turret. Almost dying for this one. Claire living with less than 10 health.
That was very close to Claire dying, actually. Egypt still had the exhaust up and ready. They could have committed a bit harder with the way Egypt was able to get 3 knockups after the Zac went in. For considering their tanks, I was surprised they did that much.
But I really want to draw attention towards Lost. He's 3-0-3 now, completed Blade of the Ruin King, and he's 20 CS up over Raze. He played that team fight fantastically. He was able to get the double kill, stayed out of the ultimate from the Kennen.
And Raze has been late to a couple of team fights. His unwillingness to rotate around the map has certainly hurt.
They're going to try and lock down Tally top side of the map. They sent 3 people this way for the shutdown.
I mean, that's smart play because they were losing on the bottom side of the map. You already mentioned how big Lost was, so you know that you're not going to be able to, you know, 2v2 that anymore. So instead, just race for the turret, see what you can get done.
And don't forget how big Tally was, but doesn't have enough resistances to survive that much. Crowd control and damage coming out of Swiper. He'd probably lose the 1v1 now, Kennen. Given how big the Gnar got and how rapidly he got that large.
Legacy still get first turret after Carbon's able to defend that and deny a couple of minion waves.
Legacy have played this early game really well. It honestly looked like it was going to collapse after the first couple of early kills went across. Yeah. However, they really dug themselves out of a hole through pure teamwork. I mean, they were first to the rotations, they were first to the team fights, and they made up for their gold gap by getting numbers there. And now the Chiefs, they still don't want to give up this dragon, but they're losing trades of objectives around it.
Yeah, they certainly are. Of course, the Chiefs right now, after pushing top, you would have expected, hey, we can go to the Herald or trade the turret, stay for one more wave, but none of that actually happens. So what is 1-0 in turrets becomes an Infernal Drake to no Herald trade, and Chiefs aren't trading.
And Rift Rivals has really changed Legacy. Before that, every game was a 2-1, and all those losses, they were trading 2-for-1 in turrets negatively. This time around, looking a lot better.
The host founders pack. Not a bad name.
Partly acknowledging the tweet, partly disagreeing. You know who was in the first team that went international? Neither of these teams. You're listening to him. What's up? Host Founders 2017.
OPL Founders, man. How about that?
I'll give you that. I was not in the OPL at all. I was well out.
My goodness.
I sucked by then.
Claire's doing perfectly fine on this chase at the moment. Looking for his second lethality item. Misses Swiffer there. Was curious to see how much damage that was going to deal. Ninja Tabby's been picked up by both the jungler as well as the mid laner for the Chiefs.
But there is a trap with lethality. Like, it's how deep do you go down the rabbit hole? When do you get your Hex Drinker? Because you're about to get ganked again. Miss.
All of it. Claire.
I mean,
calm down, buddy.
When you've got blue suede shoes like that, do whatever you want, Spawn.
Yeah, completely agree. But eventually, you throw out enough skill shots, one of them's going to hit, even if they're as wide as that one.
I mean, you can still miss 100% of the shots.
And the other thing about this, though, right, is that if everyone builds armor, you can't continue to build lethality in the first place. So yes, you need the Hex Drinker, but at the same time, you might want to go towards the Black Cleaver after your second item anyway to help your team continue to do that damage, because you won't be able to shred any of those tanks with your lethality items.
Well, Legacy going to try and push for this one. Big engagement, Carver knocks Swiffer into team. He's going to try and flash away, dies after that, and it starts a team fight. They will be able to lock down Spooks as well. Gets his ultimate, cancel it, and Tally looking to go mega. Spooks going to go down. Egypt trying to engage this fight. Swiper goes in as well, gets a big stun, but Legacy's still very healthy. They throw problems to face. Toss me, says Cupcake, gets into the back lines, and that's going to be 3 kills picked up by the Chiefs.
That honestly might be game. They're going to turn around, they're going to get Rift Herald, and their Chiefs are stunned. Legacy are so decisive at the moment, and they are taking team fight after team fight.
And you can pick your cannon into Gnar if you'd like, but Tally just proves that apparently Mega Gnar can counter AP cannon by just scooping him out of the team fight, preventing any of the damage from following through. I look forward to seeing that one in a replay because you're right, Legacy, after a fight like that with their first really big proactive movement, pushing towards the Chiefs, they break it open.
Rift Herald picked up, mid lane outer taken down with the inner falling shortly after. 33,500 gold to 27,000 gold. Legacy are looking on form coming into this match.
Look at the spikes coming in and look at the disrespect shown from Swiffer. Doesn't flash as he sees Carbon flying in from out of vision. Goes down because Carbon doesn't look for the auto. That's cancelled right there, as you mentioned. And then they still try and send members in. This is a 5-man cannon ulti that is immediately exhausted. So none of the initial damage comes out. He gets scooped out, and then the team fight is well and truly over.
Yeah, and during all of that time, the Hurricanes getting stacks in. Honestly, they're just so accelerated, Legacy, that by the time the team fight happened, if they're going forwards, Chiefs can't respond. And Swiffer is a part of the wave clear, and the wave clear gets immediately shattered. So even if Chiefs did okay in that fight, they weren't going to get anything from it.
And that's double lethality item being picked up by Claire already. He's going for his third one soon. Should be Edge of Night being picked up by him.
I don't like Edge of Night still. What are your thoughts on it?
No, I think that should be a Black Cleaver more than an Edge of Night. I mean, 2 lethality items is where I would cap it personally.
Well, let's see what he decides to go towards. Rift Herald has been dropped top side of the map by Legacy, trying to take down the final outer turret. They have Tally Split pushing in the bottom lane. Teleport is available for the Gnar. Swiper does has his up as well. Charge coming out from Rift Herald here. Will be able to take down this turret. And Legacy continue to move towards the jungle of the Chiefs.
And 8,000 gold is the current lead. Not even 20 minutes in. This is a huge, huge early game for this Legacy lineup. I mean, they gave up first blood. It looked like it was going to be a little bit of a scrappy game with the Chiefs invading heavily, but ultimately these team fights have just been so decisive.
That's nasty.
And what's crazy is that one difference that starts to create these decisive team fights is just the full team from Legacy collapsing once, giving a slight acceleration of the game, and suddenly we're here.
So, bottom lane inner turret has been split pushed by Tally. The rest of Legacy collapsed to take that down. So many major objectives for them.
You mentioned this before during Champion Select as well, Spawn, the amount of magic damage that's there for the Chiefs. When this composition falls behind, you are so reliant on Raze, but he's gone for Static Shiv first for the wave clear. I would say almost go towards the Infinity Edge next time if they're going to stack magic resistance against you, because his job is to do damage, and when your team's losing the game, he's going to do less of it. Everyone's building MR. It's all on him.
Yeah, it certainly is. And this game needs to go for 40 minutes now. If you're the Chiefs and you want to win, you somehow have to probably stall out a Baron or get that miracle team fight around a Baron where Kennen, swoops in, doesn't get exhausted instantly. Because otherwise, you're not going to have those AD tools to be able to deal with it. Yes, they're always going to have great engage. They're always going to have pretty good lockdown. But the same can be said about Legacy's comp. And unfortunately for Chiefs fans out there, Legacy are just so far ahead of the clock.
Yeah. You have your item build answer, by the way, Fish.
Yep. It's going to be Last Whisper that's picked up by Claire instead. So that's
Mortal Reminder, maybe? Trying to cut through the remaining win condition of Zac being pretty silly still.
There's so much shred coming out from Legacy. I mean, Black Cleaver picked up by Tally as well. That will give a lot of shred for both Claire as well as Lost. And Lost doesn't rely on it too much. More
Even
of the Rend.
jungle creeps hate the Chiefs at the moment.
Hate them as a color. Hate the brand. Hate them in the jungle.
No, they're not playing brand. It's fine.
Legacy, meanwhile, moved towards the next Elemental Dragon, and they have been kind to them this game as 2 Infernal Dragons spawn.
I mean, this is you get rewarded by the OPL gods when you play very clean League of Legends, and Legacy have done just that this game, and
the
map is on their side.
Yeah, good old Riot Benji giving us 3 Infernal spawns. No, last one's going to be a mountain there.
Benji a god.
Well, he controls how the dragons spawn, right? That's his job.
I'm sure
Certainly does not. That is I want to get ahead of this before it explodes. We do not control dragons. It is a randomly generated dragon. Pull your head in.
Yeah, they got 2 Infernals though. Very good for Legacy, especially with their team composition. Stacking so much damage, especially for Claire. He must be very happy with this.
And Baron is a very real threat right now. You can see how tanky Carbon is already. He's gone towards Righteous Glory as well as Tabby, so double armor item.
You know who
and they've
else
got
is
Callista.
Is
Top
that
laner.
current Gnar with an adaptive helm as well.
Ooh.
Like, they can sit him into a side lane, and there's not a lot of swiper that's going to kill him by any means. So whilst they look towards those Barons with the things that you've mentioned, there's also this option of honestly split pushing.
And all this damage that comes out from the Chiefs. Cannon, Zac, Talia, all of its persistent damage. Adaptive health is going to help tally out quite a bit. Legacy, 8,000 gold up, taking this game nice and slow as they should be.
Yeah, exactly right. I mean, I think that they can afford to starting up Baron. You can see that's the case. It's going to be the duo lane doing it. There is a ward in the pit, but they haven't hit it, so no one knows.
And Gragas is visible, so this is perfect.
Yeah, it certainly is, although are they tanky enough? They have to start collapsing back now, and the Chiefs should know that this is going to be the Baron. I think, honestly, you give it over anyway.
I think it's already too low as well. Callista shredding through this Baron. Smite now available. That's gone. Teleport's being pulled by the Chiefs.
I mean, you have to look for the team fight, right?
They've cut them off. Good trap coming out.
Good.
Big engage coming out for them. They wipe the floor with Legacy. Lost trying to fight with back against the wall. Chucking spears into Egypt, but he gets bounced into the rest of the Chiefs. Tally trying to keep him alive. Lost trying to fight with the last remaining bits of health bars he has. And Tally's the last man standing with Carbon. Legacy still back out with Baron, but good engage from the Chiefs.
I mean, huge team fight for the Chiefs, and that's what I said. You don't want the Baron, you want the team fight that comes with it and all of the shutdowns. They do get 3 members. They clean up 1, so still a 1 trade for the Legacy esports crew. And Tally having one of the Barons is an absolutely huge factor.
It's big for them, but ultimately Legacy didn't need to take that fight either. They had their flashes up and available. You can have Callista spear her way out of the pit. Gragas can flash over. Braum can jump to the ball, and Legacy disengage. But they don't choose to take that. They choose to teleport and fight. And the
Tally. He wants to
kill
kill
Swiffer.
Swiffer. He might still. Boomerang connects! My goodness, the Australian swiper.
Swiper?
Sniper.
Yeah,
Goodness
good.
sake.
Is the Australian Tally. But still, I mean, this is what I'm talking about. Even though they get a good fight, they still aren't back in the game. This is still an uphill battle. They got 3 members, they got a turret, but 2 members and a Baron.
Yeah.
And Tally is still huge.
It definitely is. Of course, the split pushing that he had as a potential threat, just the fact the Swiper can't touch him and he can be a ranged champion here and there as Gnar. With the Baron buff empowering him means that the Baron cannon minions will actually help out quite a lot.
Only thing that I'm looking at is there's only 1 exhaust on Legacy's lineup. So if the Chiefs can time their team fights well, you know, bait out an exhaust from Cupcake and then get Swiper on the back line, you're not going to kill Tally or Carbon. But Claire and Lost are both very susceptible still to
Hello,
Carbon! Good night, Raze!
That was as little hesitation as you'd like from Carbon, so immediately a turret gone, and I mean, that's the team fighting prospect of Chiefs starting to wash away.
Yeah, 100%. They've bought the Baron buff over here. Remember, Carbon also survived. And that's a lot of damage still.
Yeah, Carbon's playing out of his mind in this match, doing well on the Santa Gragas, delivering presents to the Chiefs. I don't think they're very happy about that. Pops Righteous Glory and just waddles into the base.
That's going to be the first breach occurring.
There's minions bottom lane for Legacy, but they currently have Tally split pushing in the mid lane. In fact, he's going to get engaged upon by Spooks here. He just hops away, and the rest of Legacy looking to collapse.
They're fighting.
There they go. They throw out Braum. Cupcake will tag out EJ, who gets destroyed by Claire just through auto attacks alone. And Tally pushes away Swiffer as well as Spooks. Swiffer's going to throw out the wall, trying to cut them off, but Legacy, they found their home, and it's in the base of the Chiefs.
Exactly right. Who's stuck in there with who? I mean, right now, Legacy, they just don't give a damn about the Chiefs. And they walk in, they take double inhibitors at only 25 minutes into the game. It's a 12,000 gold lead, and the Chiefs look stunned.
They certainly do, of course. All of it starting from Raze being caught out of position, trying to defend the wave, clear it with his static shiv, but the immediate engage thwarts that, and you're at the Talia wall, not on time. Chiefs, they're caught under their turret, and a lot of this for me is the smart movements of Tally. He doesn't stay bottom and teleport to the fight. He walks mid, corrals in the Baron-empowered minions, and sets it up for Legacy to knock it down secondly.
And now he has a Gargoyle Stone play. And you know, normally when you're ahead, you get to buy a free defensive item. At the moment, Legacy is so far ahead, they've got a free defensive item on their AD carry, and they've pretty much got a completed item on top of that. They're just absolutely massive, Rusty.
It's pretty much too big, I think.
12,000 gold is the advantage that Legacy currently have. over the team that desperately needed a 2-0 today to try and go to first place over the Direwolves after they've had back-to-back 2-1s against teams that are in the middle of the pack. This game against Legacy is crucial. Legacy as well. They want to propel themselves to first place if they can 2-0 the Chiefs.
And Legacy just seem to have them downloaded at the moment. They seem to be playing the same kind of game. They're rotating around Summoner's Rift. They're looking for those advantages, and they're doing it better.
We have to wonder if some of this comes down to the 3 bans that were missing from the Chiefs. Having a Jace existing on Summoner's Rift is a large problem, but they're able to make this work. Corki is similar in how he's able to auto-attack, work with a Braum, so the composition can be recycled. It does just feel like Legacy, honestly, are playing a little bit better.
Let's see what the next step for them is going to be. Probably this bottom lane inhibitor turret, the last one standing. Claire's just going to keep doing this. And if you're the Chiefs, it's just so difficult to fight against the Jace. The poke that comes out, they're standing so far back. Carbon wants to go for pin engage going out. Spirit's looking for a big knockback coming in. Swiper gets a good ultimate down. They kill. Lost to kick off the fight. And Claire, he's going to follow shortly after. Tally, though, 1-on-1 against Raze. Will gnaw him into the Nexus. And it's still a 2-for-2 trade. Bottom lane for the Chiefs. Carries for Legacy.
But equal trade still with the base in trouble.
Yeah, exactly right. That's what I was going to say. You can't have an equal trade when your Nexus turrets are under fire, and Swiffer now is probably dead.
Oh, he's trying to back away from this one. Gets a good double shove backwards, but Carbon wants to slow him down. Throws his presence into the walls of Summoner's Rift. Atali continuing to get slow after slow. Boomerang after boomerang. Will hop away again as Swiffer finally gets taken down by Legacy.
I actually disagree really hard with what Legacy just did. They had double super creep waves on Nexus turrets.
Yeah.
And Tally is absolutely huge at the moment. They could have won the game right then and there. Instead, they chase out Swiffer, and I understand a little bit of this is a best of 3 and you have to break the mental. But we just saw both of the damage dealers get blown up on the back end of the Legacy lineup.
I mean, you saw the makings of what 10 minutes from now would be if you were the Chiefs and managed to survive for 10 more minutes. I mean, ultimately, Legacy, they take the safest possible way out of this with a Jace and a Kalista dead. They don't opt into ending the game with a lack of physical damage. They choose to get the Mountain Drake. They choose to go from that to the Baron, which is up in 50 seconds. That is probably the safest possible decision, though.
But it has given Egypt time to get 3 deep wards behind the Baron pit. The inhibs are going to come back available, and the Chiefs have got items. I mean, Zhonya's Hourglass picked up. They're going towards Void Staff now on the mid laner Talia. Across the board, they're getting stronger. Is it enough? Probably not. You have a look at the power spikes on the side of Legacy Esports. They're massive. They're absolutely huge.
Raze, you don't want to be there, buddy. Swiffer going to throw out the wall. Tally just narrowly misses that boomerang. Raze gets back to safety.
Egypt's still behind him.
Egypt has the biggest flank of all time if
Cheeky
they go in here and funnel, but I don't think he wants it.
He also has the biggest I'm a dead Rakan if they check this bush of all time.
Yeah, he's got his fingers crossed and his eyes closed. And his W button ready.
Baron has been started. Ejim is waiting in the wings. I mean, we have seen a Rakan steal Baron in the LPL. Let's see if it's going to happen here in the OPL.
We've also got Spooks on the flank, and they're engaging.
Ejim charging on forward. Will be able to get lost with the charm. Jumps into the Fiend fight. Gets a good knockup. Raze going to take it out straight away. Swiper with a massive ultimate. Is it going to be enough? Spooks delivering 4 people, but the gold lead. It's just way too much for Legacy. Double kill's going to be picked up by Lost. Spooks has to run for the hills. Swiper's aborted his mission, and it's going to be Legacy marching on towards the Nexus.
Yeah, Tally's already teleported in. That'll do for game 1, Fish.
It certainly is. Legacy with a decisive victory over their rivals, the Chiefs, and it's just game 1 of this best of 3 series. They're looking dominant so far.
It was a very strong performance coming out of the Legacy roster for a game number 1, and that's the momentum where you ask the questions of Claire. Maybe he's having a shaky start. Well, that can be thrown out the window. He's confident. And Legacy will be confident as a team, and that's the one thing you don't want to give them.
And I think that what we have to look towards as we, start breaking down this game is the fact that the Chiefs got first blood. Even though they lost their bans, we thought they had a pretty decent draft and they had the answers in some areas. Maybe they would have liked Jace to not happen, but he was shut down early. So this is a dominating performance from Legacy.
Yeah, I mean, they controlled early through the mid lane, and then they had a Zac as well. So I was looking at this and saying, well, absolutely, like, the Chiefs are scaling into this game. Their mid-game team fighting it's absurd, honestly, if they could make it connect. And for me, the craziest part is that team fight does happen, But the reason that it goes so well for Legacy and not for the Chiefs is much more fundamental than anything else. It's not to do with draft.
Yeah, I mean, we saw that final team fight. If Chiefs were even in gold, that would have been an ace, clear cut. Swiper got a 5-man ultimate. Spruce got a 4-man ultimate as well. Swiffer was in good position, but the goalie was just way too large to the Legacy, and that just came down to the early game macro play.
Yeah, I mean, what they were looking for was that big cannon engage, and you're right, there was no exhaust. It was a 5-man cannon ultimate, but Tally up in there in the top lane had a very good team fight, and that put him ahead. It meant the Nah snowball.
Absolutely. Gets the 3 kills, pretty much unbeatable at that point. And if Cannon's picked as a response to the Nah, then you need to at least be able to control your lane just that little bit more. And yeah, it might be a better team fighting option going for the AP cannon, not the AD cannon. Much more about getting the ultimate off and connecting with everyone. But Nah also does that. And when Nah's 3-0, he now controls the lane and controls the team fight and zones everybody because he's a tank, where Swiper then has to all in commit to this, someone that is fed.
Yeah, I mean, for those watching at home, sorry to cut you off, Fish, the matchup actually goes the opposite way. If Nah doesn't get those 3 kills, Cannon is the hard counter to laning Nah, especially when he's AP.
And that's what I was going to touch on. I mean, the early laning phase, Swiper was going to be up about 20 CS. It was that one teleport from Tally that got him the kills, that propelled him ahead. Without that, he wouldn't be as snowballed as he was.
All right, cool. And now what does this do for Legacy's confidence? We've already said it. They're the young players coming into this. Lost Cupcake and Claire. They're all in their first year of the OPL. I mean, that must feel great going in on a high.
Yeah, for Legacy, their confidence will be through the roof now. I don't think it'll be too much type of confidence. They won't get cocky, but definitely confident. When you look at the Chiefs, I guess to contrast that though, whilst Legacy will be confident, the Chiefs won't be down in the dumps by any means. They're an experienced roster. They might have some quarrels, some angers that they'll get out of the way, but they'll bounce back perfectly fine. I just think the only advantage that exists is that Legacy won.
And on top of that, with their bands back going into the next game, Chiefs should have a little bit more of a morale boost. Know that Coach Jish will have more tools to work with during the draft and hopefully set them up for even more success.
All right, cool. Last thing I want to hit on is the Spooks versus Carbon matchup, because in the past we have given it to Spooks, but this game, Carbon on Gragas, very decisive play, was the go button that led to so much of the Legacy success.
The engage was the biggest thing here for Carbon, but realistically, when you watched the jungle pathing, you watched the early game, how it was mapped out by Spooks, you still give him the strong advantage in how that was played out. It was more that after the fights happened and you break out of standard pathing and laning, that Carbon was able to shine.
Yeah, and he did exactly that. Every single team fight, he was the one going forward. He was the one calling the shots and making sure that he set his team up for success. There were so many flash body slams of just one team fights outright, and that was all from Carbon.
So behind their captain, Legacy pick up a decisive Game 1 victory. But don't go anywhere, guys. On the other side of the break and these highlights, we are going to be back for Game 2 of Legacy versus the Chiefs.
Knocks him airborne, slams him into a minion as well. He's going to get taken out first. Blood picked up by Swift.
And
so we'll be able to land straight on top of Claire. Big chance coming out from each, and that's 2 members of Legacy there. And Swiper charges in with a big ultimate. Will lock down, lost the Cupcake. There goes Swift cutting off the speed. Big 9 into the wall. Tally gets one. Looking to kill Racewell. Jumps on his face like Super Mario. Cupcake's coming in. Double kill picked up by Lost. What the heck happened over there? Legacy turn around this team fight. Swiper goes in as well. Gets a big stun, but Legacy's still very healthy. They throw Brom to the face. Toss me, says Cupcake. Gets into the back lines, and that's going to be 3 kills picked up by the Chiefs. They've cut them off. Good trap coming out. Big engage coming out for them. They wipe the floor with Legacy. Lost trying to fight with his back against the wall. Chucking spears into Egypt, but he gets bounced into the rest of the Chiefs. Tally trying to keep him alive. Lost trying to fight with the last remaining bits of health bars he has, and Tally's the last man standing. He wants to kill Swiffer. He might still. Boomerang connects! My goodness, the Australian Swiper. Spirit's looking for a big knockback coming in. Swiper gets a good ultimate down. They kill. Lost to kick off the fight. And Claire, he's going to follow shortly after. Tally, though, 1-on-1 against Raze. Will nair him into the Nexus. Raze going to take down straight away. Swiper with a massive ultimate. Is it going to be enough? Spirit's delivering 4 people, but the gold lead, it's just way too much for Legacy. Legacy with a decisive victory over their rivals, the Chiefs, and it's just Game 1 of this Best of 3 series. They're looking dominant so far.
Welcome back to the OPL, where Legacy has absolutely wiped the floor in Chiefs of Game 1. A very one-sided affair after a quick start from the Chiefs. Hello, I am Jake Spawn-Diveri, joined by Fish and Rusty down the end of the analyst desk. And guys, I don't know if anyone could have called such a decisive victory coming out for Legacy.
Oof. It was an absolute shellacking, Spawn, one could say.
See, I got told, I was going to say it as well, I've been tossing this one up, and it's not a bias thing. I've been told that it's overused now. So I've decided that it has to be 25 minutes and under for a shellacking to really come into play. And a shellacking that game was not, Fish.
Oh, it was close.
It was close,
but it was not.
I was on the edge of my seat. I was really excited to call a Legacy shellacking there, but unfortunately not the case.
I thought a shellacking is just when a team has over 10,000 gold and wins the game. I mean, that's
pretty
the
standard to win a game of League of Legends, isn't it?
When you come up with a coinable phrase like shellacking, you can tell the people what a shellacking is. Until then, you get your own phrase.
You invented the word? My goodness, you're absolutely right. It was a very decisive game, Swan.
I called it a one-sided affair. Let's move on. What do the Chiefs need to change? Is it just get 3 bans back and hope that they have a better mid-game?
I mean, obviously the 3 bans will help the Chiefs quite a bit, given what happened last time. They were on blue side, and being on red, Legacy get 2 of the OP options that weren't able to be banned away. I think that they could look at the draft, they could attack the draft a bit more vigorously here, and maybe take things away from Legacy opposed to just pick for themselves.
They have to clean up a few of their early game mistakes. mistakes as well, and it was all execution. Swiffer flashing into the wall, Spooks coming back to save him. That was 2 kills given away, and then that big team fight, they got Nara ahead with Swiffer diving into the back line and dying off the back of that. That's inexcusable. You have to clean those plays up.
Speaking of that fight, we've watched it a couple of times. I think the wall is good. I think taking the wall is a very poor choice out of the captain of the Chiefs, and I think that he won't repeat that going into game number 2. However, something that we saw that might be a worrying trend was the fact that Ejim was roaming, but Raze was staying at home, whilst both Lost and Cupcake were making it to the fights.
Yeah, it was kind of one-sided in that one of them was leaving, the other one was staying at home the entire time. And Ejim, he can only do so much of the paying the bills before the bills start to rack up. Legacy getting team fights, a bit of a concern, honestly, and you can see this reflected through the score, let's say, of Raze being able to participate in 4 kills total and dying 4 times. The only time he participated was usually when he was dying.
And I sung the praises of Raze's entire split, but this is the first game, I believe, where he's looked similar to the form he had when he went to the first international tournament with the Chiefs, where he completely fumbled. And this game was exactly that. I hope that he's able to bounce back because he's looked phenomenal this entire split.
That was the stat I wanted to look at. 8,000 damage versus 16,000 damage. Lost has doubled him in these fights, and this game didn't go for all that long, so it's not like he's ramping up to disgusting levels.
And there's no reason that a Caitlyn should have that little damage as well. If you look at the amount that Braum did in comparison, he was only 2k behind the Caitlyn. Caitlyn's meant to do well in lane. Sure, maybe you don't do well in lane. You still leave that lane and do damage in team fights. You have range, you have trap lines. Just never happened.
And they're throwing away a lot of the strengths that lane had. I mean, even starting with that very extended jungle leash they gave to Spooks, he was able to use that very well to get the blue buff away, but he didn't take his own. That second blue buff was left there until 8 minutes and given over towards Swiffer, whereas they came into lane, completely lost any pressure they could have had at level 1 and gave some lead back to the Legacy bot
And I will
lane.
say that Legacy did a smart thing, though, to try and counteract perhaps the Caitlyn or the composition of the Chiefs by immediately engaging, by going forwards, not relying on a Mega Gnar, which is very timed and you can teleport in and Cannon will then match it anyway. It was the Gragas flash body slams. Caitlyn can't set up trap lines, can't defend turrets if within 3 seconds of getting there, Legacy are diving it.
And that's what I want to talk about. For the first time for tonight, I feel like we've actually seen clean execution of team fights, and it was actually from the Legacy lineup. Maybe not someone that we're used to saying that about. They're much more known for their, roaming through jungles and looking for the scrappy setups, with the Nunu, with the Bard. But this game, when Sin, Chiefs, and Direwolves have played, you would have expected some clean team fighting, but Legacy brought it to Summoner's Rift.
Yeah, they certainly did, and it was impressive to watch, honestly, from them being able to do that much damage as a Kalista and a Talia, being able to 1v1 her while you've got the ground everywhere, the pebbles that you can't jump over, like these small things that add up in team fights, and the fact that they look clean in team fights, and as I mentioned, they're not using the Mega Gnar as the primary focus. He was the cleanup with the Mega Gnar. Like, that only bodes well for Legacy into a game 2.
Which speaks wonders for Carbon as well, because you take a look at Chiefs, Swiffer and Spooks, the dynamic duo. You don't think of that so much for Claire and Carbon, but Carbon was able to facilitate these team fights and be the leader that Legacy really needed in that game.
Yeah, it certainly was. As we pull them up on your screen, you can see Spooks still not with a bad score, 3-3-7. Probably the only member of the Chiefs that had the kind of game that he likes to reflect. But Captain Courageous over on the other side, Timmy Wendell, Nintendo 64 was absolutely everywhere.
And a lot of times where we see Carbon falter is when he's against aggressive junglers like Schönfire, who pick up picks like Kha'Zix or Elise and get into Carbon's jungle. Playing against the Zac with the Gragas matchup, he's able to clear just fine. He's able to go toe-to-toe and farm with him side to side and be absolutely okay.
And I wonder, with that point being in mind as well, do you want to actually give Carbon the Zac, and is that why Spooks has picked it up for himself? Or do the Chiefs actually even care that much to invade him when the tank jungle meta doesn't clear all that fast? I would still say that Gragas has actually popped up today to be perhaps the #1 priority jungler, even over Zac.
And who knows, the first series we saw Kha'Zix permanently banned. Perhaps this time around, with the bans that Chiefs could have, they could take away the Gragas, take away the Zac, and maybe put Spooks on that champion and take it to Carbon in the
Is that going to be the case, though? Because I'm looking down the lines of tanks, and I'm seeing Maokai, Gragas, Rek'Sai, Zac, Cho'Gath. There are so many tank junglers at the moment. Can you actually ban them out?
I think, again, it comes down to an order of priority. If there is like a Maokai and you've got a really good level 1 composition, just find him, prevent the saplings from coming down. Then you win the jungle regardless. He'll clear fine, but not as quick as he could, right?
Yep.
Whereas a Gragas, you can take away a camp from him, you can take away 3 of them, he's still going to be Gragas, he's still going to be super powerful. And so you look down the list of like, yes, there's a million tanks there, but there's still the #1 priority champions that you have to remove.
Well, let's see what are the champions that Chiefs decide to remove in this match. They're on the red side for this game, but they have all 3 of their bans back. Legacy take this chance to send 2 bans Ejim's way. Thresh and Rakan being banned out straight off the bat.
I like that. It's a lot of the playmaking that actually was available in that game for the Chiefs, and they hit it straight away. They show good respect towards Ejim's ability to roam, and maybe they can force one of these infamous, unorthodox lanes that come out of the Legacy lineup.
And this is definitely Ejim's meta coming into this with heavy initiation supports, tank-like supports in the bottom lane as well. He's going to be very happy with the picks he's getting so far. A decent game on Rakan last match, but it was a very big deficit that Chiefs were up against. Braum was the final ban from them, with Jace following through, so Clay will not have that champion. Plenty of picks left open, and Zac left open as well. Legacy decided not to take the first, instead prioritizing Kalista as their first pick.
They remove a lot of the Kalista combos off Summoner's Rift though. Thresh, Rakan, Braum, all gone. Not a lot of tanks left. You look towards Alistar, something that was banned in game number 1. Trundle's a very weak version of the Alistar that kind of does what you want in being a tank and get in the front line, and like Tahm Kench is the worst that I have to pick something version.
Legacy, however, have shown that they're happy to play Kalista Bard in the bottom lane, so curious to see what Chiefs decide to pick up here. First pick for them, Xayah as their AD carry.
And to be clear as well, Alistar is a good option, but I don't know if the Chiefs want to pick that this early when the Bard is there, because level 1 against it, it's pretty risky. Bard's always an option.
But they've gone for the Alistar pick, locked in here. Zac's still left up. We still have plenty of incredibly strong picks.
It is time for me to put my money where my mouth is, and time for Cupcake to do the same. If Bard is the all-powerful champion that they make him out to be, pick it right now. You've got 2 sub 475 range champions down there in a lane. If he can, you know, pick up the champion and show that it's a bully, I would be very impressed.
Well, Carbon's locked in Zac as his jungler of choice. Now, Legacy. Traditionally, this is where we see supports being picked up, but that pool has been targeted heavily. And it's going to be Taric. You mentioned this at the start of the day, Rusty. It gets locked in for Legacy.
Yeah. Taric's really good right now. He's known as a counter to tank champions, which is where you're often seeing him played. And the thing that I like about Taric in most team compositions is the way the meta has progressed to have so many tanks, so much damage that takes time to ramp up, and a lot less of the Zeds and the one-hits that are running around. Taric diffuses all of that with his ultimate alone.
Oh, we have another Cho'Gath game being played here as Spooks has picked up the big terror from the Void.
I didn't want to interrupt Rusty, so I wrote it down instead.
Ah, you did too.
I did.
You did. I can see that
Called
you
it.
said Cho'Gath.
Just wants to have a relevant tank. Farms quicker than Zac at the moment, Cho'Gath. Also, one of the dangers as a Zac is if you jump in and get silenced immediately and blown up, he does need items to get tanky. Once he has the items, he's a very tanky fellow. But if you can't get those team fights, then it becomes dangerous. What I am worried about, however, is you can wind up the elastic slingshot, you know, you get the W put on you from the Taric, and you just become invulnerable as you jump in. What the heck do you do as a Chiefs if an unkillable Zac launches at your back?
I mean, it feels like both of these teams are going the unkillable route, Spawn. The question is who can survive the longest in the tank battles?
Well, the first 2 bans coming out from these teams, and second ban phase is Cassidy for the Chiefs, with Nah being banned by Legacy.
Ooh, do you get rid of Gragas? How tanky are these lineups going to go? Will they run the likes of Gragas top lane?
I don't think either of these teams would. I mean, it's definitely a possibility. I think that was a Sin special.
Let's see. Camille's the final ban from the Chiefs. Legacy still waiting for their last ban.
Maybe a Nara and a Cannon just remove some champions.
Renekton instead is their final ban.
Who do the Chiefs give counterpick to? I would say they give it to Swiper and actually just keep Swiffer on something neutral like a Corki, like a Talia.
I was going to suggest Kled because, again, when you look at the tanks that are up and available, this is one of the few remaining that is quite good into most matchups. It beats the Jarvan usually in a 1v1 if that's where Tally wants to go. I think that whilst you can empower your top laner to have the counter pick, this is nearly uncounterable already unless Tally goes the all-in Fiora route.
Provides the speed for both Cho'Gath as well as Alistar to initiate effectively as well. And let's see if the final pick from Swiffer is going to be a counter thrown at Claire. Legacy have to show their hand now. Got to pick their top laner. And Tally seems to be confident to go for the Jarvan matchup. And final pick, Claire now has to tell Swiffer what is he playing in the mid lane.
I mean, Kled historically is like a soft counter.
Yeah.
I don't think it's an incredibly
It's not a
difficult
hard counter,
matchup,
yeah.
right? Kled can, of course, just gallop out of the ultimate. He doesn't really care about the damage early. Jarvan at the same time, he's going to scale up. He's going to get beefy. They go the same item route. I would argue that Jarvan on your squishies isn't as dangerous as Kled on your squishies. So it'll be an interesting matchup, to say the least.
Blind Orianna picked up by Legacy.
And I'm a little bit sad that Legacy didn't go full Fiora route. Just when you're looking at it, Kled loses hard to Fiora in that matchup. You can never use your bear trap on a rope where you just lose a fight. And that is really detrimental to any Kled lane. But you're right, they'll scale up nicely against each other. It plays out nicely here that Chiefs do still get the counter mid lane. We have some damage.
And that's a much better pick. They were hovering Syndra, and I was petrified because when you've got an Orianna ball, a Jarvan, as well as a Zac going to be launching at yourself, if you do not have a way to get out of that, you are in a sticky situation. LeBlanc at the same time, she's going to be able to turn the map into a 1-3-1 fish, and no one else apart from the Jarvan can really go to a side lane to deal with her. At the same time, if they stay in 1-4 incredibly tightly, we've seen the Chiefs attack that, go to the side lane, kill the Jarvan, and then be able to teleport with both members back to the fight.
Yeah, of course, running the double teleport, which LeBlanc will always have, means that you can threaten 1-4s with a 2-3 type of setup, and diving an Alistar, diving a Xayah, diving a Cho'Gath, like, just don't even think about it, really.
And Orianna's one of those champions that hates to move towards the side lanes. Claire not going to be happy going into this matchup. We'll have to see how he does. He has historically shown that he can pick the Orianna blind and do absolutely fine to whatever matchup's thrown his way. Now we have to see if he can do it against one of the best mid laners in Oceania, being Swiffer.
I'm surprised it's not the Victor. I actually think Victor is a better blind pick at the moment because he's laning phase. Sure, it's not as strong, but he can go to that side lane, and he gives LeBlanc a little bit of a difficult situation in historical context.
And then is it for team composition purposes with Zac and Jarvan diving in?
See, I believe it's for team comp, but at the same time, look at the Chiefs roster of champions and tell me that Jarvan Orianna is the game-winning combo right there, because it isn't. None of them die to that combo at all. And ultimately, I do believe that the Victor may have been better. Go Lichbane, side lane, if that's what it takes, so you can match a LeBlanc. But, I mean, there is a combo there from Legacy. There is a nasty combo.
If it hits Raze, they win the game.
Yeah.
However, if Raze gets hit, you know, with Flash, with the Xayah ultimate, he's made the mistake.
Yeah, and he's on his most comfortable champion, it seems to be the Split, a champion that constantly gets bans thrown over towards the Chiefs on Xayah. Curious to see how he's going to pan, or how he's going to do in this match against Legacy. Heading into game number 2 of this best of 3 series, Legacy currently lead 1-0, and rightfully so after a very decisive game 1.
I was trying to come up with a flavor for Yellow Zac, by the way, and I couldn't come up with anything other than
Banana.
gold and gay time. But it's gold. I've never had a gold banana.
Is it golden? I thought he's yellow.
I don't know what bananas you eat.
Boons, as Ejim affectionately calls them.
Goodness. Ejim's got the Murukao Alistar skin as well. No, stop! He's laughing to himself about this. Stop it!
There we go.
He does this irritating thing where he just hits the bell once and he stops. It tilts me more than just letting the animation continue.
Really? You get tilted by strange things, my friend.
Just let him play his bell. Don't stop him.
I mean, fish gets tilted by round objects, so...
Yeah, that's true. Curved buildings.
Yeah.
To be specific.
Well, I didn't want to be.
They shouldn't exist,
Nobody
Rusty.
at home tweet that at Fish. Do not tweet him
Why
curved
do you like
buildings.
curved buildings?
Just
do you
not
like the
it.
Sydney Opera House?
That's when I used to... I'm okay with that because that's a, you know...
Curved dome on a roof or whatever the heck it is.
It's very creative, very artistic. I don't like curved buildings, but the curve serves no purpose. It's a long story. It's a long story, Spawn.
Doesn't sound that long.
Let's not delve into it.
It was a pretty short story from what I heard.
For goodness sake. Let's get straight into this match instead, shall we? Legacy are going to start with another prolonged leash for Zac this time round. Carbon is going to kill both of the Raptors here, so doing a little bit better than Spooks already. And kicks that off.
And you can see that once again it's given Chiefs duo lane access to the bottom wave first. And that means that they are going to be able to get an experience advantage. So one creep died, and they look to go aggressive.
It's a nice little start here from the side of the Chiefs. Again, that level 2 will be cemented, but Lost he's trying his best to win this trade, and
goodness,
I'd say he is.
Yeah, good damage, and he's still going. Chucking spears into Ejim again.
And Raze took Doran's blade into this.
But keep your eyes peeled for that level 2, because again, Lost, he traded his health during this to win the trade. Alistar starts to get heals up when minions die, and they still control the lane if nothing else.
So level 2 has been picked up by Raze and Ejim. Cupcake and Lost back off.
playing it very respectfully. Claire in the mid lane doing absolutely fine against Swiffer to kick things off. This should change once we approach the level 6 mark.
I think it's a little bit later. I think it's, you know, after the Gunblade comes in where he really starts to take over. Swiffer's still a huge proponent of the assassination item, being able to take him into the side lane.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair as well, going for a cleanse on Orianna means that you're at higher risk of being burst out earlier.
Yep.
So even maybe at the just revolver stage, the Blanc starts to control.
Carbon's made his way towards the top side of the map.
You want to dive Kled? I think they're just going to trade sides of the jungle right now. You can see Ejim doing the exact same thing that young Cupcake went for in game number 1. He goes over the wall. He's going to sweep out.
They're not exactly trading sides of the jungle just yet. Spooks has gone from Gromp to Wolves.
Yeah, but he's going to do Wolves and potentially go towards those Raptor camps if he doesn't want to recall straight away.
Sniper's spotting him out. Carbon wants to actually dive on in.
And that's a waste of time for Carbon. He should have just ignored him and finished up the camp.
It's certain alpha male status, isn't it?
Meanwhile, mid lane, you can see good trades coming out from Swiffer. Claire taking a lot of damage from that, but does have health potions to pop.
And Claire, I was actually watching his stream last night. He's a curious Orianna player. I would say closer to Doinby, if you know what I mean, for you two on the desk. But he uses a lot of mana, uses a lot of extra spells to clear minion waves. And that's something that can sometimes, whilst you win small trades in your lane, mean that you're out of mana for times where you need to rotate or group, or you don't have those spells when people start trading on you.
Chiefs being way more respectful this time around. Actually walk in. They're going to spot out the fact that Carbon didn't take all of the Raptors away. So Spooks does the job for him, cleans out that camp.
Carbon has gone back to base though, so he'll be able to go down, pick up his big Krug camp, which has not been touched by Spooks so far.
Swipe, there's a wave behind in the top lane as well. Interesting that that's happened at all.
Tally still
you have to think because of how much Carbon was up there, that's probably to be expected.
Tally still has, or just popped all 3 of his crafting potion charges, so Swiper will get a lot of health back from being mounted back onto Skarl. Good trade coming out from the Chiefs top laner.
That was an awesome trade. There mustn't have been a Q available, and he just ran at him and started swacking him in the head.
That is how the trade works, though. In a traditional sense, Jarvan uses his Q to clear waves and harass you in the second. That's missing, especially when you are Kled on Skarl, is you dash forwards, use your bear trap, and just auto-attack him 6 times.
Spooks potentially is looking for a dive there, but Tally does keep the wave off the turret instead, moves towards the Gromp camp.
They've spotted out exactly where Carbon is. So Carbon, 2 wards. One just died, but another was on the little choke. He jumps over the wall, but still was in very clear vision. So Spooks knows he's headed towards this side of Summoner's Rift. He's going to spot him out on a sweeper as well. Doing a good job of tracking Legacy's jungle and playing much more conservative this game. No teleports back to lane, although here we go.
Finally, there's going to be a fight. Cupcake will get stunned up by Ejim. Now the sports take too much damage there. Ray is actually missing the pedal charges.
Yeah, weird angle. Means that he loses out very hard in that trade.
Lost is still sticking spears into him. Good stun, lands onto Ejim, rips out the spears too.
And these trades are very interesting because Ejim just ground pounds Cupcake and Lost and Razor hitting each other the whole time. And if that's a trade that happens where Alistar's not stopping a Kalista from auto-attacking, then Kalista does start to do a lot of damage there in these trades.
Tally gets back to his lane, has already picked up his Tiamat, so big purchase for him. You expect Swiper to do the same thing on Skarl. Clyde, I should say.
And this is a time of the lane where Claire can start spamming into Swiffer a little bit more successfully because Swiffer's gone Revolver, as he always does on the LeBlanc pickup. And you can see that he's come back with Lost Chapters as well as refillable potions. So with the Doran's Ring, with the refillable potion, he should be able to continually push in this lane and try and put some CS pressure on Swiffer and make that gold gap a little bit bigger than what it currently is. Because if they stay completely even in this mid lane, at a certain point, LeBlanc will just be able to kill you.
Carbon's going to do some counter jungle of his own over towards the wolf camp of Spooks. He's got plenty of wards to spot out. Cheeky invades coming up from them. Spooks going to be a little bit slower here.
He's also got Cupcake coming over, and Spooks has been spotted on 2 wards so
they
far.
know exactly where he is.
Yeah, Cupcake's
He's in trouble.
Gets a good stun down. So level 6 Cho'Gath there, but first blood in the top lane?
And Swiper actually tweeted something really peculiar. He said, I'm going to solo kill Tally, or he will solo kill me. As there's more action in the mid lane.
Kind of takes quite a bit of a trade there, but I'd love to see what happens top side of the map there, because that is very surprising.
And that's with teleport down, so he's going to lose a lot, Fish. if you don't mind. And Kled shreds through turrets with that W.
It certainly does. The only consolation is that Legacy were able to burn the flash away from Spooks in that small engage. Okay, look at the magic. It's a good stun. Knock back in time. That's the top of bottom lane coming out from Swiffer looking for this fight. Don't even need him. Already picked up a kill there.
Yeah, exactly right. And that's a really nice gank coming in from Spooks because it looked like Ejim was finally going to punt him away as we see the replay in the top lane. Actually gets Bear Trap on the rope. Double joust there. And then Tally uses his Q and he just all-ins it.
Yeah, he was pretty much dead before that point anyway, given that Kled had his charge. I feel like Tally, by using the Q, was trying to dismount him. Then he may be able to get away safely. Yep. But stays on the Skull, stays on the Dracolops.
Of course, one thing that is very overlooked about Kled is when he gets dismounted, he loses so much movement speed. He has the lowest base movement speed by an absolute metric. Yep, in the game.
Ton.
So we'll see whether at any point in this game it comes. Yeah, he does. He's a short
like
man.
a penguin that rides a mount.
Waddle. Meanwhile, Ejim looking to try and pick up this pink quad, but Kled.
Another Fire Drake to start off this game. Spicy Dragons.
Yeah, right, Benji again.
Mate, you need to stop that.
So, Ejim really wants this ward.
Had a bit of a chat to Cupcake as well there. You can see big CS numbers in the lead for Carbon.
Ejim looks very good. They're going to get locked down. Good flash from him, but should have known that was coming.
I mean, Ejim sat there for so long, Fish. At a certain point, you just have to back away from the wave, I feel. He's gone Moby Boots Rush as well.
It's a very interesting start to the game so far, in my opinion. Anyway, just laning phase has been the premise of most of this. The kill that happens bottom is a gank from Spooks. The kill that happens top lane is a solo kill, but in terms of map movements, Carbon, he's putting more efforts towards trying to find Spooks, and there's been a slight CS advantage, but you can't really stop the Cho'Gath.
Certainly can't. And the big thing for me is just the difference in these two teams. You can see Cupcake picks up a Sightstone straight away. He wants to be able to control vision with his jungler. Ejim has just rushed Moby Boots in what has been a very stay-at-home kind of game where you could get some health on Alistar and see if you can take over. Instead, he's gone for the playmaking ability.
Cypher wants another kill topside the map. Tally,
he's
half
absolutely
one combo.
He's about to get him.
He's going to be able to flag and drag away.
I mean, one more of those trades and Tally falls down. Swiper is absolutely huge. Those boots too means that Tally can't touch him at the moment.
It's starting to question this pick coming out from Legacy because they picked the Jarvan into Kled.
Was for comp. I mean, that's all you can say for Tally. He knew that the lane lost. I've spoken to Tally about this. It's absolutely for comp. And, oh, Carbon's been spotted here.
Spooks decides not to cancel that.
Yeah, I mean, if he wants him to go in and then all of a sudden Kled just runs down river and they 2v2.
And you know that Kled's going to take out the Jarvan in the 1v1. You bring in Spooks to just nom somebody and then you win.
And what did Legacy do from here? Because slowly Chiefs are starting to win this game in the mid and top side of the map. Raze has got a kill to keep him sustained in this
But the game isn't over, and we've seen the mental toughness of this Legacy lineup time and time again in the OPL. And, you know, we talk about it a lot, but the Chiefs, they lost game one pretty decisively. They would have been coming into this game talking about how they're going to be first on the ladder after this. A 2-0 would have got them that position bit. They can still get back to equal first, although losing the head-to-head out against the Direwolves.
Yep.
And if they lose one team fight, you have to think, like, is this a team that will be able to recoup and move on with it? Because we've heard Raze and Swiffer talk about it in the past. They really don't like losing games of League of Legends in Oceania.
They don't. Chiefs, however, use their pressure topside of the map from Swiper to take down top lane out of turret. No response from Legacy.
Yeah, not even a Baron. 11 minutes in the game would have been hard, but the Fire Drake started up. Now it is, but TP is available out of Swiper. They're pinging it out.
Yeah, Spooks does go back to base, so he can... Actually, no, decides to ping out towards Rift.
They're going to trade,
this.
So instead of doing it, they stay towards the strong point of their map, which is the Kled. They don't choose to teleport and try and perhaps outsmite. They don't know how long the Drake's been done for. That's a very early Infernal. There's a chance that Legacy runs straight to the Herald and prevent it from being done.
Yeah,
but look at the Chiefs members here.
Yeah, exactly right. I mean, Spooks, he doesn't have all that much mana, but they don't know how long they've been on Herald either. Although they're going for it, and I think that's a bad call.
He's going to flag and drag out. Good call there, and Chiefs going to have to get Herald reset.
He actually uses a blast cone and then just goes straight back over the wall. If that bear trap on a rope connects and pulls him a little bit further away, if Swiper maybe ults first and then gets a bear trap on a rope, completely different story. Now they're sieging out mid lane and they're looking for a dive.
Yeah, they definitely are looking. Carbon actually out of position almost. Nope. Ejim missed out. He slammed the ground.
Whiffed it.
They won't be able to get too much damage onto this turret, and they're still behind a turret as well as 1,500 gold, but Legacy make the best out of a bad situation.
To be fair, this time around, only really Orianna benefits hugely from that Infernal Drake. You know, Callista is an attack speed 80 carry primarily, unless you go towards Bloodthirster. So it's going to be useful, but not as useful as, you know, something like a Caitlyn that goes for the raw power of the AD.
And if you tally, whilst the Infernal Drake's nice because you have 2 AD items in your build, you might want an Ocean Drake with the way that Swiper's manhandling him at the moment.
Yep.
I'd love to be able to take a look at the gold stats here to see where it lies. So you have to think it's on Swiper as well as Raze at the moment.
You let the Scuttle Crab eat it.
Potentially Spooks as well, because he shared that turret gold. They're going in very quickly onto Claire. No flash available.
And he'll be able to get out in time, gets enough moves from his W.
Ejim's got mobility boots and flash though, so whilst Claire is out this time, there is about 45 seconds to look for it still if they choose. Claire's pretty much at a time in the game where he's going back to base, and Swiffer was going back to base, so that was just an optimistic look.
Trade top side of the map again. Tally taking a lot of damage from Swiper. He's going to flag a drag his way out. But here comes Claire charging in. Tally flashed over the wall, finds Spooks. He's got nowhere to run here. Avoids the dodge, a knock-up I should say. Tally has to get over the wall somehow. Cataclysm gets popped, but he gets trapped between the top laner and jungler and gets taken down.
Yeah, so another time that Tally falls and another kill over to Swiper. This one should lead to Rift Herald because Swiper has come as well at the start of it. So the Chiefs just picking on that one counter pick that they got in the draft.
And what did Legacy attack? They can't attack mid lane, they can't attack bottom lane.
They don't attack anything, unfortunately. They just keep on farming. They let the Herald go.
But this is why, in my opinion, this has always been the classic of the OPL. Because these teams can carry from any role. Swiper, known as that, you know, potato tank player, all of a sudden picks up a carry. He's got 2 kills, one of which was solo.
He hasn't taken the Herald buff. Go back and get it. Hey! 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 Hey!
What's going on?
Go and get the buff immediately before I come back there.
How long does it last?
Not that long.
A decent amount of time.
Actually about to go over there and give him a clip
Hello?
behind the ears.
Spooks is about to get
You've
nominated
gotta be kidding.
for the worst Rift Heralds.
If you don't... my God.
Spooks! This is not the first time. I mean,
You're on the bench.
he's already had a bad Rift Herald use. That's just not it.
I'm not even the coach and he's on the bench.
What is going on?
That hurts.
Did he steal it?
Please tell me that this is a visual bug of
It's
sorts.
gone. No, it's not, because it's not in any of their inventory, mate. Someone must have stolen it. That's the only thing I can think of.
So this happened in the LCK, and the interview said we both thought the other person took it. I hope that's the case, because I'm a little bit sad.
Hello, Blue Buff. Come for a ride with good old Zach.
So it wasn't stolen. Chiefs got that Rift Herald. They just didn't get the Rift Herald. You know, they got the 50 gold for the Rift Herald. I don't even know what I'm saying
At least
anymore.
100 now. But, yeah, so Spooks twice in the OPL.
That's a tilter.
I'm tilted.
If I'm in this game, I lose the game off the back end of that. If I'm the jungler, I'm like, oh, yeah, it's over.
At least,
do they realize?
At least it's his second worst Rift Herald use here. The first time he actually put Swiffer behind by running it down mid lane. Swiffer this
The
time.
Rift Herald, not him. You have to be
Twin
careful with your
turrets,
choice
I
of war.
spawned
It's a 20 CS lead in the mid lane actually for Claire at the moment. He's doing absolutely fine.
The question is, have they realized? And at what point do they have the conversation between top laner and jungler?
It expired. I don't know what happened. It was a really quick expiration, guys.
My goodness. But that's got to hurt. Chiefs are 2,500 gold in the lead though. To be very comfortable with where they're at. A lot of it is in Swiper. He's a Black Cleaver over Tally at the moment, who's sitting on a cage.
I think as well, while we were talking about the slight advantages that Chiefs have, primarily through the top lane is where most of that is going to be. You still look at Legacy as a team composition, say, all right, like they're very much happy with how this early game's gone because the Jarvan, once he gets his 3 items, has a shockwave to back him up. Everyone is still sitting reasonably pretty bar Tally, and that's just in comparison to how large Swiper is. Like 175 CS at 16 minutes, that man is a Krug team, and he's ahead.
And Dragon is respawning, so the Chiefs with fresh shops are starting to try and get access into this river. It's going to be 35 seconds, and this is the stage of the game where they really lost touch with game 1. So we have to see whether they can actually execute well enough or whether the big wombo combo out of Legacy will be, I guess, you know, once again, what causes them to falter.
And if you're Legacy here, do you look for the fight? Do you try to force this over the next Infernal Dragon?
Not anymore.
Not
anymore, you know.
In so much trouble, taking a lot of damage. Carbon jumps in, going to deliver an Alistar into the team. Ejim pops his ultimate, flashes away. Teleport's being channeled by both teams. Silence comes out, but no Rupture. Swiper will join the fight. Oriana throws out the ball. Carbon will jump away to safety, gets locked down. Good chunks coming out from the Chiefs.
Now, definitely not, because your jungler's been chunked, your mid laner's been chunked. You just call this one a day. You say, we got the first one, they get the second one. You know, all will be okay on Summoner's Rift.
Yeah, in fact, the Chiefs even had a cheeky thought about maybe we just hard push mid lane because they're having no health on most members, where before it was just the Oriana. And so that will be a free objective. Ori's going to stay around though, and that's risky.
They did get a couple of flashes though. Yep. So Ejim as well as Swift's flash is down, but they lose Infernal Dragon.
Depends where you can pressure, right? Because they also use Carbon Bolt in the next couple of seconds. Oh, Ejim, you're in trouble.
Gonna take a lot of damage. He's got no ultimate available. Ejim gonna try and W his way out. Gets slammed against a ward and lost. Rips the spears out of the cow, picks up a kill.
Absolutely no idea what they were doing. They must have thought that Carbon had gone back to base and that they could 2v2, but at this stage of the game, you have to think that Kalista is probably going to be queen, as well as the fact that Jarvan Ultimate's still available. So a little bit of a questionable decision coming out of the Chiefs duo lane there.
Yeah, very curious stuff. Of course, having control of every other lane that isn't bottom, they managed to find the one lane that they can die, and they managed to secure the death. It's very curious.
But they are now going back, and Swiffer is heading down. They also have Spooks already in that lane.
See double dash come out from Swiffer. Nice. Just says, all right.
Got to attack the Kalista, guys.
4 summoner spells there. At the very least, you get a flash out of Lost if you hit the chains. You cannot afford to go for a Taric, as you mentioned, when a Kalista can
Unless
save him.
they're looking for a dive now, and all they wanted was a Kalista ult. I mean, there is the opposite end to that argument as well.
Taric ultimate?
Yeah, Taric ultimate's still up and available.
I think diving's very difficult, especially for a champion like Xayah, who needs to do consistent damage. The Taric ultimate would go off during the duration it takes to kill a Taric and a Kalista, but the threat
also has pretty good burst. I mean,
enough.
the R into the E is really nice damage at this stage of the game. Later on in the game, certainly more about the consistency.
Yeah, I think that and the Cho'Gath's silence is a big game changer here. Here against a lot of the champions that Legacy have got. If you can silence Carbon before he ults, you can silence Taric before he ults.
It's one of those legacy abilities, like not legacy as in the team, like legacy as in old abilities in League of Legends, that you just kind of wonder how it ended up in the game. Like the big
silence.
Yeah, LeBlanc silence, Viger Cage, AoE silence that can hit 5 members and really ruin their day. Cho'Gath, he's got a couple of them, actually. The big knock up on his Q that is a slow as well.
Yeah.
And then the silence.
And the true damage feast that scales with bonus health.
Yeah, he's an old school champion.
He's a monster.
A bit of a gremlin.
He's a gentleman and a scholar is what he is.
At the
Gentleman
moment.
gremlin. Wearing a top hat.
Oh boy. But Legacy have lost 2 out of turrets in this game, and despite that one being picked up by the Chiefs, they're still only 2,000 gold behind. So they're doing something good here. Spooks will steal the Raptor away. Sorry, the Scuttle Crab.
Carbon's angry.
Goes in for a fight. He is angry. Stunned up here. Carbon looking for the rubber hands. Forces a flash out of Spooks.
I mean, that's certainly worthwhile. However, the Chiefs are just trying to buy time. I mean, Spooks was being cute there by stealing that away. Ooh, Tally.
Tally!
Even
got him. Swiper's not happy.
Swiper's standing still. He's defiant.
Oh! Once bitten, twice shy.
All of them.
Swiper, just, hands off keyboard.
First it was the Herald. I feel like an angry telling me what my hands just did.
Oh, that's a surrender at 20 moment there. That's where life's not good
but
for the
there's
Chiefs.
2 levels between them. It's the one thing I have to point out. Shockwave burnt to just try and save this mid lane turret. Still might not be enough.
Cannon though, but here comes Carbon into the back lines, looking to slam this support and jungler together. There goes Claire looking for damage. Cupcake though delivers him into the team. There's going to be a stun coming through, and Spooks dies for this one. Ejim does have his ultimate popped, but will eventually fall due to all the spears that Lost has chucked into the Mukau.
And once again, Tally actually falls low. So if they go towards Baron.
Swiffer going to jump over the wall, gets back to his distortion, tries to lock down Lost, get some good chip damage onto the 80 carry from Legacy.
This is a bad call, guys.
This is a risky call with 2 tanks. It's possible, but Lost is being targeted.
Is
and
it possible?
Lost, whilst he has Blade of the Ruined King and his Kalista, yes, it can be done quickly. I don't like it.
Here comes Tally as well, teleporting very early into the team, looking for a flank. Might be able to get on top of Raze. They throw out Cupcake. He pops the ultimate very early, jumps on top of Swiffer. Very low mana on this LeBlanc. Gonna get auto attacks.
He hit the wall again.
What? Swiffer 2 games into a wall. My goodness. Carbon will fall to his passive. Raze is looking to try and pick this one up. Here comes Claire. Will flash deeper into the base. Chiefs stop the Baron for a while, but they lose so many of their team members.
They're just feeding.
What are you doing? The Chiefs are just giving kills over to Legacy, and this has definitely brought them back into this game.
What is the Chiefs doing? A complete capitulation of the Chiefs Esports Club has just happened on your screen. The first kill needed to be there. Maybe Raze needs to die as well, but Swiper does not need to give up his life. And Spooks, just get out of there. Give me a reset of the map.
I feel like their hype music for today was some You Raise Me Up. They're having a really bad time, the Chiefs, when it comes to these mid-game fights, these skirmishes. Even like the small things of Raze flashing towards Legacy's base at the end of this was just entirely unnecessary. And Swiffer headbutts the wall, these small things that it could buy a second. And ultimately, the problem is that they're there in the first place for the mistake to happen. Legacy, they force the Baron. They then force the fight afterwards with a Callista, which is great. But all of this, like, why is all of this currently happening?
I mean, what is he actually going to do on the back end of that team fight? I don't get it. I honestly don't get it. And then Swiper falls down as well. He goes in 1v5, literally. And that means that the gold is all square. What was a 3,000 gold lead for the Chiefs is now nothing.
And Legacy have this big team fighting team composition ready to go. They did burn quite a few summoner spells to get back into this position. Let's see if Chiefs can counter that out. Another Infernal Dragon is spawning, and Carbon's going in straight away. Big Cataclysm coming out. Raze has been locked down. No summoners available, and big Shockwave will go through as well. Raze almost said one more tap will kill him, but Tally's going to be the first to fall in this team fight. Chiefs still trying to turn this around, but Lost rips the spears out. He gets 2 of the Chiefs members. Swiper's been knocked off his Cowardly Lizard. Claire picks one up for the team as well. It's a 1-for-3 trade.
Even kindly giving the kills to Claire Spawn. This is massive for Legacy.
I mean, 6-0-1 now for the AD carry of Legacy, and completely undeterred on the back end of that team fight. Swiper uses the ultimate too late. It's double Infernal Dragon. It is the first gold lead of the day. Game, and now they have
Raze. He's gonna die here. Carbon looking for that final auto attack, just spits out the bloblets, destroys him there. Swiffer can't do anything about it. Going back in, trying to get Claire. Not enough damage.
Yeah, that was the confidence play from both Chiefs members, mid lane and AD carry. They wanted to outplay somebody for what feels like maybe the first time this game as individuals, but it wasn't allowed.
Ooh, looking to kill Carbon here. Gets enough damage for it. A bit over aggressive there.
I mean, Lost is still behind him. You have to watch out for Lost right now. I mean, I can't look at anyone else.
This turret should be taken down here by the Chiefs. Don't think Carbon should have died for that one. It was 0-8 to that point. Oh, sorry, 1-0-8.
I don't think Lost has shopped, though, since that fight, right?
Nah, he hasn't. He's gone back.
Yeah, there you go. So that's the difference. If he had money, then maybe they take the fight that doesn't look great, just because he will make it look great.
Oh my goodness, so now 2,000 gold lead for Legacy. 1 turret picked up for them to 2. Mid lane's going to fall shortly for the Chiefs, but you give them some breathing room. And they've got a big Cho'Gath. Warmog's picked up by
They actually are doing this right now.
I mean, that's a great call.
They need Raze,
Smart.
and the wards aren't spotting them right now.
Very smart from the Chiefs. This is going to be a free Baron picked up. Now Legacy ping it. It's too late. This is gone.
Can they get there? As Rusty mentioned, it's all the tanks. Orianna is approaching. They're backed off.
Nope, this is gone. Picked up by the Chiefs. Very smart, but they go for the fight instead. Tally jumps to the back lines. Raze locked down. No, flash for him. Carbon goes to the back lines. That's going to be Raze using his own ultimate. Will lock down the Bloblet man himself. He needs to back out. Shockwave pulls Swiper away from the initiation. That's all Legacy can get out of it, but they go more. They're throwing in the Cupcake. Here goes Tarek into the back lines. Righteous Glory popped as well. Good damage from Claire, but they just destroy the support. And Swiffer once more. He's going back in. Rupture being popped by Spooks, looking for more damage, but they can't get it.
Yeah, and Legacy, they're racing towards top lane. However, they've already sent Raze towards mid lane. He's got Baron buff, and he's going to absolutely shred these turrets. Teleport is available for Tally. However,
Swiper looking for a flank in the back line. Swiffer's going to die, though.
Yep.
And here comes Swiper. He did teleport and complete it. It's going to be a 3-on-3.
He's about to charge in.
They have to kill this turret. Legacy can't fight with that there. They will get the turret to kick things off. Ejim's right behind it. Spooks looking for the fight as well.
They don't have much damage though, Chiefs. They have to be careful. This is Lost and Claire in a fight. Good pop rise coming in. Teleport's coming in as well. Big slam from Carbon stops the charge.
He's still alive.
Lost is godlike and he's just jumping around in circles, making Swiper look like an absolute fool. Teleport comes in for Tally and Chiefs, they have to back off.
What are they doing? Again, they run into... Oh.
Spirit's going to get slammed against the wall. Look at Lost. He deals so much damage to this resistant-less Cho'Gath there. Raze even almost getting one shot by Claire, forced to pop the ultimate to dodge out the shockwave.
And Zaya's finally there, but the thing is, he's pushing mid, so don't take the fight. Don't teleport or you bring your Zaya up because you are 3 tanks that are relying on the fact that you've got a Cho'Gath ultimate to kill a carry that is Hex Drinker, now more of Malmortius, and you've got Claire and Orianna to protect him. Everything that the Chiefs are doing feels way too rushed and not thought out.
They look like a nervous squad. The most experienced team in the OPL right now look like they have game day jitters, and it is absolutely Legacy's time to shine.
The Super Week curse returns. We talked a lot about how Sin did so well in Super Weeks. Chiefs, though, they just don't seem to do well in Super Weeks at all.
Historically, the question was, is it Sin doing well or Chiefs doing poorly when a Super Week comes around? I feel like we have, in part, our answer at the very least.
2,000 gold lead for Legacy at the moment. Swiffer looking to do some sign lane pressure here. Gets Tally down fairly low.
But now the whole team is collapsing on his head. You've got Orianna coming from one angle.
Actually, he'll be fine.
Let's see. Blast cone's away. Everyone just charges on in and he jumps over the wall. Perfectly fine. Has
Imagine if they had Baron buff still on Swiper.
Yeah.
Mid lane inner turret will fall. Somehow Chiefs have more turrets than Legacy, but are still behind. Raze flashing so early. That was barely back off of cooldown.
Yeah, exactly right. Now all of a sudden what was looking like a rotation towards the top lane, get Raze to apply his Baron buff, see if he can take another turret and maybe regain some semblance of control over this game, has turned into a full-blown retreat. Everyone is basing and it becomes this. Can Orianna do enough side lane damage at this stage of the game to really justify Swiffer's pick?
I really want to take a look at the gold here because Lost is sitting at 7-0-2, 12,000, but Raze very close behind, 11,500.
Yeah, a lot of it's actually through mid lane. When you look at the side of Legacy, where the difference is in gold, there is an advantage for support as well, but I mean, realistically, you are looking at Claire, 407 in particular. Yes, Lost is fed, but Raze has been supported to farm well. He's managed to keep himself up.
And the only lead for the Chiefs is top side of Matt Swipe is about 2,000 gold ahead of Tally.
The thing is,
them in this game.
The shockwave hurts these days because of how fed he is.
Flank is coming out from Swiffer. That's not a clone. We'll get jumped on straight away by Carbon. W's away from that shockwave. Looks to go huge, but it doesn't matter. They lose the turret straight off the bat. Everyone from Legacy invulnerable. Spooks takes so much damage. He wants to kill Tally, but it's not going to be enough. And Carbon dashes in. Lost gets that first kill. Swiffer's forced to abort the team fight as Carbon just keeps the mid laner from the Chiefs occupied.
Yeah, and now Swiffer's caught out of position. Shockwave.
Forced the flash.
Yeah, big play there from Claire. Looks like he was maybe out of position and Swiffer wants to find him in a way out. But they're going.
Jumps in. Cataclysm. No flash for Raze. Will deliver the Mukau backwards. But Raze so low. Tally gets that kill. Carbon jumps back on in and Swipe has been dismounted from Skull. Egypt is going to get the spears ripped out of him. This could be all over here, ladies and gentlemen. Return kill for Swiffer. Dashes away again. Double for Lost. He wants the triple. Is he going to get it? Denied by the Orianna, but Ace picked up by Legacy.
And now they're just waiting for the creeps. Lost again carries another team fight. They're going to break the base. Cho'Gath is back available, but the rest of the Chiefs members are still dead.
Cooldowns are too low. It's 20 seconds for the next member. This could be game.
It's certainly possible they look towards this again. Lost and Claire still alive. Cho'Gath is buying time, stopping the minions, and Carbon's now going to try and stop Spooks. They may not be able to do this because of how tanky Spooks is and no Baron.
Lost does get a lot of damage into the first Nexus turret, and Legacy, they decide to take the safe play, which is to back off. Swiffer does have teleport, but still, he's the last member to respawn for the Chiefs. It's now a 6,000 gold lead for Legacy with double Infernal.
I'm still looking at Claire, I'm going to be honest with you. Lost is having a fantastic performance, and you can only give him credit being 10-0-4, but Claire against Swiffer was the matchup we said to watch.
Yep.
He's into a matchup again where LeBlanc was picked into Orianna, and he is 5-0-11 with a 50 CS advantage. One of these mid laners looks better today.
Oh!
Carbon.
I was about to sing the praises of Carbon, but he's just made 2 mistakes.
He actually might be dead.
He's probably going to die here. Oh no, Carbon!
Cho'Gath has no nom, but he might still die.
Skull is here. Skull Kled.
There we go.
Actually, don't pull the trigger on it.
That was a disaster waiting to happen. But
I was about to speak highly of Carbon. He's played 2 fantastic sets. First in the Gragas, now in the Zac. He cannot.
Yeah, so I think that's why. Anyway.
Take another look at the fight. Raze gets stove on. Once again, doesn't have the flash available, only the heal. And you can see that the front line is just too big. And that leaves Lost, honestly, standing still free hitting at this stage of the game. You can see the big Rens are coming out. He's able to continue this fight time and time again. And Swiffer just is not far enough ahead to really justify this pick at the moment.
Yeah, and for me, I do want to bring it back to that LeBlanc again. I am okay with the decision. I'm okay with trying to pull apart Legacy's team composition with a split pusher, but Legacy have the same similar comp of 4 plus an Orianna, and so their team fighting is immaculate. And again, when either of these teams are ahead, I don't think there's counterplay to the composition of it.
I mean, any comp when it's ahead looks very good, but when you're playing 1-3-1 against a 1-4 comp and you fall behind, it is very hard to execute.
Yeah.
And the same would have been said if the Chiefs were able to snowball. The problem is that 2 games, 2 early advantages for the Chiefs Esports Club, and both times they've given their lead away.
Legacy looking to force another fight. Cataclysm used. Raze has
Raze
no
ulted
ultimate
already.
left. He's stuck in the wall. Look at his health bar. That's almost gone. He's forced out of this fight. Uses his heal as well. Swiffer does get a return kill to Tally. Carbon flashes over the wall, and Raze does the do to get back to safety. So Chiefs actually looking good to kick things off. Let's see if Raze can get back and heal up. Swiper wants to kick off this fight. Spooks as well.
Carbon
living on next to nothing, but Carbon delivers 2 members into the team. Claire's dominating as he kills the support for the Chiefs. Swiper's the next to fall. Double kill for the Clockwork wind-up, and Chiefs have to defend their Nexus.
They certainly do, and they're going to have to do it a man down with only 1 turret available, Fish.
Zaya with no ultimate is the place I'm looking towards. Orianna has Shockwave.
This could be it. Legacy are trying to win the game right here.
Oh,
Swiffer goes in. Big knock-up coming out from Spooks. Lost is very low, but Shockwave brings it back to Earth. Lost goes legendary. He's bouncing around the rift. Raze will pick up a shutdown there on towards the Orianna, but a double kill for Lost. Make that a triple kill for Lost as Legacy march towards the Nexus. They take down the Chiefs 2-0 and start off strong in the first Super Week.
Big plays from Legacy. The Super Week curse for the Chiefs continues, but Legacy ramping up with a 2-0. Puts them into first.
And the fist bump down the line, you can see that this team, I mean, the Adelaide Crows, they fly as one, we fly as one is their slogan. And I think that this Legacy team, they are at their best when they have 5 members on the same screen and they're able to take those big team fight victories. And in back-to-back games, they were the team that team fought better.
Rift Rivals has done wonders for this Legacy squad. Moving into 2-1, 2-1, 2-1. They had a decent performance at Rift Rivals. Carbon was very vocal about that he was upset about their game against Gigabyte Marines. Come back into it, 2 2-0s, and one of them's against the Chiefs, and they've looked stronger than ever.
It helps to have that international experience, to get that international buff when you compete over there. And a lot of it is the wake-up call of, hang on, we're not the best team even here at this tournament, where I thought we were just the best region. Suddenly we're losing to the teams that are second from these regions. And then Legacy, they get that motivation. It helps.
All right, before we jump into Legacy, they played 2 stellar games.
Ooh.
I want to talk about the Chiefs, because this is a lineup that finished 4th in Split 1, unprecedented in the OPL. They dropped their first best of 5 in Oceanic soil. Then all of a sudden, you know, you go back towards this game and they look like they're performing well, and once again, they don't perform to their optimal standards, or Legacy outperform them, whichever one it is. Is this the end of an era? Are the Chiefs finally, you know, done as the kings of the region?
I mean, I'm not willing to call it a close until the end of this split, but I feel like this performance is indicative of some very defined weaknesses, where I've never looked at the Chiefs since their existence in 2014 and said they've got weaknesses that you'd take apart. I'd say there is a weakness, you'll never get to it. But now I'd say Legacy just outclassed them in a game where I'd never usually say that.
I agree. I mean, we heard from Legacy before the match started. I agree with what they said. You can't count Chiefs out unless they lose this split in the same style they did last one. That was an error, so to speak. But this game, back-to-back, it was execution problems from the Chiefs. Their ideas were perfectly fine. They were turrets ahead of Legacy again, but when it came down to execution, they fumbled over and over and over again.
All right, so let's give credit where credit's due, because the Chiefs dropped the ball, but it takes a very good team to be able to pick it up against the Chiefs and run away with the games in the way that Legacy were able to. And it was on the back of their 2 carries. I mean, Carbon fell behind this game. Tally was actually getting solo killed by Swiper, and then all of a sudden, Lost and Claire absolutely explode on Summoner's Rift.
Yeah, the carries were huge, and you know, Spooks may have out-jungled Carbon, but when these carries are able to hit the team fights, the thing that I really enjoyed watching from this is when you look at Chiefs composition, how Legacy have to play against it, it's kill the Xayah and you win the game. We said that during the draft phase. Well, the easiest way to get rid of Xayah's ultimate to then kill her is by having the Zac go in. And you can fall behind a Zac. Your job is still to disrupt in crowd control, to threaten the shockwave. And Orianna, even with the distance Zac has to cover, was always in range of the shockwave. Force the Xayah ultimate, and then you just win the team fight every single time. The carries played incredibly well from Legacy.
And when you're up against a team composition like this, it's so important to have your ultimate up, to have your heal, to have your flash. So many weird engages coming out from the Chiefs, especially the one when we saw Raze burning heal and flash to get deeper into Legacy's base. It's uncalled for. And that means the next fight you're going to lose. After that, it snowballs into another fight where you burn your flash again. The fight after that, you're going to lose. And it's just really weird play coming out from the AD carry.
I feel the confidence coming from Lost from level 1 in this game. The second they had a trade down in bottom lane and Lost out-traded Raze, I was like, okay, he is warmed up. He's actually here to play, and there's nothing that was going to stop him. Cupcake did not have a standout performance on the Taric. In fact, he missed a lot of things. He flashed forwards to stun people that were dodging the stun already. There wasn't a great showing from him, but Lost had him covered, had well and truly had him covered, and just played out of his mind.
And the big thing for me is Legacy covered the weaknesses that we saw from Tally and Carbon to start off the game, as you mentioned, Spawn, and that was the big factor for them getting back into the game, and eventually we saw Tally and Carbon took over and delivered the goods. They set up the fights for Lost as well as Claire to take over.
Yeah, they certainly got tanky enough to be able to dive into that backline of the Chiefs. However, you do have to look at the backline because all of a sudden, Raze, I was about to call him Quinn by his first name, Raze has gone from having a fantastic split where, you know, I think he's had 2 or 3 pentakills already, Fish, to having an absolutely atrocious set against Legacy today. He was late to rotations in game number 1. His team fighting in use of summoner spells in game 2 was not on point at all. He's not going to be happy with himself. And we also said that, you know, maybe this is a guy that he's a young kid. He's still learning a lot about the game and about himself. He has had some moments where he hasn't performed in the big moments. Is this an example of a guy, you know, getting in his own head?
I don't think he's really getting in his own head the same way we saw him last split. I think up until this game, he's had a fantastic performance. Even, you know, a little bit at MSI as well. Sorry, not at MSI, even a little bit internationally as well. Yep. But this entire series, he was completely off. It looked exactly the same as when we saw him go to IWCQ, where he looked absolutely horrible, and it's the same performance here today. Hopefully, though, for the Chiefs, it's just that. It stops there, and they're able to bounce back from it.
Final thoughts, Rusty?
I mean, I don't think it's about getting in your own head all that much here for Raze. He's a confidence player, and that's definitely a big part of it, but I never saw a moment where I thought he wasn't confident. He just got outplayed.
Certainly did, and that led to some of the results as we pull them up onto your screen. Of course, earlier tonight, it was going to be Direwolves picking up a 2-1 victory, I believe.
2-1 over Sin.
You know, we'll see if we can grab that for you in a second. There we go. Direwolves picked up the victory earlier as a 2-1 over Sin Gaming. And then, of course, Legacy versus Chiefs. Legacy hand the Chiefs their first 2-0 of this split, deny them first spot, claim it for themselves. In fact, they're now equal with the Direwolves and going to set up a beautiful match in a couple of weeks.
Yep, Direwolves week after week dropping their 2-1s. I mean, after their first game against the Chiefs was a 2-1 as well, they tied up with Legacy in terms of placement, and Legacy moving deep into the split looks stronger and stronger. Direwolves has shown even more flaws as time has gone by.
I mean, Legacy were 4-0 in third place because they kept going to game 3s, and they've managed to wrap it up quite nicely here and actually get 2-0 victories, which is a positive sign.
Yeah, and only 2 teams remain undefeated in the OPL as we have a look at the rest of the games for this weekend. Of course, it's only Friday night. We still have 2 more days for you to go. Tomorrow, 3 p.m., it kicks off with Abyss Esports taking on Avant Gaming before Team Regicide head to Summoner's Rift against Sin Gaming, who will be looking for a lot of redemption. Sunday kicks off at 3 p.m. again with Team Regicide taking on TM Gaming, still searching for that first win. One of them will have it by that stage. And then Legacy round out this Super Week versus Abyss Esports, and that team must be feeling fantastic. I want to pick your brains a little bit quickly, gentlemen. Regicide versus TM Gaming. Oof. Both of them winless right now. This is going to be a huge matchup for both of these teams. T-Gun looking for his first victory, and I think nearly a year of competitive play, Rusty. This is going to be a big game.
It's going to mean a lot, if nothing else, because one of them will have a victory, but T-Gun, I think, is the place that you look towards. This will be the hungriest you'll ever see him, and we saw it when he was on X5 and didn't win a single game. He can be broken down, and that feels bad.
And TM and Regicide have been looking really good lately, so it's going to be a very close match. Excited to see who comes out on top.
Well, I absolutely cannot wait. However, guys, that is all the League of Legends we have for you tonight. Tune in tomorrow at 3 p.m. Australian Eastern Standard Time, but until then, we'll catch you later.
He's going to fall. FBI goes further forward to pick up that kill, and King in some trouble. Returning damage, he gets the kill. stands his ground and delivers. Now Juice and Rogue forced to run away. Direwolves are looking for this team fight. Roma will get hooked up as well. He's going to be the next casualty here. Rocket jumps coming out from Key. Roma's dead, and this should be Baron to the wall. What a engage. They're looking for Fantix. Going to get locked down by Doppler. He's stuck in the pit. We'll be able to knock both of them out by King, but he gets shut down because he moves forward. Double kill has been picked up by Roma, and that's 3 kills in a team fight by Sid. But that's so quick. Already taken down, but they go for a big engage. Rogue locks down everyone. Juice body pops forward with the flash. This looks like a big team fight for Sid. FBI has killed Sid. They've taken down 3 members of the Direwolves after Baron's picked up. It's now another Wolfpack. You've got to do something. Cherfire goes in the backline. He gets destroyed, and FBI flashes on King's face. Almost takes him down instantly. Instead, they focus on Nexus, and they take game 1 over the Direwolves. Rubber hands though and brings him back. Combo from Destiny. King gets some damage. We'll lock him down, but here comes Redcard. Rogue! What an absolute monster! Surefire in trouble. Gets the rubber hand smacked down. Headshots coming up. FBI still chasing. He gets it!
Lord.
He got him! He got the kill! That's 2 in the bottom lane for Sid. Double knock up from Destiny. Trying to lock down FBI. There's no flash in this AD carry. Juice is in trouble. Roma's trying to fight back against the wall, but Fantix still somehow lives. Will be taken down eventually, but there goes Shone again, straight into the backlines. Jippy's still healthy. Ash Arrow connects. FBI can't fight. That's another shutdown.
The Nexus is open.
Shernfire will lock down Roma as well. Big arrow. He flashes away. Rogue again with big engage, but isn't enough. Roma is so low. Vantix going to look for that kill, and a big slam into the ground. Sin are falling 1 by 1. Double kill. Triple kill picked up by Cassidy, but it will be the Direwolves that bring this back to a 1-1, and they'll send us to game number 3. Gonna get locked down by double stuns. He's still quite healthy though. And here comes Juice. Big knockup. They will lock down Destiny. First blood is picked up by Sin's captain. Shern has been ignited, but they get a return kill. Try and take this one, Juice. Has to outsmite Shernfire. Doppler jumps in again. They go for the fight to kick things off. Destiny incredibly low. Will pop his ultimate. He's been ignited, but he will get away. However, King gets a kill to Doppler. That's 2 for the Direwolves. Make it 3 as King flashes forward.
Still getting heavy damage now.
They knock Destiny back. He's forced to flash. Juice trying to flash on his face, and Fantix being very aggressive. Can Valk over the wall, incredibly low. There's Doppler in the back lines. Gets one once more. Will get locked down by King here. But send him into the team. Doppler, that was an insane play. Direwolves are committing for this one. They want to try and end the game right here, right now. It's been back and forth this entire series, but Direwolves, they want to stay undefeated. They're going to get a kill onto FBI. They're onto the Nexus already. All the turrets have been destroyed, and Sin can't do anything about it. Direwolves pick up the series 2-1. Swoop's gonna land, knocks him airborne, slams him into a minion as well. He's gonna get taken now. First blood picked up by Swift. And so we'll be able to land straight on top of Claire. Big chance coming out from each, and that's 2 members of Legacy dead. And Swiper charges in with a big ultimate. We'll lock down, lost the Cupcake. There goes Swiffer cutting off the recipe. Big 9 to the wall. Tally gets one. Looking to kill Race well. Jumps on his face like Super Mario. Cupcake's coming in. Double kill picked up by Lost. What the heck happened over there? Legacy turn around this team fight. Swiper goes in as well. Gets a big stun, but Legacy's still very healthy. They throw Brom to the face. Toss me, says Cupcake. Gets into the back lines, and that's going to be 3 kills picked up by the Chiefs. They cut them off. Good trap coming out. Big engage coming out for them. They wipe the floor with Legacy. Lost trying to fight with back against the wall. Chucking spears into Egypt, but he gets bounced into the rest of the Chiefs. Tally trying to keep him alive. Lost trying to fight with the last remaining bits of health bars he has. And Tally's the last man standing. He might still kill Swift, but he might still. Boomerang connects! My goodness, the Australian Swiper. Spirit's looking for a big knockback coming in. Swiper gets a good ultimate down. They kill. Lost to kick off the fight. And Claire, he's going to follow shortly after. Tally, though, 1-on-1 against Raze. Will nair him into the Nexus. Raze going to take it down straight away. Swiper with a massive ultimate. Isn't going to be enough. Spook's delivering 4 people, but the gold lead, it's just way too much for Legacy. Legacy with a decisive victory over their rivals, the Chiefs, and it's just game 1 of this best of 3 series. They're looking dominant so far. They throw out Cupcake. He pops the ultimate very early. Jumps on top of Swiffer. Very low mana on this LeBlanc. Gonna get auto attacks. And he again. What? Swiffer 2 games into a wall. My goodness. Into the base. Chiefs stop the Baron for a while, but they lose so many of their team members.
They're just feeding.
What are you doing? The Chiefs are just giving kills over to Legacy, and this is definitely brought them back into this game. Carbon's going in straight away. Big Cataclysm coming out. Ray's been locked down. No summoners available, and big Shockwave will go through as well. Ray's almost said one more tap will kill him, but Tally's going to be the first to fall in this team fight. Chiefs
Lost.
still trying to turn this around, but Lost rips the spears out. He gets 2 of the Chiefs members. Swiper's been knocked off his cowardly lizard. Claire picks one up for the team as well. It's a 1-for-3 trade. This is Lost and Claire in a fight. Good pulverize coming in. Teleport's coming in as well. Big slam from Carbon stops the charge.
He's still alive.
Lost is godlike, and he's just jumping around in circles, making Swiper look like an absolute fool. Jumps in. Cataclysm, no flash for Raze. Will deliver the Moo Cow backwards, but Raze so low. Tally gets that kill. Carbon jumps back on in, and Swiper's been dismounted from Skull. Egypt is going to get the spears ripped out of him. This could be all over here, ladies and gentlemen. Return kill for Swiffer. Dashes away again. Double for Lost. He wants the triple. Is he going to get it? Denied. This could be it. Legacy are trying to win the game right here. Swiffer goes in. Big knockup coming out from Spooks. Lost is very low. A Shockwave brings it back to Earth. Lost goes legendary. He's bouncing around the rift. Raze will pick up a shutdown there on towards the Oriental, but a double kill for Lost. Make that a triple kill for Lost as Legacy march towards the Nexus. They take down the Chiefs 2-0 and start off strong in the first Super Week.